Masukkan Game ID, pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Mincathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Waktunya para caster juga mengaktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang dibuat Indomie, membuat EVOS langsung coba di zoning out. Sekarang best to rest dari Onyx, 10.000 gold dia berusaha dari milik Onyx. Sebentar lagi, tapi melepaskan Onyx belum ada yang masuk. Mereka tahu dan
satu agar recall dari barusan. Lihat pergerakan Kipurel langsung menggila dengan cukup cepat pula barusan dari satu lagi belakang langsung dikeluarkan kabur ini langsung menggila pula. Karena untuk kali ini lejap tapi sekarang double kill lagi ditentangkan triple kill. Looking for media untuk high akankah mereka berhasil untuk bisa menorehkan satu poin kill lagi ataupun satu kemenangan. Aktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang di main Jaspan. Rasinya tak dapat memori keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan satu element saja sudah tangan tidak konek tapi Rasinya tidak mendapatkan apapun karena di pada berbeda ada satu keangkat langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya mencoba untuk mundur dan juga selamat dari yang tersebut tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang pada saja paling karena beberapa player dan juga Sally Boy masih bertahan di area tersebut. WOS Paijan lejap bercampur hilang tapi Sally Boy dan itu menjadi
dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi, kenapa dia pick Dewa, ada late game insure.
Yap. Final Slash sudah dikeluarkan. Swallow ada flicker dari terlihat yang tersebut dan peperangan kembali terjadi. Karja hilang, tempo sampai dikeluarkan tapi Vincent masih berarti
terkena satu damage. Cutthroat menuju ke berat. Objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Blue dan Fluffy terperangkap besar sendiri dari menemani dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum 20.000 gold difference akan menjadi milik Onyx. Tapi di depan sana mereka tidak bisa mendefense bersama dengan seorang Pai. Kyrie, Tik buka bermain, Tik buka main spesial damage-nya. Kyrie langsung menghilangkan Indo. Ini bencana. Onyx benar-benar memporak-porandakan. Mereka masuk, mereka tahu dari seorang Ray bisa bermain dengan kabelnya. Rian menunggu momentum, tapi nampaknya belum ada momentum yang dibuat oleh seorang Rian. Dan Kyrie pada telat, Moon mengagetkan semua, menghilangkan Bad Dragon. Free hit, double kill, bagaimana double kill, para-paranda, ini bencana.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari 2 emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kok kedapet di lampu? Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main God Lane setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gue akan bahas 2 hal penting dari patch ini untuk para God Laner. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk God Laner. Dan hero God Laner apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gua pakai Hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gua yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in-game-nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok itu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang Weapon Master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai Hero 11. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu, kayak knife nih kan nambah 10% attack speed kan, tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat one ya, dengan adanya Weakness Finder kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1 terus di combo sama pasif Weakness Finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari, kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun, jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift Crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini, jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita pakai God Lane bertipe Magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Bergen Hunter. Terus yang terakhir Impurage. Kita udah di in-game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem, terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal, Blood Wings contohnya kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di Impurage. Semisal nih kalian pakai Magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, nggak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Nggak mungkin kan? Nah, di Impurage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di Impurage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian, tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update project next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja, karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
$12-nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Menurut gua sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Hai, gua Sorizo. Selamat datang di Project Next. Experience setelah ada patch bukan lagi cuma sekedar jago adu otot, karena kita juga harus memutar otak buat combination talent dengan emblem terbaiknya. Yuk tonton video ini agar lo bisa jadi explainer yang lebih hebat. Nah, sekarang kita coba kombinasi pertama nih. Dari yang gue pakai adalah Yuzong. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, yang gue pakai adalah Festival Blood. Yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Jadi yang pertama kenapa gue pilih Agility adalah buat movement speed. Menurut gue Yuzong ini sangat butuh movement speed guys, karena ketika lo mengejar musuh, kayak speed lu lebih kenceng gitu lah dibanding mereka. Yang kedua kenapa gua pilih Festival Blood, karena buat lifesteal. Lihat ini gua belum ada item lifesteal, tapi gua tetap bisa dapat lifesteal guys. Yang ketiga kenapa gua pilih Killing Spree. Killing Spree ini tujuannya ketika lu bunuh musuh lu dapat lifesteal serta movement speed. Ketika lo bunuh musuh, ya keras banget guys. Dan kenapa gue seneng banget, karena yang dulunya gue di Factor cuma bisa Festival Blood, sekarang udah bisa pakai Killing Spree juga guys yang di Assassin. Jadi kayak lo bisa combine gitu. Nah gitu guys, sekarang kita coba kombinasi talent berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai adalah Joy. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Rupture. Yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Killing Spree. Nah, sekarang kita bakal coba langsung ke in game-nya ya guys. Buat talent pertama, kenapa gue pakai Rupture? Ini sangat bagus banget guys, karena damage lu 5%, penetration lu bakal sakit buat ke musuh. Contohnya lebih sakit guys, dibanding lu nggak pakai ini lebih sakit. Dan yang kedua, gua pakai Bargain Hunter. Fungsi dari Bargain Hunter ini adalah ketika lu harga item lu bakal jadi lebih murah guys. Dari yang harga 100% lu beli di harga 95%. Contohnya ini ya, Genius One. Ini harga aslinya adalah 2000 jadi 1900 guys. Yang ketiga, gua pakai adalah Killing Spree. Fungsi dari Killing Spree ini, ketika lu bunuh musuh, lu mendapatkan 8% max HP dari musuh dan 15% movement speed selama 3 detik. Ini bagus banget guys, ketika lu dalam team fight yang gede, lu bisa survive. Ini sih OP banget sih guys. Ketika lu yang biasa cuma bisa pakai Bargain Hunter, sekarang lu bisa pakai bareng Killing Spree. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai nanti adalah hero Esmeralda. Itulah hero favorit gue juga. Yang pertama, talent yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Constructive Blast. Oke, kita langsung coba ke in-game ya guys. Yang pertama, talent Agility. Kenapa gue pakai Agility? Fungsinya tuh menambahkan 5% movement speed guys. Jadi ketika lu ngezoning atau nge-cover temen lu, itu sangat bagus guys. Lebih kenceng lah jalan lu. Dan dikomboin dengan skill 1 Esmeralda, lu lebih cepet lah buat lu kemana-mana gitu, move lu. Yang kedua, kenapa gua pakai Bargain Hunter? Esmeralda ini early-nya membutuhkan item yang lebih cepat guys. Jadi gua pakai Bargain Hunter biar lu bisa beli item lebih murah lah di awal. Yang ketiga, kenapa gua pakai Cortex 11? Ini ketika lu basic attack ada kayak efek ledakan gitu yang mengandung magic damage. Jadi ketika lu clear wave jauh lebih cepat dibanding yang lain guys. Contohnya kayak gini. Nih, tuh. Lebih cepat guys jadinya. Dengan ada stats baru ini gue makin suka sih main Esmeralda. Nah, dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling cocok ke gameplay gue sih Esmeralda ya, dengan talent Agility, Bargain Hunter, dan Cortex 11. Nah, menurut gue sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Gimana nih para SPLaner? Udah siap main meta terbaru belum? Yuk langsung update ke Project Next dan cobain ya. Nah, buat kalian yang main role and XP, tenang aja. Karena di next episodenya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero meta di role lainnya. Jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Sorizo, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gua rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gua. Kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gua itu yang kombinasi talent pertama, karena cocok banget sama Fanny gua. Hai, gue Super Ken. Selamat datang di Project Next. Kali ini gue mau ngasih beberapa rekomendasi kombinasi talent setelah update patch emblem nih. Dan gue yakin kalian bisa tiru ini biar rank kalian naik terus. Di sini gue akan bahas hal terpenting dari patch ini untuk pemain jungler nih. Nah, tonton sampai akhir ya guys. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama nih. Hero yang gue pakai, hero andalan gue yaitu Fanny. Emblem yang pertama di hero Fanny gue pakai Rapture. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan physical penetration. Emblem yang kedua, gue pakai Master Assassin. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan damage di sekitar hero-nya untuk mendapatkan snowballing di early game. Emblem yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Emblem ini dapat memulihkan HP dan movement speed untuk bisa keluar dari team fight. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Kali ini gue mau pakai Lancelot. Kembali menggunakan Rapture sebagai talent pertama. Hal ini dimaksudkan untuk jungler typical damage dealer agar bisa dapat 5% damage penetration. Terus yang kedua gue pakai Season Hunter. Karena dengan talent ini bisa nambah 15% damage ke Lord atau Turtle. Dan untuk kill monster jungle juga lebih cepat. Dia dapat tambahan kira-kira 7%-an damage. Jadi untuk kejar objektif dalam game cocok banget. Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gue rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gue. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya guys. Gue di sini pakai Fredrin. Untuk talent pertama bisa diisi oleh talent Agility yang memberikan extra movement speed 5% untuk bisa clearing minion jungle lebih cepat, dan mobilitas lebih cepat juga dalam setup objektif maupun ganking. Season Hunter akan memberikan benefit damage tambahan sebanyak 15% untuk objektif, baik itu turtle maupun lord. Untuk ke minion jungler, damage tambahan hanya berlaku setengahnya saja atau sekitar 7,5%. Conclusive Blast sendiri sebagai output damage tambahan yang mengambil keuntungan dari banyaknya HP hero yang kita gunakan sebanyak plus 7% dari total HP. Jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu yang kombinasi talent pertama. Karena cocok banget sama Fanny gue. Langsung praktekin aja ya guys. Dan jelas patch baru ini bikin kita makin seru mainnya. Karena kita lebih bisa fleksibel dalam menyesuaikan ke hero yang kita pakai nantinya. Yuk langsung update Project Next dan cobain. Dan jangan lupa tonton juga episode tentang role lainnya guys. Jangan lupa share videonya. Gua Super Ken, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID, pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this? Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't ya?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Yeah.
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID, pilih diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Ada coba dapat bola baru ada satu lagi dikeluarkan kabunyi satu bagian bola. Waktunya para caster juga mengaktifkan Inspire di mana kali dibuat Indomie membuat EVOS langsung coba di sounding out. Sekarang best turret dari Onyx 10.000 gold difference akan menjadi milik Onyx. Dia mengambil sebentar lagi. Tapi melepaskan Onyx belum ada yang masuk. Mereka tahu dan
satu asal recall dari barusan. Dengan pergerakan keyboard Rela untuk menggila dengan coba cepat pula barusan dan satu lagi belakang langsung dikeluarkan kabunyi untuk menggila bola. Karena untuk kali ini lejam tapi sekarang dapat kill lagi disertakan triple kill. Looking for man yang untuk high akan mereka berhasil untuk bisa menorehkan satu poin kill lagi ataupun satu kemenangan. Aktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang di main Jasmine. Rasinya tak dapat memori keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan satu element saja juga Tyron tidak konek tapi Rasinya mendapatkan apapun karena di pada berbeda ada satu ke atas langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya mencoba untuk mundur dan juga selamat dari tersebut tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang pada saja konek karena beberapa player dan juga Sally Boy masih bertahan di area tersebut. WOS Paijan lejap bercampur dihilang tapi Sally Boy dan itu menjadi
dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi, kenapa dia pick dewa, ada late getting sure.
Yap. Final sudah dikeluarkan. Duelo ada flicker tadi terlihat yang tersebut. Dan perangan kembali terjadi. Karja hilang, tempo sampai dikeluarkan. Tapi Vincent masih berarti.
Terkena satu damage. Cuthouse menuju ke depan. Objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Pulung. Dan Fluffy terperangkap di sana sendiri. Tidak ada menemani. Dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum. Best turret dari Onyx 10.000 gold difference akan menjadi milik Onyx tapi di depan sana mereka tidak bisa mendefense bersama dengan seorang Pai Kyrie Tik buka permain Tik buka miskin damage ya Kyrie langsung menghilangkan Dino ini bencana Onyx benar-benar memporak-porandakan mereka masuk mereka tahu dari seorang Ray bisa bermain dengan kabelnya. Rian menunggu momentum, tapi nampaknya belum ada momentum yang dibuat oleh seorang Rian. Dan Kyrie pada telat, Moon menggagalkan semua, menghilangkan Pet Dragon, free hit, double kill, bagaimana triple kill, para-paranda, ini bencana!
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kok kedapet di lampu? Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main God Lane setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gue akan bahas dua hal penting dari patch ini untuk para God Laner. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk God Laner. Dan hero God Laner apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gue pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gue yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in game nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok gitu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang Weapon Master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu, kayak knife nih, kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya, dengan adanya Weakness Finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, jangan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
It is Thursday, my dudes, and that means another MPL Indonesia Season 12 action coming in your way. This time around, it's Bigatron Alpha versus Aura Fire, and also Dewa United versus EVOS Legends that has some few players there that fresh off WCG Championship. But before that, we're gonna shout out our sponsors first. MPL ID Season 12 powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, official sponsor Head and Shoulders, official mobile internet partner Telkomsel, official gold partner UBS Gold, partner in esports Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO and YouTube, supplier Indomaret Minuski and Samsung, official broadcast Maxstream TV Sports and Video, and also supported by PPASA. And right away, you get something here. Objective showdown between two potential junglers with varying achievements or Rasi. These two are really good objectives.
Highest Lord secured versus highest Turtle secured. For Aura, Ven has been a very solid addition to the team, and in the right circumstances, when they're going for all those early objectives, he has proven to have a very nasty retribution. But the later the game goes, that's where Super Can takes a bit more of the lead here. He just finds all the kills, all the macro maneuvers, and he is able to contest the very critical 50-50s. And this is why it's a bit of a showdown. Can Aura Fire get enough objectives and snowball past Bigatron Alpha in the beginning of the game, or will Bigatron Alpha be able to just delay the game long enough for them to actually outmaneuver and outsmart Aura in the late game?
If they want to outsmart it, they want to delay the game, it has to be the lineup with Moreno. But the man you see on your screen today, Key, is most probably going to be playing, as you can see. But no, Key's victory shows the main lineup with Moreno Arashi.
He's a victory by Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and the Z Flip 5. Engage against Aura's cheese strats, ensure that they have all the counters and they have all the adjustments in the Land of Dawn to shut down all these weirder picks that Aura is at this point quite well known for. And along with that, more adaptive plays for Vin and Ken. Every single time now, we've seen that teams have been trying to study their movement patterns. Yes, they're efficient. Yes, they're very systematic. But at the same time, that means they're also quite predictable. If they can try and use that expectation against their opponents, that could be a bit of a, surprise factor that can help them, like Moreno earlier.
Whoa. Jump scares, man.
Okay. Moreno. The surprise factor, that is what they need, man.
Okay, by the way, Arashi, speaking about cheese strats and also unpredictability, Aura Fire, over the years, they've been known for becoming a very unpredictable team in the draft especially. But in this case, in this season, their hero pool is very, very lacking compared to the other team in MPL. And we're going to have a keys to victory here, set to you by Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Rashi.
Deny dive composition from Bigatron Alpha, especially if they want to try and get that lead in the early game. They must ensure the 3-man roaming squad from Bigatron does not get to orchestrate all these dives that can put their side lanes in jeopardy. Along with that, aggressive team play with objectives in mind. They've been improving in that department, but they can still be a lot sharper. And speaking of sharpen the calculations in teamfight decision makings. Know who to target, know who to protect, right? And know what they can take after the fight has ended. If they can sharpen and be a bit wiser in the decision making department here, they could just confuse Bigatron enough so that they can't recover if Aura are able to take the lead in the early game.
Well, yeah, Aura Fire, a lot of games that we've seen over the weeks this season, they have been lacking in anticipations. As you said, Murkarashi, last game, Kimura using that Grok, the lack of anticipation is very, very evident, when you're going in, checking the push, and even the checking push from the high itself, from the roamer of Aura Fire itself, doesn't seem to be well calculated, especially if you're using a hero that's very, very squishy, like Selena, like Novaria. Hai really likes to play those heroes, and I hope it's gonna be different this match.
They have to be more than just ready here. They need a few new tools in their arsenal, Sheffin.
Ooh, new tools though. New tools, just like Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 and Z Fold 5.
Oh, this is a phone?
Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
I'm kind of new about this tech thing, man. I've never seen this kind of phone before, or at least I'm not familiar with it. But if you want to always, have victory and or to also flexing on social media while gaming, this is the way to go. Imagine you're playing a game and you just flip-flop your phone with your friends. Your friend's not going to be focused on the game, he's going to be focused on your phone.
Imagine this, right? You win the game, you fold your phone, you're done and dusted, boom. That's the biggest flex you can do, and right now, this is the best that you can get around the world. I mean, Arashi is a tech man himself. He's the analyst, the book boy. He could probably take us through the specifications.
Well, they have the grid processor, right? The 4nm thin Snapdragon processor. That is what's up, bro. So you can have 2 screens, but wait a minute, on the stage right now.
Yeah, speaking of technology, this is Bigatron Alpha coming in your way with their red shirt, with the home attire, and also their fans here are very, very caught in MPL ID, very, very excited to see what's in the future for this team. The future is bright, but speaking of the future, Aura Fire.
Wow, coming in with their new lineup. Aran making his debut in his first week ever, in his first match ever. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesian Hydras, Aura Fire!
Aura Fire! Taking a note out of Ranger Emas, the Indonesian caster, with their new lineup, Aran in the books here, replacing Kimura after that, I would say, disappointing debut or disappointing showing before this.
Well, there's one thing to say, damn! I mean, there was a lot of criticism towards Kimura, but instantly the swap happens 1 week, Arashi. Do you think this is a bit too premature from Coach St. DeLucas and Palevi?
At this point, they have to try everything they can get their hands on, especially right now. The coaches, St. DeLucas and Aldo, right? They're going head-to-head right here. And for Aldo, he's definitely already thinking up of a strategy. But I think him, and along with all of us, we were expecting Samo HT to make an appearance right here. A huge name in the league so far in the previous seasons. He will not be making an appearance. So will that be a bit of a wrench in the machine for Coach Aldo, who maybe was thinking up some countermeasures against a different roamer?
Well, yeah, that's also an option here for Aura Fire, but they decided to go for high here. I'd say I'm kind of disappointed with St. DeLucas as well, because he's known for coaching RCSG, right?
Yeah.
And Aura Fire, they've known for their cheese picks. I think they gotta bring out the Batang or maybe those kind of weird heroes.
Batang?
Well, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, don't be afraid to cheese. Pull out those Freya EXP just for like lane pressure. Pull out those Soon Petrify just to kill off one hero, the opposing team. I expect St. DeLucas to pull those off, but apparently not.
Well, I mean, look at the team head by head and shoulders right here. 28 hero pool compared to the 21 heroes in the hero pool for Aura Fire. Their reputation for being a cheese pick team, a team that uses picks that no one was thinking of, really hasn't lived up to its expectation. And now other teams have been trying to take advantage of the new emblems, the new patch as well. If Aura don't try and do that, then they have to clean up in the execution. That's what we've been talking about, right? They can't have it all. If they want to try and invest in one, they have to pick something that works right here. They can't expect to just go with default picks, go without any cheese strats either, and still do well against all these teams in the MPL right now. They must try and find that X factor.
Speaking of that X factor, they are utilizing the X factor in Bigatron Alpha. Key, a new member. Not in the department where, he's a debutee, he's a rookie, no. But the fact that he swapped into the mid lane has given Bigatron Alpha a new dynamic for this team. You used to have 2 roamers, well, with Vin and Key, but now you have a roamer and a roamer mid laner. Heck, both of them are roamer mid laners. We've seen them from time to time from Snapdragon and previous tournaments before that they have been swapping as well. When you pick up the Atlas, you would expect Key to take on the Atlas, and then Supervin will transition into the mid lane. But so far in MPL Indonesia, we haven't seen that swap yet. We've only seen Key play the mid lane and Vin as the roamer.
Well, what we've seen is the expectations being maneuvered around with by Coach Aldo. You see Key in the roster, you expect big engage, aggressive mid laners, and before you know it, out of nowhere, they pull out a Digi pick. So this kind of expectations against their team right now, which is doing very well, by the way, only a single loss for Bigatron. This can very easily be used by Coach Aldo to just really mind game their opponents, especially in the drafting phase. You can't really expect Bigatron to just stay flat. You have to expect a very dynamic, a very adaptable drafting phase from Bigatron Alpha.
That has been the problem for Bigatron Alpha, right? Very, very flat, very, very predictable, especially versus RRQ. The last match there, Naomi just mirroring every kind of movement coming in from Super Ken, especially. He has to adjust that pattern of jungling. He has to adjust the engage, the gankings to the side laners. But here we go. the drafting phase for both of these teams. A lot of reds in this arena.
A lot of reds, and in the drafting phase, you can see a lot of purple in the bands for Bigatron Alpha. Valentina and Yves, a very mid-lane centric strategy. They're trying to make sure that Sin, the new face for Aura, one of the newer players here, does not get his comfort picks and make sure he stays in an uncomfortable position and maybe a position that Bigatron Alpha can take advantage of in the mid lane.
A good strat. It's a very good strat to try to lock Sin down. We've seen that Sin in his one match or the two matches that he played in MPL Indonesia. Whenever he doesn't get his comfort pick, he tends to make some mistakes that ultimately give their opponents a chance to win it and come back in the game. I think Banana actually was able to outplay Sin on that Farsa, and that's why Bigatron Alpha are letting him go on the Farsa. They've only banned the Valentina and the Yves. They want Aura Fire to put this rookie on a vulnerable mid laner. And just like that, from Aura, it's still the typical bans going up against Bigatron Alpha. We've seen this formula from time to time again. You want to take out the Fanny, the Joy, maybe sometimes the Link, but in this case, Melissa for Socket out.
Interesting bans coming in from Coach Aldo. Yes, you're right, Mirko. I think this is not a matter of respecting the hero pool coming in from Sin. It's just locking his potential down. But it goes both ways also. When you have two quote-unquote mid laners on your team for Coach Aldo, you can gotta play crazy strats, right? We've seen Fredrin in the mid lane for Supervin, especially the last game. He's been playing really good as well, those kind of tank mid laners. But you can also expect a very, very peculiar mid laners as well from Super Key too, because he has also a really, really wide hero pool. And speaking of really wide, Paquito, wide variety of uses.
Well, Paquito can be flexed around, but for Bigatron, the Kadita is available. It's been a very menacing pick, but no, they go for the Faramis instead, going for something a bit more passive. And like you mentioned, Shevin, they bring out the Fredrin. Both these heroes in the current meta can be flexed around. It's unlikely that we're going to see a Fredrin mid, but against Coach Aldo, you never know, man.
And that's the thing, the lingering impact of what they were able to achieve last week. Putting the Fredrin, flexing it, not to the XP, not to the jungle, but in the mid lane, like you mentioned. Vin was able to utilize it, and then they went for a Diggy Mage, something we've never seen before. Well, we have technically, just for the emblems, but the fact that he played it that way was very interesting. But yeah, this is something that Bigatron Alpha have kind of stayed away from. Putting Super Ken on the utility junglers. Now they're going back at it. They understand that, hey, maybe it's not the best to give Super Ken these assassins, especially up against opponents who are as good at taking objectives like Van here. And Aura Fire, surely enough, they will utilize that Paquito as a flex, and they will pick up the signature Beatrix Farsa.
Ooh, two solid backliners here for Aura. Like you said, Mirko, but maybe in this game, Assassins could be the answer against two very long-range heroes in Beatrix and Farsa. But for Bigatron, they take the Grok as well, so potential to open up the map without getting punished for it. And in the late game, you can best be sure that this Grok will be looking to try and find opportunities to make his way in the backline. If he lands a wild charge on the Beatrix, on the Farsa, that could be the end of the team fight for Aura Fire.
And it's still a flex pick, right? Fredrin and Grok as well. Hell, we can even see Joy getting picked up by Bigatron Alpha here because the Fredrin can be flexed towards that jungling area, and Fredrin in the hands of Super Ken is very, very good. Vin also plays a great Grok, especially when you have a solid backliner in Aura Fire, especially that Beatrix. If you use that Vengeance on that Joy, it's gonna spell trouble for Aura Fire. But I believe Super Sorizo is not really known for Joy as well, and he's not really a typical Joy man, I'd say, because Joy is not very good at cutting lanes, and most of the time Sorizo, he wants to cut the lane, he wants to be really, really fast to engage or to rotate into the team fights. And I don't see Joy getting picked by Bigatron just for that factor.
Yeah, I mean, it's already banned out anyways, right, in the first phase.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
I missed that.
Yeah, for Bigatron Alpha, I don't think they're really concerned about that. When you see a Grok, usually it's almost confirmed that it's going to go to Sorizo for Bigatron Alpha. They ban out the Martis. Wow, they're really nailing Van down in the second phase.
They're denying all these picks that Van can use to contest, to go with a 50-50. His retribution at this point is a bit of a worry for Bigatron. If you're not sure that you can consistently win out against it, whatever, just ban all the heroes that allows Van that playmaking potential. So for Bigatron right now, without all these mobile, card control immune assassins and fighters for the side of Aura, they can try and look for something they can try and get a pick that can just punish those tankier fighters or those immobile assassins for the side of Aura.
And I like the fact that the ones that Garipan is Mortis and Lancelot, right? Those two are really good at objectives, especially if you're up against Fredrin and Grok, which can also stunts you in objective team fighting, in objective 50-50s. If you're using a hero like Basha or other utility junglers out there, it's gonna be harder for you to execute those retries. And Aldo knows that Van is one of the best retry user in MPL Indonesia. Might be the best too.
Might be. I would agree, especially considering now with the Lancelot and the Mortis ban, it's most probably going to be Fredrin in the jungle. They'll pick up a 1-1 here, as I would actually expect, right? With the Melissa and Claude ban, you would expect the Claude first, but then those two are banned out. Against the far side, the 1-1 is tough to play against, but it's really the only option. They cannot go for the carry here. And then later, they can Saken on the Harith, I would say, makes sense, but they still lack a little bit of physical damage coming in. The Fredrin's going to be utility. Anyways, for the last pick, I honestly feel like this could be a Khalid game, looking at how much backline presence Aura have.
It seems like for Aura, it's going to be Novaria and Akai, so doubling down on the long range and the crowd control, having an Akai will ensure that this dive comp from Bigatron will not be able to find Aura, but that's only if Bigatron are only approaching from one direction. If they try and flank around, it's going to be a very difficult game for Aura to try and keep their distance with only a Paquito and an Akai as a protection tool. In the fights though, like you mentioned, Mirko, this 1-1 is going to be zoned out by so much long-range spells. For Bigatron, I think they need something more in the catch department, because otherwise Aura is going to try and avoid as much as possible.
Well, you're going to go for a catch. You can also go for a peel or a healer here. Florid and Estos is still open for Bigatron Alpha, but I doubt they'll go for that route.
Franco?
And going for more of a lockdown hero. And they go for a sustain here. Interesting, because I would say Paquito does quite well against Uranus, but other than that, I don't think this is a good comp against a Uranus.
Against the Uranus, man, it's a lot of long-range poke, and Uranus is actually very well adapted, very well designed to deal with all this long-range poke damage. So I think it's a great pick for Bigatron and for Aura right now. If they want to make sure that they get a pick off, they must ensure that there's enough damage, that they're snowballing hard enough, or they have to ensure that there's some kind of lockdown. They might be forced to use the Akai and its heavy spin in a more aggressive manner, which means that Bigatron will have more chances to dive towards that backline. So it's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors situation.
But this is Kabuki we're talking about here, Arashi. Probably one of the best micro players in that gold lane area. Almost second to none. We're going to see here Tenacity. As you said, Arashi, a lot of potential engaged towards Kabuki without any peel whatsoever. It's going to be forced to create on its own. But we're going to go into the first match of victory of Bigatron versus Aura Fire.
This matchup, 0-3 up against 3-1. Number 2 up against the 8th place team in MPL Indonesia Season 12. It's Supervin on the Grok here. Rashi, anything interesting in the emblem department?
Well, he has a focusing mark, so he's going for more of the pick-off style here, even though technically his hero is more designed to be a bit of a teamfight initiator. On top of that, you can see Super Sorizo having the Purify, having the Brave Smite. This, I think, hints at the fact that he's going to try and be a nuisance in the side lanes, and he wants more sustain and more survivability to escape from those big initiations, those big pick-off attempts from Aura Fire. If Bigatron Alpha can split apart Aura Fire, then these backline members that require the Akai and the Paquito to stay safe, they are now much more vulnerable. And if you look at the emblems, a lot of tenacity is coming from Bigatron Alpha, knowing that if they don't get fully bursted down, they can withstand and regen through the majority of the damage coming in from Aura Fire.
And another interesting to point out here is also, it looks like if you want to go for a chase, Quantum Charge is just the way to go. Fun, like it's a bit weird, you know, when we see Quantum Charge on an Akai, usually you go for other stuff, but Super can also, with that utility jungler, Quantum Charge. A lot of Quantum Charges here.
Everything, just Quantum Charge. I think this is the most flexible emblem that you can take right now, and Bigatron Alpha are definitely utilizing it here. Though I do want to talk about this focusing mark. We've seen it time and time again. Wait, Super Kendall able to lock Aran down for a bit, this new rookie from the MDL. But yeah, focusing mark on the Grok, Arashi.
Focusing on the Grok means that if you just go in with the wild charge on one of the members of Aura Fire, you mark him and allow your teammates to do 6% more damage to the guy. So against the jungler especially, maybe they can try and go for a strat to go on to Van.
Wow, wild charge coming down there, but it doesn't matter. Van still able to secure it with a heavy spin and good zoning from this rookie. All the way from the MDL, Iran was able to push Super Ken back. And now, Bigatron Alpha, they have the retry advantage. They're looking for an invade. Super Ken already walking them down. And Cerezo tries his best to distract up top. Super Ken with a taunt now for the airstrike coming down. Van gonna be able to knock Super Ken up, but that's the Appraiser's Wrath. Taking Van really low with the Ionic Edges. It's enough, and Super K takes first blood for the Red Terminators.
Looks like the lack of heal here is not only evident for Kabuki, because we haven't seen that, but the lack of frontliners from Aura Fire kind of kills the objective department as well, because the only one that is going to contest, that is going to take all the damage, is Van and Van only. Even Arn is not there because he's getting chunked quite low versus Cerezo.
For Aura Fire right now, they can't really afford to just be forced into those objectives. I mean, I know they want to contest the purple buff and ensure that Van has it, but against the composition of Bigatron Alpha right here, all the fighters, all the sustain and the cold altar, you can't go in all in against this team. But look at that, that's gonna be Mirko against everyone. But keep in mind, Mirko has something extra going on.
At this point, it's over, man. The Mirror Bless era lasted like, what, 2 weeks? It was Snapdragon, and then 1 week of MPL ID, and then everything turned back again. So right now, we gotta do that. We gotta turn it around again. I don't even know how I'm in top 3,
God.
but Arashi is #1.
What's the secret here, Arashi? 21, 6 more than everyone else here.
Might just be instinct, man. I have no idea. But look at that, Van goes in.
Oh, wow. Super Van is able to escape there with the power of nature somehow. Super Key with a good cold altar gets them out. Now Saken is looking for the Weeze. Oh, yep, nothing you can do out of there. Van used up the heavy spin, and it becomes just a free kill over to the Terminators. Good use of the wild charge.
Like we're saying, if you're forced to use the heavy spin aggressively, now you have no defense mechanisms for yourself. If they keep shutting down Van like this means that the next few objectives is going to be a lot easier to contest for Bigatron Alpha. So Aura Fire, they need to be a bit more careful in who they sacrifice in the situations.
Well, there's already a little bit of a skirmish there for the XP laner. Super Cerezo on his comfort pick, this Uranus that we've seen before. It takes it away from Van. I don't know if Iran actually took it away, but still, it's value. You take it away off of the jungler from the enemy team, and look, he's still there! Uranus, what a nuisance!
There's no way there's enough damage in the hands of Aura Fire to try and deny that, but look at that, Super Key forced to flicker away, but immediately, Super Ken already trying to find ways to push Van even further behind. They will be able to get this orange buff though, so when it comes to control, both teams still have it, but the longer this game goes, I feel like Bigatron Alpha, they will have more opportunities to try and make something happen, especially once these turrets, especially the tier 1 turrets, once they start falling down, there's going to be more ground to contest for both these teams.
Total take is still equal, but you see the gold lead here is actually taken by Aura Fire, 400 gold lead, even though Bigatron Alpha already has 2 kills on their favor, but Vin getting locked down.
Heavy spin, locking him down. Cold Ulcer saving him and giving him so much more resources. Wild charge onto the back right now. Super Saken has a crossbow attack, but it's only on to Van. Aura Fire have a beautiful pick here under their wing. High flickering out. Super Ken with the Retribution slows him down. Shadow Stampede brings him back for Super Ken to slice High out of this land of dawn. Meanwhile, Sin and Kabuki, does seem like Super Ken is trying his best to delay these recalls, but the Terminators are just looking for the objectives now.
Looking at the macro play right here, the wave cut by Super Cerezo will allow Bigatron to most likely have a turret lead here soon after, unless Sin and Kabuki try and do something risky. Look at that snipe though. Woof.
Which snipe? The Render's Apathy?
Yep.
Yeah, the Feather Airstrike didn't connect though. Unfortunately for Sin, I don't know, Sin hasn't really been able to fully utilize the Sparsa. He's been roaming, all right? He got 1 kill on the board, but it isn't the level of impact you would expect. He's been miscalculating a lot of the range here. What do you think?
I actually didn't see a lot of impact too as well, but I think that's more of a, because the composition that Aura Fire has doesn't really enable the backliner from Aura Fire himself. Because Bigatron Alpha, so far, the punish is really good. Every time Finn gets locked down, Super Ken is always there to back him up. And when he goes straight to the backline, or even just high, it's gonna spell trouble.
They're gonna go in onto Van, force a heavy spin. What? Super Ken, how? He still got it. No retry was used. What was that? Just a burn?
That's insane. What? Out of nowhere there, Aura Fire tries to force Bigotron Alpha into the fight, but now they're the ones getting engaged on.
Two-man taunt into the Stampede, bringing high back as Supercan knocks Sin down. Up. Wow. Even with the taunting here, Appraiser's Wrath coming down. Not going to be able to take him out, though. Sin is able to flicker out, but Bigotron Alpha, they've turned the gold lead around. Super Vin with a wild charge right onto 2. Kabuki's still able to get out of harm's way, but Super Key is looking for Sin despite him flying out of the map. And Bigotron now have complete control, even of Aura Fire's jungle.
And the trend continues for Aura Fire, falling off in the late game, even though doing quite well on the objective to partner, even though only getting 1 turtle. They're playing against Bigotron Alpha that has a lot of punish for that objective battle. I would say 1 turtle is already fine, but in this case, if he keeps this up, this is gonna be really hard to come back to.
I mean, you're saying it's late game, but it's only 8 minutes. Is Bigotron Alpha just being a lot more aggressive and making use of their full team composition? As we mentioned, with Aura Fire, yes, you have solutions in your composition only if Bigotron Alpha comes from the front. When they are trying to contest the turret in the bottom side, Aura Fire, they are forced to stay and have no control in the jungle, and that allows for that flank. And now it's going for a dive as well.
Yeah, Iran here running away. Good escape with the sprint. Super Saiyan held down on the Inspire though, so he still has it, looking for the next fight. Bigotron Alpha have this lead, and they've taken the tier 2 down below. A lot of map pressure to play with. Good Astral Echo revealing the members of Bigotron Alpha. They're giving space to Kabuki, but not enough space as Supercan just walks down this wave up top.
Well, it seems like that's going to be the game plan for Aura Fire, considering how much high ground potential that they have. Feathered Airstrike, you have Novaria with the spot up with the Astral Echo and Astral Sphere. They also have a lot of wave clear for that Beatrix as well. Even if the only one left is Inhibitor Turret for Aura Fire, I think I could put some faith into them that they can kind of come back from this predicament.
Well, on the base, they'll have a proper front to back every single time, but look at the situation right here. Aran getting jumped on.
Delayed wild charge. Aran now trying to get out, using the knockout strike. Meanwhile, on the back, Fan doing some damage. Super Saiyan still holding on to the crossbow tanks. The Feather Airstrike takes Super Vin low, but Super Chorizo now pops in the consecration. Whoa! What a snipe from high from downtown, using the Astral Sphere. And now Bigotron Alpha, they're down 1 member. Aran can just get back to full HP.
Credit all that to Aran after distracting a lot of resources. Might be in trouble here. There's a lot of dashes to go out there, and this is the beauty of Paquito. The uses is just a lot of variety that can be used. You have the knockup, you have the damage, you have the shield. It's just anything can be used if you're using Paquito.
And right now with Super Chorizo in the front, look at him. He is still full HP because the regen. There's no one on the side of Aura Fire that can do enough damage. Only Kabuki, I think, and he pulls Van back in, and he will be jumped on for now, but no. Bigotron Alpha, they maintain full control over the Lord.
Astral Echo onto 4. Super Key still able to get out with the Stampede now. Super Chorizo taken very low. Nibiru's Passion as well. Heavy Spin going to be used up, but Supervin locks him down for a bit. A Alter comes down, and it's Super Ken who wins the Retri battle, even getting a kill. Now the Shadow Stampede bringing Aran back just for a bit, but Super Ken stays in the front of it all, not letting anyone from Aura Fire touch his back line.
Wow, man. This Uranus pick, I think, from Bigotron Alpha is just so value. Because in that fight, there was so much damage traded back and forth, but with having a Uranus means that you can just stay there infinitely. And look at that, Super Chorizo looking to once again just push members from Aura Fire away behind.
Whoa, Appraiser's Wrath coming down. Super Ken was able to just delay that. Sin, utilizing the Feather Airstrike, knowing full well there was a Fredrin. Again, the rookie, he's getting read out like a book by the robots.
He's getting read out, but he's doing quite well for his position. Especially, you have to create on your own in this case, because the backline is not going to be enabled when you have Chorizo on your face 24/7. Back and forth trade damage is not going to be able to do anything for Aura Fire, because this is Uranus we're talking about. He's just going to heal up to max HP in no time, and they're just going to control all the turret available for Bigotron Alpha.
The 7 powered waves from the Lord take moving in right now, so they can still try and pressure all the turrets. And now with only 1 more turret left in the mid area, I think Bigotron Alpha, they can just slowly and surely go for it or set up a bit more of a dive. You see Super Vin and Super Ken just waiting for an opportunity. But I think it's going to be slowly but surely Bigotron Alpha just weathering the turret down.
Let's see. Van doing a good job. Just holding that wave down, not letting it crash into the turret with a good feather airstrike. Let's take a look at the in-game equipment here. 12-minute check.
Well, for Van, going up against so many fighters right here, he just immediately goes for the Anticuras, ensuring that those ability-based damage dealers just get their damage lowered quite a bit. On top of that, having the Athena shield, he is just geared for anti-burst, right? He doesn't want to get picked off, so he goes for all these tools right here, but in the long fight, it means that he can't really stay in the front line. Someone else needs to do that.
Wild charge on the Kabuki, but he still gets out. The Stampede, though, brings him back. Now Super Chorizo jumps on and picks up the kill. Meanwhile, Aran all the way in front. Super Saiyan gets baited in, pops into Win of Nature, but he falls to the turret. My goodness. Aura Fire able to create some chaos to get Sakin off the board, and Aran now just clears out the wave on this Bakito, jumps back in onto 4 members, though. This is a risky move. Stampede bringing it back. Aran on the back. My goodness. Forcing Super Key out, and just like that, they've gotten some more space to play with.
Oh man, like this guy's super rookie indeed, because Aran so far has been one of the key members for Aura Fire in this team fights, zoning everything down and also giving some space to Aura Fire's backliner to do damage. And this might be the game plan that they're looking for. Just for Van, just try to peel for the backline, let Aran cook on his own.
Well, Aran right there also save his spells for when he gets pulled back by the Stampede and then unloads all his damage onto Key. So that was a very wise decision. But right now, it seems like there's a bit of an issue for Bigatron. You can see that without Super Saiyan, they don't have enough damage at this point in the game to take down all the beefier members like Aran, like Van in the front line. So that could be a weakness, that could be a target for Aura Fire to try and at least zone Super Saiyan away and then win the fights that way, unless Bigatron Alpha are the ones forcing it on them right now.
Let's see, they're gonna go in once again, trying to force that heavy spin from Van. Finn, though, is holding on to that wild charge, doesn't want to use it a bit too early into the fight. Good snipes on Super Saiyan. Look at the back as well. Aran doing a good job at flanking for the airstrike coming down, and this might just be it. Oh, good heavy spin, and Kabuki's the one who finds it. Now Bigatron Alpha on the back foot. Another beautiful Astral Sphere onto Super Key, forcing him back, and guess what? Aura Fire are back, equalizing the gold lead completely.
A lot of hesitation coming in from Bigatron Alpha. They don't know what they're trying to focus on, because Aran is in the backline, the threat is there for Super Saiyan as well. Even in the front, you have High, you have Sin with the Feather Airstrike. It's gonna be really hard for Super Saiyan to make anything happen at all. He has to rely on Super Fin, which already uses his concealed play and doesn't really have anything to work with. Super Saiyan so far only 1-1-1, not much impact so far in this game.
Super Saiyan pressured to be more of a damage dealer right now. He's forced to move forward and take a lot of poke damage, and Bigatron Alpha cannot do that. They need Super Chorizo to stay in the front and be that main tank soaking up all the poke damage. With the Lord, Aura Fire has one more extra front line. They can look to try and just flank around, get the poke damage onto Key and Super Saiyan before the fight even begins.
Oh, this is where it gets scary for the Terminators. Chorizo pops in that consecration. Top side does a wild charge, baiting out the heavy spin, but Van is able to bring Super Vin back just a bit. Astral Echo revealing them! Oh my goodness! The shutdown Kabuki flickers forward, forcing Super Vin out and forcing a Cole Alter. One member down, no Super can to play with. Oh my god, that damage! And a snipe from Kabuki! Now they're looking for the siege. Super Chorizo trying to hold them down, but Aura Fire might be able to take this game with another siege into the mid lane. So much range to deal with, and Bigatron Alpha, they are crumbling.
Godly kites from Van, godly kites from Kabuki as well, and they're trying to siege down there. Feather SI forcing a flicker away from Super Key. Super sorry, slow!
Still able to escape for a bit. A good wild charge delaying the inevitable. But 3 waves coming down. Super Key's the only one who can defend. It's still 0 seconds now. Super Ken finally respawning back in. Retribution on the wave. Super Ken holding the game in his hands. Now up against Van, who's just staying in the front line, giving space to the back line. Another Renner Apathy on the Super Key. Sakin finally respawning back. And Bigatron Alpha, they can let go of that gas. My goodness, the relief for Bigatron Alpha.
Off the back of a single Lord, 6,000 gold earned, 6,000 EXP earned as well. Bigatron Alpha lost every single turret in one fell swoop. Aura Fire, this is the siege comp that they have crafted, and without any chaos, at the backline, towards Kabuki, towards Sin, they can just win it out like this again and again. Bigatron Alpha right now, they're the ones who have a question posed towards them. What can they do when Super Saiyan is just under too much danger? Let's look at the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip in that defense. Super Vin going in for the wild charge. And fortunately for Bigatron, the AoE damage coming in from Super Key is enough to just clear out the waves. But they lost a lot of members and they're forced to just sacrifice their death timers again and again to ensure that the game doesn't end right then and there. And Aura Fire, before Bigatron Alpha can even recover from the situation, they are going for a free, uncontested Lord yet again.
Seems like the solution is, as you said, Arashi. There has to be some creativity in Vince's engage. Has to be concealed from the back, a flank from the back, because if they're trying to go a proper frontal back, that's what's gonna happen to Supercan. As Immortality is gonna be pop off, that is a huge resource, especially if you're facing a lot of punishes in Van.
Oh, Bigatron Alpha had the 3 tanks to sustain, but it's only useful in the mid-game. When they get to the later stage, this is what happens. They're gonna collide, they're gonna collapse, but they're gonna poke the Supers down slowly but surely. Vin holding on to that Lord, not letting it crash into the turret right now. The airstrike gets popped in with a heavy spin as well. Sakin brought back to the team with the Cold Ultra used up now to save him. Super Sakin still kiting away, using his fire. A wild charge on a Kabuki gets him down. And Aura Fire are forced back, but Bigatron are still looking for the chase now with a Stampede and Flicker from Super Key. He wants to get that kill on Van. He's still able to dash away for a bit though. Now the Red Trees coming in, Sin's taken low, Flicker's out. Super Key still looking for that one last shot that will take the Panda down, and there it is, the mega kill for Key.
Looks like the glaring weakness for Aura Fire's composition is very evident in that team fight, because they have no proper engage tools outside of Fan. If he uses the heavy spin to engage, he doesn't have anything to work with to get away from that crossbow tank, or even try to get away from any kind of death whatsoever. And that leaves the backline wide open for Vin and Chorizo to get deep into the back line.
Aura Fire right now, they cannot just go for the usual strategy of engaging with the Lord and going for a team fight. They have poke damage, they have burst. We've seen that even Supercan, even a Fredrin falls victim to this long-range burst damage. I think Aura Fire could very easily do the same thing and use the Lord as a bit more of a secondary front line. But when they go in for a fight like that, that just puts more advantage in the park for Bigatron Alpha. And with that huge fight right here, Bigatron Alpha now have more control around the map, but they still have no turrets. So it's still going to be a very tough situation. It all comes down to, again, the bush control, the pickup strategy. And when it comes to that situation, I think Aura Fire doesn't really win out in the composition department.
Map pressure-wise, though, Bigatron Alpha are losing on all fronts. They still have Uranus to clear out that bottom lane. But that's about it, right? If it's not the Uranus clearing it out, then they're going to have to send core members from their team fight comp to clear out these waves.
Look at the items right here for Kabuki. He has the Malefic Roar, but at this point, even though he's a Beatrix, even though he's doing a lot of damage, with the Blade Armor being built for both the Grok and the Uranus, they're just really tanky around, and with Aura Fire doesn't really protect Kabuki in this fight. Might be a bit too difficult for Saken though. Vin is around, so he will be relatively safe. But back to my point, Aura Fire, they have to try and protect Kabuki, because in that fight, Super Chorizo was just all up in his face, doing damage, outlasting his damage as well. So I think it's a bit of a balance for Aura Fire. They need to be aggressive, but also defensive at the same time. For Bigatron Alpha, it's a lot more straightforward. Just going for a huge fight, and now seeing that Aran is in front of their base, actually. They're going for the Lord. And I don't know if they want to go for the 50-50 though.
Let's see if they do. Chorizo's gone to a point where, whoa, Key, whoa, he flickered. He flickered for nothing. A big mistake already, a blunder, and I don't think did Aura Fire notice it. Meanwhile, though, you got to take a look at Aran. This guy from the MDL rookie, already playing in the MPL with no jitters, no sign of nervousness. He's able to bait in the marksman all the way into the base. Look at the space that he's bought enough, and Chorizo loses his immortality into the Menace Rage. There's still a Cold Altar to save his life, though, able to escape for a bit. The Astral Sphere connects. Meanwhile, Aran, he's still able to escape for a bit longer. He finally gets his immortality pop, but no! They leave it away! And now, Bigatron have lost everything! Aran! Holy moly, what a play from the new Dragon!
Who let this guy cook? Oh my goodness, and he's still alive with the immortality intact. This is the almost full tank build for Paquito is 4. No damage whatsoever. You get the tankiness. You have the disengage. You also have the dashes to get away. And they're trying to siege the base here.
No way. They might actually look for the end right now. It's an Evolved Lord in the 22nd minute, and Aran again is just menacing in the back. Super Key just playing in the back. Vin still acting as a front line, eating up the whole Bennett's rage. Now though, the Lord has been cleared out, and Bigatron Alpha can breathe out a breath of relief. Once again, Immortality bought from Super Ken. It's off cooldown. Another wave coming down, but it's gonna come in one by one. First in the mid lane, Van locked up. Maybe forced to use this heavy spin, but he holds off from it. He's going to be taken quite low to half HP. A good render apathy now as an Astral Echo gets thrown out to the midst as well. No Astro's Field to connect right now, but the Airstrike is able to connect on the Super Ken, who still is able to keep his immortality intact. Meanwhile, Sorizo holding them back once again. Wow. Bigatron with another good defense.
Oh my goodness, I think we're on a deadlock here for Aura Fire as well, because again, no proper engage tool, and you're forced to poke. And when you have a solid frontliner in BTR that can heal up in no time, like what's that gonna do? You have to rely on the micro plays from your backlines and hope they'll get somehow they'll get Saken or Super Key out of the picture.
The closer you are to your base, the more you can sustain. So for the Bigatron Alpha, that is exactly what they're using to delay this game right now. Unless all the poke damage, the pickoffs, just land on Super Saken or Super Key, that's a lot of wave clear. I think at this point Super Key becomes the more valuable player because he is the one with the AoE damage that can clear all these waves pushing at the same time towards the base of Bigatron Alpha. Even if Super Saken was alive, it's going to take a bit longer for him to do so, and look at that. They understand the importance, they try and go for the snipes onto Super Key. Bigatron Alpha needs to respect this and position accordingly. Make sure that the front line is always in the right situation to cover the backline more vulnerable members from all that danger. And for now, the macro situation, I think, just favors Aura Fire due to that Paquito, man. Aran is just doing so well. And Super Sorizo on the notorious Uranus pick. There's just too much damage on Aura Fire. He might get picked up again!
What? Now you see him, now you don't! Aura Fire with a magic trick now as the Astral Echo reveals 3 members from Bigatron Alpha. Can they end now? There's no proper frontliner.
Well, there is still 2 in Vin and Ken, and I think that's enough. And Super Saken, I think if we were to go for like Hot's Claws, I kind of like the itemization if you actually go for it, because when you have a lot of poke damage and you have an item that can heal you up in no time, and I think that's gonna be really good for you. And Aura Fire, I think they have to be really patient in the next team fights and just try to not go for like all ins. Just try to poke. If it goes in, if it hits an opponent, that's good. Always do that again and again until someone is dead.
Aran.
Doesn't really matter if they failed over and over again.
Look at this man. Aran is buying so much space for Aura, and it becomes another Evolved Lord for free. Saint DeLucas is impressed. He coached Diablo, now he's coaching Aran. A new star in the making as he makes a statement in his debut up against Bigatron Alpha.
But now the same question is being posed for Aura Fire. How are they going to crack open this defense? This called Alter. They got to do something surprising, or they got to land that perfect combo, a Render's Apathy, a Astral Sphere, as well as a Feather Airstrike. They have all the tools available. They just have to wait for the right moment where Super Key needs to move forward for the called Alter to clear the waves, and they have to time everything at the same time. With the Lord coming in, if they manage the wave properly as well, this could be the end for Bigatron Alpha, but at this level, at the MPL, you just don't know. Bigatron Alpha, they could very easily make something happen right here.
Look at that angle on the Astral Echo. Glad you pointed it out, Shepin. Now Spheres coming down. Aran still holding off from going in here. As Bigatron Alpha still have the grasp onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at the Bennett's Way. Slowly but surely, they crack the Robot's defense down with the Call Alter already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. They're taking game number 1 against the Red Robots, the Red Terminators, against all odds.
Name me a better debut than Aran did in this game. I could only think of Sans with that 4 legendary games in his MPL debut, but Aran is looking like the next up for Aura Fire. Only 1 game, and I'm properly convinced, at least at this Paquito.
Man, the Paquito pick, it's so good, but Aran just makes it look even better. What a breath of fresh air for Aura Fire. Taking one game against Bigatron, a team that's relatively dominating in the MPL right now. The composition was great, the execution was great as well. Who says Aura Fire is a team that crumbles the later the game goes? They have proven that they can do it. They have to do it one more time to secure the victory against Bigatron Alpha.
Oh snap. That's what you think right now if you're Bigatron Alpha. Oh snap. Aura Fire are back. And what a way to come back, to show yourselves back in the MPL stage. 0-3, now on the way to possibly their first win, match win in MPL Indonesia Season 12.
I was not convinced at the draft at all from Aura Fire, but they played that quite well, especially later in the game. They exactly knew how to play around that composition and how to poke the front line, at least try to get some damage into the back line. If it doesn't land, it doesn't really matter whatsoever. Just try. And that one time it goes through, you pull the trigger.
I think it's a bit uncharacteristic of Bigatron Alpha in a way, because in the team fights, they have all the answers for all the questions, right? Poke damage, crowd control, they have all the solutions right here. But in the big picture situation, right? When it comes to map control, when it comes to contesting that Lord, that Paquito pick just shows once again why it's so much better even compared to Uranus, right? You talk about sustain, you talk about tankiness, look at what Aran is able to achieve single-handedly, right? Without any backup from his team. This is why the Paquito is just so good right now, and Bigatron, they overlook that completely, man. They lose out in the Lord Dance every single time.
I've already said this, Miracle Rashi. Behind every miracle play, there's always a huge blunder. And I think the blunder was the shot call to chase around to the base. And I gotta say, I didn't really expect Aran to pull it off, especially with Immortality intact. And the fact that Sorizo is also going for Aran is really bad. Like, 2 is already enough. Like, what would you go for 3 when in the Lord, there's already 4 of Aura Fire ready to burst the Lord down? Like, what was going on at the time? Whose shot call was that?
Sorizo wasn't the one who was chasing, it was Vid.
No, like the later part, Sorizo.
The last one.
Yeah.
Okay. But the one with his Immortality, when his Immortality stayed intact, right? Then that was not Sorizo.
No, like when Aran goes back into the bottom lane, Sorizo actually goes for Aran at the time, I believe.
No. I don't know which timing you were talking about, because the one where he stayed with his Immortality was the one where Vin and Sakan was the one chasing him down. Well, but here it is, the player of the game.
Like we mentioned, he was just doing so well. Going with a half, he has a Bloodlust Axe. This is an option that a lot of players right now, only with the Festival of Blood feels enough for sustain, but Aran says no, I want more sustain, more staying power, and he just proves it. With the rest of the items being tanky and the Quantum Charge, he was just so much more mobile with the sprint as well. That allows him to just juke away from all the catch, all the, I don't know, the very short duration catch coming in from Bigatron, and that is just what allows him to be so annoying. The moment you're talking about Shevin, where Sorizo, he was backing away from the pressure of Aura, he does rendezvous and does a bit more damage to Aran, but he just turns around and just jukes everyone, goes back up. At that point, having no more base turrets, having no more objectives to trade around with the Lord take, I think Bigatron, they were just put in a very tough spot, which is, again, a testament to the macro improvements being made by Aura Fire. They are able to make Bigatron the smart, systematic team, right? They just completely bewildered them.
This is the one where I'm talking about, yeah. But I like the itemization there. Fury Hammer completely ignored into a full tank build. He knows what he's trying to do, and he does it perfectly. As you can see here, the hit map for Aran, a lot of in EXP lane, but that doesn't really matter. I'm more expecting to go like the 10. I'm more interested to the chart in the 10+ minute, Arashi.
Over 10 minutes, you're going to see him a lot more in the base of Bigatron Alpha, but before that, it shows you again, right? We talk about Uranus, wave cutting and all that. That's great, but look at what he is able to do as a Paquito right here. Cut waves, stay in the lane, roam around, and be a huge problem. And notice the amount of times he's just deep in the jungle of Bigatron Alpha. He is just constantly threatening the back line. And even at one moment where it looks like he makes a mistake and flickers out for nothing, but he was right next to Aran, and the pressure, the possibility of Aran to just nuke him down is what drives Key to just go for that flicker just to be safe. And that kind of pressure is definitely going to be a big factor going into game number 2.
Yeah, it was towards the end of the fight you were talking about, the Chorizo chase, was when he transitioned from the Lord, yeah, Sheffin? That, I feel like, was, I agree, a missed shot call that wasn't even committed onto. You know, they already sent their main frontliner over towards Aran. We'll get a replay of that play for sure here. But then they stopped. They didn't even want to go for that immortality. They instead forgot about Aran, which was the main shot call, and then they moved over. But let's take a look at the highlights once again. Bigatron Alpha, the fact that they were able to control the early game quite well, but they lost out on that grasp.
I feel like they were actually a bit too aggressive, and they made a few mistakes of their own. Because you see that they can have the advantage when it comes to the aggression, but look at that. You cannot just give out free kills like that to the snipes of Aura Fire. And then again, they were playing essentially for Aura Fire's game plan, right? The 5v5. Because initially, the idea for Bigatron Alpha is to use the Uranus, have the more macro-oriented gameplay, and have the Cult Altar just in case if Aura Fire wants to go for that big fight. So I think whatever they want to do, they can do it fine, but they just have to try and have a bit more consistency in what they're trying to achieve here, especially when Aura Fire is just showing so many different looks. They're doing macro split pushes, they're going for huge team fights, they're doing a lot of different things, and Bigatron Alpha just looks so much more one-dimensional, and maybe it's due to the composition in the first place.
Does this count as a cheese for Aura Fire?
I don't think so, no. We've seen this in Snapdragon and the Varia roam with the Beatrix and the Farsa. I don't think it's cheese. I think it's one of their pocket strats that just wasn't really able to be utilized in the first week, but now they're like, you know what? We're desperate. We're getting desperate for this win. We need this win.
Well, you can see, though, in the late game, right? The only times Bigatron Alpha is able to win is when they get a pick off or they get a shutdown on Kabuki.
Ooh, this one.
And in the late game, in the final fight we're going to see later on, so you see Sin was being zoned away by Uranus, but Kabuki is left completely unchecked. And that is where he just goes in and ends the game. That is the danger of a Beatrix, right? We saw it before when in RRQ's game, where a split second is all it takes for Skylar to flicker in, hits the base 3 times with the Nibiru, and that's a lot of damage to structures.
You're gonna see the itemization here for Aura Fire, both Aura Fire and Bigatron Alpha. You can see the boots already sold off for a Kabuki and Sin going for more damage. That's why a lot of times, like Sin and Kabuki getting chased by Super Chorizo was very evident. And I would say Chorizo in this game did quite well for his role, but other than that, I think one of the blames falls off to Finn because he doesn't really create well enough for Bigatron Alpha to have a good team fight.
He was just trying to be a threat in the front line, absorb damage, but the focusing mark on he wasn't a pick-off hero, right? So going for the focusing mark, even though his team isn't really pick-off reliant, right? They're a team that can do very well in team fights as well. I feel like it was a bit peculiar. I feel like with a different emblem, he can potentially absorb more damage, sustain more, and stay in the fight longer for Bigatron Alpha to actually get a favorable fight. So maybe that can be improved on later on in game number 2. But along with that, you can see that for Chorizo, it's all about survival here, tenacity and firmness. And yet, when he gets picked off, there's no huge crowd control. There wasn't a huge stun, but the sheer amount of damage coming in from the Farsa, Beatrix, and Novaria, it just completely deleted him in that late game. So for Bigatron Alpha, I think if the idea is to survive, I think Uranus isn't exactly the answer for this kind of situation either.
And as we've seen from this Bigatron Alpha lineup, the one without Moreno, they bank on the early game to mid game. They need to end before the 15-minute or on the 15 at the 15-minute. After that, it gets really messy for BTR, and it happened here. Aura Fire were able to weather out the storm, slowly but surely pushing Bigatron Alpha to deep waters, and once they got him in their grasp, in the 17th minute, I believe, was when Aura Fire really came in clutch, taking out a Lord and taking out Bigatron Alpha.
It's a huge power spike when Hai finally gets more items. Being on a roam position, in the initial early stage of the game, he's going to have very few items to work around with, and still very little damage. But the longer the game goes, look at the damage taken, man. Bigatron Alpha broke through the 1 million damage mark, and you can see the difference. Twice as much damage taken than the side of Aura. So in the late game, against a Novaria, you need to be, I don't know, you need to just engage a fight or just have all the defensive items required, because otherwise, it's only a matter of time, man, before she withers you down like that.
Also credit to Van as well, right? Because this is 1-1 we're talking about. It's in terms of punishes. in the front line, when you're the only sole frontliner, it's going to be very hard for you to create something. And he played the kiting game quite well, even though there's some mistakes here and there, but he played around that dashes, that heavy spin really, really well. Even building that winter truncheon in the end just to evade that chain. But in terms of like, I can't really bridge that. I want to bridge chain to Head and Shoulders, but who cares? Head and Shoulders is the best shampoo in Indonesia, or maybe the word. Don't let your match become a mess because of Wet and Itchy Dandruff. Move on to Head and Shoulders. Gatot Kaca and be 100% confident. Wet and Itchy Dandruff will be wiped out, just like Aura Fire wiping Bigatron Alpha. How do you feel, Mirko?
It definitely hurts, especially considering, you know, the early game went so well for Bigatron Alpha, but looking at their composition, it makes sense. Towards the later stage, this composition thrives. That range and that map control, right? I think the main win condition for Aura Fire in that game was, let's not let Bigatron Alpha take any of our base turrets. If that happens, we're good. We're chill.
And once you get to the late game, the gold doesn't really matter, right?
Nope.
But you know what matters in terms of gold? It's UBS Gold. Invest in UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 12 with prices starting from 500,000 rupiahs and get a free MLBB skin available at ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and Blibli UBS Lifestyle.
Well, gold is definitely a big factor in this game. It's a big factor in life as well, so don't miss out. And I believe they have some promos going on as well, so check it out, ladies and gentlemen, because it's only just started right here. We are gonna wait for game number 2 as well. And I expect improvements here, because honestly, the Uranus pick I was a bit iffy about, right? I expect a bit more crowd control or some more split push available for them. But along with that, they also feel like they just need more data to try and go up against Aura Fire, man.
Yeah, and you can get your data in Dunia Games and Telkomsel. Watching your favorite team play, you must be like wanting to play too, right? And make sure you all look cool using your favorite heroes and skins. And don't forget to check your data quota before playing, so you don't ruin your experience in the middle of the game. Well, if you're in luck, because Dunia Games also has a promo for you. Every purchase of MLBB vouchers or items using Telkomsel will give you extra savings and additional 3 gigs of data quota. And hurry up, buy at duniagames.co.id or through the Dunia Games app if you haven't installed it yet.
I mean, they installed it. Come on, there's no way they didn't install it. People who watch the English stream are smart, you know? They obviously have that already. Just like the Aura Fire fans. And hey, even the Bigatron Alpha fans in the building right now. Take a look at the hair cam, though. My goodness.
Okay, hair cam, dude. That's the kind of hair you need to be top tier. And Head and Shoulders will definitely enable you to reach such levels of hair.
Mirko, why are you a Bigatron Alpha fan? Good question.
Good question.
We'll leave it at that.
We're just admiring in silence.
Sheffen's just enjoying the screen a bit too much, getting way too close to the screen. Hey,
I'm trying to focus.
Sheffen,
I'm trying to focus. Okay?
I know you love Head and Shoulders, but come on, man, you know, get into the game, man.
Sheffen just loves Head and Shoulders.
Wait, okay. I'm tempted to go for to become a Bigatron Alpha fan right now, Mirko, but no, I'm still staying for the other team. But this is the star of the match, Aaron the Dragon Rider.
The Dragon Rider. Ooh. Interesting nickname.
That's if he uses Yuzhong, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's Paquito.
He's a boxer.
Yeah.
Aran Tyson or something. I don't know.
the Dragon Boxer.
Aran Yeager. No.
Whoa. Copyright.
Muhammad Aran.
Muhammad Aran?
I wonder if his real name is something like that, but we'll have to see, man. 2-0 against AEX. His debut in MPL Season 12 gets 1 game over Bigatron Alpha, and that's already such a good look. Because recently, with all the new members coming in, there's so much pressure on these newer players to perform in the toughest of situations, but Aran has just pulled it off in just terrific fashion.
That was a debut. If we had to talk about debuts in MPL ID, the fact that not only did he win, the win is after 0-3, a 0-3 start to the season. Horrible Aura Fire start to the season, and he brought him back.
The game changer.
The game changer.
That's just really good. Let's take a look at the Pro Build series, though, for Aran right there. Festival of Blood, Agility, it's all about speed. Quantum Charge for a bit more. The Fighter Emblem, by the way, gives you a bit more cooldown, a bit more spell, life steal as well, so it just synergizes really well with the Paquito. I think Professor KB mentioned it's slightly broken, but people aren't really abusing it yet. Along with that, that key talent, man. getting a movement speed buff for about 40% for 1.5 seconds. And it heals a bit of HP as well, so more sustain, more movement speed. It's exactly what you want, and this is why a lot of heroes are making use of this pick. At this point, the agility, the tenacity, I mean, the movement speed and rotation speed just seems to be such a big factor.
And it's not just that, Rashi. What makes Paquito is very different than other isolating EXP laters out there is just the fact that Paquito can split push. He has the wave clear, he has the rotation speed, he also has the damage to the turret itself, especially if you go for more of a damage build. But in this case, Aran goes for more of a team fight build, enabling his teammates, giving room for Aura's backline to pop off.
I think now for Bigatron Alpha, it's a big reset that they need, right? After a loss to RRQ, it seems like Super Ken was not in the right mental space. But now, after looking at the game, what do you think, Arashi? Is Super Ken still in that mental state where it feels still kind of weird the way he rotates? Or do you think now it's more so the team that made fundamental mistakes that to give Aura Fire the win in game number 1?
I feel like it's just a bit of a miscalculation on the late game and macro department. Usually if you look at Bigatron, on a micro level, they have all the right plays, all the right mechanical maneuvers. And in the macro department, they also have a bit of an edge. They have the right game plan that's just solid and hard to counter. But in this game, it's just a bit one-dimensional. And I already mentioned it. Maybe it's because Aura Fire are one-dimensional themselves, so one-dimensional in fact, that to counter it effectively, Bigatron Alpha needs to be as one-sided as well. This could be the weakness that teams require to try and crack open the code of Bigatron Alpha, but we'll have to see. To make that such a bold statement, we have to see how Bigatron Alpha can adjust in game number 2 first.
Well, I think the main adjustment is very evident. Ban the Paquito for Aran because it's not just Aran itself. Paquito is already a broken hero in this patch, in this meta. It can be flexed towards the jungle area as well. I haven't seen ban on Paquito, but I feel like he's a very good Paquito if we actually give it the chance to prove. But Bigatron fan, no hopes lost. Oh, this is actually Aura Fire fan. Oh, I thought this is Bigatron fan, but they're really happy to finally get their incoming, or maybe not a win after this?
Hey, maybe, right? You can never count them out. Aura Fire this season, it's very different to previous seasons where we have seen, the roster is not changed now. They're really revamping their lineup. Speaking of revamped lineup though, top 3 week 2 junglers, Vincent, number 1, 100% Lord rate, my goodness.
How is that possible, 100%? Man, even Kyrie is on 83.30%. Maybe lesser games, we'll have to wait and see how this stat develops. But for week 2, Vincent just making a very surprise appearance right here, along with Kyrie and Super Ken. 2 junglers that are always being talked about when we're talking about junglers in the current patch.
If it's for Super Ken, like all he has to do is to keep up that momentum, that objective-taking prowess that he has. After the loss against RRQ, as you said, Mirko, the mental block is there. It's very, understandable, right? Because he's a really young player. This is technically his first real season as a PTR member. And I think with the Aldo on the head coach and also the veterancy of Van, the longest tenured player in Bigatron Alpha, he's gonna be A-okay. As long as he can figure it out, Bigatron will be back in the right place.
Let's see if he can pass or jump over that hurdle, get through the hurdle of the mental block. Super Ken, a very young jungler, a very talented one at that. Huge potential, but he needs to keep working hard for that. You can't just get all the way to the top with just talent.
Hard work is also required because hard work beats talent when talent isn't working hard. That's a very great quote that's so relevant in the current competitive era of life in general, but also in Mobile Legends. So now, the question is against Aura, what will Bigatron Alpha try and do right here? Because they tried to match and find a counter to the full poke and go for something that's very dive-oriented, and it hasn't worked out. So maybe Bigatron, they can try and go back to their usual setup of having a very solid 3-man rotation, 3-man aggressive rotation, and giving Sorizo a hero that can really match up to the Paquito, right? Or get in the Paquito, in fact, against Aran right here, who has proven himself. I think they have to give Sorizo the right tools to match that level of impact from Aran.
he already has a good year in Uranus in game number 1, but in terms of impact to the big team fights, I feel like, especially in the late game, it's gonna be harder for him to like some miracle work, especially as a Uranus. Your potential team fight in the bigger picture is gonna be very, very low because you can only tank some damage, you can only deal some damage. There's no like big potential for the Uranus itself. It looks like we're gonna go into the drafting phase for game number 2.
Rather than a Uranus, I feel like if you want tankiness, you want team fight prowess, you can go for the Tarizda as well. I believe it was still left open. That could be an option if both these teams require that team fight heavy back EXP line. But right now, for Coach St. DeLucas, the Joy and the Melissa, same bands. In game number 1, it was the Fanny as well.
Let's take a look at how Bigatron Alpha wanna get through this game. I mean, again, with no changes, it just feels like maybe for Coach Aldo and Raiseboy, they were happy with the draft. And I think, I agree, in the early game, it was great. They just need a bit more in the later stage of the game. Or maybe this time around, they're going to go for the same exact bands, but this time they'll pick up an Assassin to deny the 3 backline members from Aura Fire to come through again.
Right, in a way that was the perfect game for an Assassin to make an appearance because the only peel potential is the Paquito and the Akai. We mentioned the vulnerability of the backline if there was someone that can be that mobile. So that could be a counter. If they want to go for a different way, they can actually go for a different gold laner as well, something a bit more aggressive, a bit more long range. But for Coach Aldo, it's going to be banning away the Paquito and letting go the Paramis without a Valentina to match the Cult Altar.
Is to trick the
Team fight potential is there already for Aura Fire, so it's already a different game plan for Aura Fire from the get-go. BTR, will they respond to more of a pick-off composition, or they will try to match that intensity in a 5v5 team fight? But it looks like it's gonna be an Angel-Ling combo,
should be
possibly, or this is gonna be like an Angela tease first because Ling is still open.
See value in me
for
Fredrin.
Okay.
He should.
Well, Angela plus a tanky fighter with good sustain has always been a huge problem. What comes to mind for me when I saw the Angela was the Boxia. Against the Faramis, there's some value to be had there as well. And it fits with Bigatron Alpha and how they want to just be so aggressive, so mobile around the map. The Fredrin can be used for that as well though. Now for Aura, having already a very team fight oriented ultimate right here, I feel like they have no choice but to go a bit more all in the team fights and maybe secure something else for the EXP lane. They're going to go for the Uranus this time and still have Kabuki getting that Beatrix.
Still very confident in that Beatrix pick, even though over the course of MPL ID Season 12, Claude has been the better pick, has been the more popular pick, especially in the first few phases of the draft. But they're still going for the power hero, that Beatrix. But Aran on Uranus, looks like the tables have turned.
Definitely. Aura Fire have a chance to do what Bigatron Alpha wanted to do with this front-to-back composition, but there you go. As expected, the Ling will come through, placing Fredrin still at a flex pick. We've seen Angela and Fredrin mid before. Now we'll see if that happens again with a Ling in the jungle.
It's a tough situation as well for Bigatron, because honestly, the 2 roamers that are very countering towards Assassins are still available. The Kaja as well as the Franco can be a solution for Aura. And both those picks aren't really that bad in a big team fight scenario either. So that on paper at least, that seems to be what makes sense. But for Bigatron, they're limiting the jungle match, the jungle mobility matching from side of Aura. They ban away that Boxia.
Well, too much fighting, team fight potential from Aura Fire. It looks like Coach Aldo might go for a Claude pick here after the second ban phase, unless Aura Fire bans it out, because the Melissa is not out there for Super Saiyan. Usually, when he's up against this Faramis composition, Melissa is always the choice. But it looks like, I think Claude is going to be a ban, right? No way.
I think so. I think it should be banned out here by Aura Fire. A bit too risky to leave the only hero who can actually escape, deal AoE, and be pretty good in the matchup against the Beatrix as well. That's why they're taking out the Harith, right? They want to give the Beatrix as much room as possible to be a winning matchup. And there you go. The Claude ban as expected, as mentioned, with the Kadita ban coming through the red Terminators.
I guess with the Cloud being banned away, I feel like there's a bit more emphasis in being survivable, being able to avoid the fights. Because as it stands right now, Bigotron Alpha, they have a very good macro game going on with the Angela and the Ling. If they can avoid fights and allow this Ling and Angela to buy time, to be annoying the same way Aran was in game number 1, they have a chance to just split apart the teamfight composition from Aura and get pickoffs instead. So I think survivability becomes a huge priority for the side of Bigotron Alpha.
The choice for Bigotron Alpha here is either to go for a Fredrin mid or pick an actual mid laner with a magic damage there. But I feel like if they pick Deroth as an EXP laner, they're gonna go full ham on that physical.
Oh,
excuse me?
What?
And now it gets even more confusing. Who's roaming, right?
What is going on?
It's the Architect doing work.
A Ruby. I mean, in the big fights, the spammable crowd control from the Ruby could be a nuisance in the middle of a Cult Altar team fight. But I wonder if they're just using it as a pickoff tool or as a sustain tool, right? Ruby just serves so many purposes depending on the situation. So you never really know.
At Snapdragon Pro Series, this Ruby was utilized as an XP laner. But Season 7, Season 8, Season 9, Vin was a Ruby roam specialist. So it comes down to how they want to utilize it at this point. It might even actually be the Angela roam, and then maybe just a... No, it has to be Fredrin XP at this point, or mid, right? With the Ruby pick, it's still XP or roam. I don't know, it's very confusing right now, but Aura Fire, they're the opposite. They're the complete opposite. You know exactly where everyone is going, and it's going to be an Arlet roam for high.
That Lancelot pick is very, very ballsy, man. You have a lot of CCs coming in your way. You have Fredrin, you have Ruby. On top of that, picking an assassin that's quite vulnerable in the front line to getting bursted down is questionable, but I think this Lancelot is going to go for that utility build.
The hybrid maybe.
Going for that War Axe plus probably Hunter Strike, but Coach Aldo still hasn't picked that gold laner or even maybe trying to surprise us without any real marksman, any real DPS composition, but I really don't see that. Oh, there you go.
Oh my goodness.
As I said that, so surely this is still physical pain, right? Will they go magic pain? Because there's no magic damage whatsoever, yeah.
It's gonna be physical, I think, and it's all about dodging away from the big fights for Aura Fire right now. The only real good engage they have is Faramis with a Stampede, which is dangerous, or Arlet going in with the final slash. Both are just very difficult to execute, in my opinion. And against a Bane, moreover, there's so many ways for Bigotron to disengage, and I think that is going to be the game plan. Play full macro and deny Aura any kind of team fight composition, and eventually just crack open the base using the Lord.
See here, Aran rocking that Purify against boatloads of CC coming in from Bigotron Alpha. I've always said that I don't like Bane Gold Lane because you don't proc that passive way too often. And that potential as a jungler is just gone. As you can see here, pure rage just to poke down the opposing laning phase matchup in the Beatrix. But we're going for game number 2 for Bigotron Alpha versus Aura Fire.
Man, the early game is going to be so telling right now because the jungles, that's where the highlight of this game is going to be in. If Super Ken falls behind, there's no way he's going to be able to be that pressure in the side lanes, going for a split push, using the Angela as a utility tool. But if Van is the one that's winning, you can bet that this objective takes for Aura Fire is going to be so much stronger, and Bigotron Alpha are going to be the ones that are going to be quite confused on what to do.
Interesting emblem here from Aran. He goes for Brave Smite. If I were him, I would go for Impure Rage for more damage because there's not much damage that can burst you down in the opposing composition, especially when there's no real DPS and there's only physical damage. You can go ham on that damage a bit more than that durability.
2 Brave Smites on the side of Bigotron Alpha here. With Super Vin on that Fredrin and Chorizo. So it is really a battle of sustain, isn't it? Bigotron have 2 frontliners proper, Aura Fire technically also have 2, but the Arlet with the Brave Smite as well. This is what's going to give them a lot of problems. in early game. Van already with a puncture. Now Supervin getting chunked quite low, force a flicker out, but Van goes in for the Thorn Rose. One more hit, high dives in deep, but Supervin is able to sustain. Sin as well, but Supervin is still alive for a bit. It's a trade in, 1-for-1. Roamer traded in for the mid laner. High now taken low, still able to utilize the Vengeance. And Superken jumps in again and attempts to blaze to secure the kill. Now Van with the Thorn Rose, but Superken jumps out.
Wow, what a punish coming in from Super Ken. Like, every move that he does is just very, very precise, and there's no move wasted whatsoever. Only taking down Finn with a, a big room of error there, but still uses that micro prowess really, really good.
It's going to be a mechanical battle right here, and Big H and Alpha, they have given 1 kill over to Super Ken already. Now with the purple buff being contested though, ooh, hang on.
Oh,
1v1, now Retry battle coming in, and it's still going to be Super Ken who secures it as Van actually utilized the Retry onto Ken. Chorizo in the midst of it all, now getting sniped down, the damage, everything collapsed onto him, even under the turret he falls. Hard guard though is right here, the Tempest Blaze used up, good flicker out from Kabuki as Vin is now all alone. He gets into taunt, he's against 4 members, the final slash isolates him and takes him out.
Oof. A big team fight right there, and the Cult Altar just shuts down any chance for Big H and Alpha to actually strike back in that fight. Looking at the talent prediction by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. It's gonna be Shevin against everyone right here. What happened, bro?
Well, I'm a Uranus user, and I think even if I replace Aran in this kind of situation, I can still kind of play good. I'm sorry for bragging a bit, but I think I know Uranus more than you guys here, and there's no, I would say, real danger from Uranus, but Super Ken waits out, and that Restitution, Esfand gets it very easily.
No chain there. Chorizo wanted to try to change the I'm offended to give Big H and Alpha a better chance at going for that 50-50, but Aurafire bursted it a bit too much. But you were saying, yeah, why the Impure Rage, or maybe why not the Brave Smite? Where did Aran actually go for the Brave Smite?
I think this wants to be a solid frontliner right here. With Impure Rage, he'll have a bit more damage, but like you mentioned, Shevin, without a lot of burst damage available on the side of Big H and Alpha, he might as well be even more unkillable, because on the worst case scenario, they try and target him in the split push or try and pick him off. They have solutions. He has solutions to try and stay alive.
Oh, this gets really, final slash. Tempest Blaze used up. The Appraiser's Wrath as well. Supervin now brought back to the team, and no one's there to follow it up. Now the Phantom Execution at the back. Van with a puncture, with the Thorn Rose. Superken is taken low. Now Van is in the midst of it all, trying to go for the steal right now, but he loses all of his HP, and Super Saiyan just takes his life. Now it's a complete reset back.
2 team fights in a row when Vin made a very questionable engage, and Super Saiyan having a pretty good time in the gold lane here against Kabuki, but looks like it's gonna end now.
It's a dive, 3-man, the damage reduction doing work right now, but it's not enough to save him under this turret. Kabuki gets a kill.
Very difficult early game for Big H and Alpha, especially because Aurafire is just pushing the tempo so hard, forcing all these 3v3, 4v4 skirmishes. And Big H and Alpha, they are not really geared for a huge team fight anyways, but the fact that Super Ken has been able to actually stay even and still get his purple buffs is definitely still a bit of a small win for Big H and Alpha. If they can maintain this level and ensure that Aurafire doesn't take down a lot of turrets in the early game, they can still bank on that late game macro situation. Whereas for Aurafire, they just gotta keep forcing fights like this.
Oh, the Stampede brought him back. Forced to use the Tempest of Blades. Super Ken not given room to even farm here. Phantom Execution used up. Ken's able to dodge away from that, and now the turtle spawns in. Should be a free one for Aurafire. And Big H and Alpha, what do they do now? Mid-game has hit, but their power spike hasn't. They're still looking for this turtle. So Rizzo's position in. Super Ken is in position to look for it, but they do not want to force it. I'm offended, used up to Sin, and it's a disengage now. And Super Ken still tries to look for an angle, and now creates quite a problem for Big H and Alpha as they don't know what to do. They're in disarray. Aurafire take control and capitalize off of Big H's mistake.
I generally don't know what they're trying to do there. Like, if you want to disengage, just go for 4 or 5 men disengage by Kabuki with a flicker here. Super Saiyan will respond with 1-2. High might be in the back. There you go. A cleanup for High, but in that team fight, the hesitation is just very evident. They should have go back from the start when they don't have that hard guy, they don't have that team fight potential, they don't have anything to buff Super Ken. They still committed anyway.
I feel like on both, he's just gearing for a 5v5. Big H and Alpha should just try and back away and go for trades right here. If they can try and get more turrets, there's still chances to try and be significant in the later stage of the game. But right now, Super Ken
Leonard's apathy. Oh, beautiful snipe from Kabuki.
The timing, man. It's just perfectly timed from Kabuki to just wait on that Ranner's apathy, shutting down Super Ken finally, his first death in the game. And Aura Fire, they're gonna look to try and make this even more snowbally as they take down these turrets, and they're gonna go into the jungle and make Super Ken's life even more miserable.
Hai has been doing it all in this game, man. Like, the peel is there, the engage is there, also the punishes is there. For someone that hasn't really played that roaming area so much, he's done way more than enough for Aura Fire.
But they're taking everything away from Bigatron Alpha, even the little jungle creeps here, as Aran is much more menacing than Chorizo was in game number 1. It's a 4,000 gold lead, and for Bigatron Alpha, a composition that relies on the mid-game, do they have what it takes to contest Aura in the late game?
In the late game, I mean, on paper, the Bane can still do some damage. Chorizo with more items on a Ruby can be a bit more menacing, but overall, against a Beatrix, right? I think that's a bit too much damage. And against the Faramis as well, it's a good mix of damage here from Aura Fire that Bigatron Alpha, they don't really have the same kind of AoE and the same kind of combination. They're going for a fight again, though. With a Cult Altar available, I think this is just such a tough situation for Bigatron Alpha.
They can't contest for it right now. It's going to be a free one. Chorizo tries his best to disengage or to try to create some havoc in that skirmish earlier. Super Ken, I believe he still was able to secure the purple buff, though it was not easy with the Uranus there. But yep, it's still secure for Super Ken, and now he's trying his best to just split push to get farm on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I like this. What Super Ken does is you have to completely ignore Uranus because you have no answer whatsoever unless you get into the late game and get that DHS, get that slows, get that also bit of a maybe Sea Halberd to top it off. You can kill the Uranus, but right now it's just no worth whatsoever if you want to go for that pickoff towards Aran.
Wait, Hai. Creating a distraction now. Good final slash. He might be able to solo kill Super Key if it continues here. But it's a good disengage for now. Turrets still on the board for Aura Fire. They're looking really disciplined here after the change they made in the XP lane.
Having a Beatrix on their team just allows them to be a lot more dangerous towards the turrets as well. Even though they don't really step up to try and hit the turret, that Ranner will allow Kabuki to slowly but surely whittle them down. But look at that, Sin gets jumped on.
Flickers out though, now Phantom Execution comes down, but the Tempest Blade is still able to connect. The final slash dodged away from right now, so deadly catch is used up. Superman taken very low, but I'm offended. Is able to bring her on back just for a the Ranner's apathy! From Kabuki again! Finds its mark, threading the needle to find Vin.
How? A lot of crowders there. Somehow, some way he gets to the perfect target in a Super Vin. So far, 1-5-0. It's not the same showing as before with that Fredrin mid laner. Fun with the utility build. Very, very tanky. Doesn't really get punished at all by Bigatron Alpha. And you have that disengage mechanic with that Cold Altar from Sin. So what can BTR do at this point?
They just have to defend, and they have to avoid fights as much as possible. And even if it's, and as a big plus, right? If they really can, then get the purple buff, but I don't think they'll be able to. Aran right now, look at that, being just so tanky. There is nothing Bigatron Alpha can do to ensure that he gets taken out right here. Still having that Purify available. Bigatron will move towards that Lord though still. This could be a chance for Aura Fire to find that winning team fight.
Let's see. Good zoning once again from Aran. A Super Vin walks up, knocks in up now. Chorizo able to escape. Now going for the sustain once again, but the Renner's apathy is charged up. He's looking for a good shot, possibly a Super Key, and if this does connect, it will deal a lot onto him. Fortunately for Key, it lands on Saken, who's able to get healed up all the way. And Bigatron Alpha will concede another neutral objective. The Dragons are feasting on Lords.
Well, the plus side is they know when to disengage. They know when they cannot take the Lord. And a huge item for Kabuki in that Wind of Nature. And right now, Super Ken can just recklessly dive towards Kabuki, which is the main damage dealer for Aura Fire. Interestingly enough, oh, he actually has that Malefic. I thought he rushed that Wind of Nature before Malefic.
You can see for the side of Bigatron Alpha, there's just Dominance Isis and also the Necklace of Durance built up by Super Key. But at this point, they're just so behind that their damage looks non-existent. And considering their composition and the way they've been playing out these fights, it's just so difficult to expect them to do anything. With the Lord coming in with a Cold Altar available, Aura Fire are going to go aggressively here.
Deadly catch used up as well. Now Van is using the puncture styling on Bigatron Alpha. Super Vin gets brought back to the team with a final slash. Still able to disengage though as he dashes forward. No map control at all. Not even the side lanes here can be threatened by the Ling. There's another Renner's Apathy. It's being charged up. He wants to land it on a Prio member. Connects on a Vin, and my goodness! Renner's Apathy and a basic attack with that Renner is enough to take Super Vin down. Now in the mid lane. It's cracked wide open. I'm offended, used up high, brought back to the team. Not enough to take him down with the call Ultra now placed down. It should be Aura Fire with another siege onto the base turret up top. Bigatron Alpha looking bleak for them as they've lost 2 base turrets for nothing.
In Super Vin, he has the Dominance Ice and a Radiant Armor, I believe. So the lack of physical defense just means that with one ultimate and a basic attack, Kabuki, 4-0 right here, can just instantly delete him. And when your main frontline, when your main roamer, that should be opening up the map and having wrestling away control for your team, gets deleted just like that, how are you supposed to try and find anything of value? Super Chorizo, once again, tries to output some aggression towards Aran, but this Ruby pick really hasn't been showing any significant impact.
Well, when your target is very, very tanky, both the jungler in Van and also Aran, also Kabuki has been kiting away or just keeping the distance really, really good. He's not going to be able to do much anyway, unless you have that flicker from Super Zorito, which we haven't seen yet, and maybe that's gotta be the turning point for BTR. But so far, I've seen Super Key and other Angela users actually build a damaged Angela. Does that actually work with penetration choose too, Arashi?
It won't be as... See, when you build more magical power, you do have a bit more healing as well, so it makes sense in a way, but you can't really rely on it as a damage output tool. Maybe in combination with Super Ken when you're going with a hard guard, but on your own, you're not going to be that significant of a damage dealer. So for Bigatron, I think they really have to try and bank on the fact that Sin isn't really using a Purify, right? They can try and jump on him and shut him down before he can get the Cult Ultra open. I think that's the only win condition available for Bigatron Alpha right now.
How do they even kill Aran? There's no way they can even kill him right now.
No way.
Usually you wait for the mid-game power spike for the Ling, and maybe you can actually threaten this Uranus. But at this point, I don't think you can even do that. And now Super Ken, forced to use the Tempest of Blades. My goodness, BTR in disarray, and it should just be the end right here. Aura Fire have what it takes to end the game, unless BTR take Kabuki down. That's the only winning condition I see here. Or not winning condition, defensive condition, to win a defense.
I think they want to do that. They have to do it before the Lord just comes into the base. With the Lord there, you can see the Aura earlier. They just jump on the base and try and end the game and ignore the members of Bigatron Alpha completely. If they can go there now... Oh, they go for an Aran though.
Oh, 5-man all the way onto Aran. Ultra saves him! The final slash collapsing now to Renner's Apathy to chunk them low. Super Ken still in the midst. Aran still able to survive, and it's Van who picks up the kill onto Finn. The base is wide open. Aura Fire, their first win is lingering, and they will do it against the Red Terminators. The fires from the dragon has melted them down.
Oh, man. What a debut from Aran. This game, kind of the same play too, right? He forced a bad shot call from Bigatron Alpha, knowing that he can tank it all, knowing that Sin has that flicker, has that cold ultra to back him up, and also the perfect timing as well from Sin, credit to them. But that shot calls is, again, really weird. You have to realize the extent of Uranus' potential in tanking this kind of damage. Like, you don't have any kind of DPS whatsoever, reliable DPS. Why would you go for that? That is such a desperate play from Bigatron Alpha.
Even earlier, man, going for all the skirmishes against the turtle, when what you have against your opponent, your only advantage is the mobility, is the split push potential. I don't know why they just kept going head-to-head against Aura Fire, who has a Faramis, has a Uranus, has the Beatrix as well. They just don't match up when it comes to damage output, when it comes to combo and synergy. So for Aura, this is finally the win that they require to start a positive trend in the MPL. So congratulations to them, but for Bigatron, man, a lot of concerns for the fan base right now. What is going on?
Let's ask the guy himself.
No idea what's going on. It feels just like they were outclassed in the early game and into the mid game. This time, they went for an early or mid-game draft. what they needed to do was pull the trigger at some point in the mid game, but they weren't able to. They weren't really able to capitalize or even get a gold lead. They weren't even able to bounce up a gold lead. I know a single time in this game it was completely controlled by Aura through neutral objectives, through invades, all just timed to perfection.
Oh, hey, look at that. Who's that?
Ooh, the sleeping dragon.
The sleeping dragon.
This is the.
It would be very unfortunate if he was a, he was a bench player from Onyx. Now he moves to Aura, and Hai is performing really well. So it would be very unfortunate for Samo to end up just sitting on the bench the whole season with Hai's performance.
Well, at least you have a new atmosphere around you. I think that's a new thing as well. But we're gonna see the interview for Monica. Take it away.
Wow, Aran efek, Aran. Wow, kamu debut di MPL Indonesia Season 12 dengan hasil yang luar biasa. Gimana rasanya? Apalagi tadi kamu di game yang pertama juga jadi MVP. Ini kemenangan pertama untuk Aura, kemenangan pertama buat kamu juga di MPL Indonesia.
Biasa aja sih, soalnya kan saya naik MPL emang buat menang kan.
Naik ke MPL buat menang. Tapi ada perbedaan gak sih permainan di MPL? Kamu di MPL Season 8 dan MPL Season 12?
Sama sih, pressure-nya ada tapi kayak have fun aja mainnya.
Oke, pressure-nya ada, tapi have fun aja mainnya. Tapi ada tekanan-tekanan tersendiri gak sih? Ini, apalagi ini debut kamu di MPL.
Ada sih, dikit dong tapi. Dikit
Apa
dong.
tuh tekanan-tekanannya?
Kayak pengen buktiin lah, first debut di MPL langsung pengen jadi rising star lah gitu.
Rising Star, setuju teman-teman, Aran Rising Star ya? Oke. Tapi tadi kita melihat Kabuki di game yang pertama sepertinya it's a hard game. Sulit banget, hampir 30 menit. Tapi sepertinya di game kedua sudah mulai panas. Langsung sepertinya one-sided ke Aura. Kenapa bisa begitu di game yang pertama? Di game yang pertama kenapa sulit banget sampai 30 menit?
Game pertama. Karena nggak tahu sih, memang susah aja.
Emang susah aja ya. Hai, gimana Hai? Di game yang pertama kalian padahal dapetin 4 Lord loh di game yang pertama. Tapi kenapa sulit buat menembus defense-nya Bigetron?
Karena BTR-nya kuat sih kalau defense.
Oke, BTR-nya kuat. Dan selain Aran juga tadi kita lihat Fan. Gimana? Tadi kan awal sebelum match kamu ngomongnya nilai buat Super Ken katanya 11. Masih sama nggak nilainya buat Super Ken? Masih 11 nggak?
Masih dong.
Masih dong. Tapi gimana tadi kamu adu jungler dengan Super Ken?
Jago banget ya?
Jago banget. Tapi kamu dapetin Lord juga secara objektif. Untuk Aura juga dapat Lord lebih banyak di game yang pertama. Gimana tuh rasanya?
Seneng sih. Ya, seneng.
Senang banget ya Aura hari ini. Dan juga kalau kita lihat hari ini line up-nya antara line up kombinasi rookie dan juga pemain lama. Apakah ini kombinasi yang tepat untuk bisa end lose streak kalian? Hai, kombinasi line up dari rookie dan juga pemain lama.
Iya mungkin.
Itu mungkin ya. Anyway, Aura sekarang ada yang baru di Aura ya. Ada Samo HT di Aura. Apakah Samo HT udah memberikan tips-tips buat kamu Hai atau untuk Aura?
Banyak yang gue belajar dari dia.
Banyak pelajaran ya?
Iya.
Bisa jadi salah satu kunci kemenangan kalian kah?
Pasti sih.
Oh pasti. Tapi yang terakhir ada pesan-pesan kah untuk teman-teman Aura Fam Scene? Pesan-pesan buat teman-teman Aura Fam.
Ya untuk Aura Fam yang udah nemenin kita dari 3 kali kalah beruntun kemarin, makasih banyak. Kita sekarang baru bisa menang itu juga berkat dukungan kalian.
Oh, anyway Scene juga ini kemenangan pertama kamu ya di MPL Indonesia. Gimana rasanya?
Rasanya senang banget. Senang banget.
Senang banget. Dan langsung saja kita lihat siapakah player of the match kali ini adalah Siapa Aran. Wah, aura fans di sana seneng banget nih. Wow, Aran gimana Aran?
Ya seneng lah, first debut langsung bisa match. Langsung jadi player of the match. Senang.
Sesuai dengan harapan kamu nggak?
Ya, sesuai.
Sesuai. Wow, sekali lagi teman-teman, mana suaranya untuk Aura Fire? Dan langsung saja untuk mengupas lebih tuntas bagaimana match hari ini antara Aura Fans dan juga Bigetron Alpha. Langsung saja kita tanyakan kepada para caster di sana. Casters, back to you.
And as it said in Aura's jacket, never lose your flames, and lose their flames, they didn't. I always see a team that has a 3-game lose streak. They're due for a win, right? But I didn't expect it to be against Bigetron.
And not like that. I thought that it's going to be a bit closer. It's going to be a bit of a back and forth situation, and Aura finally comes out. But turns out they just step on the robots, man. I mean, the organic team wins this time.
My goodness, man. The burn from the Dragons really melted down all the cables, I would presume, that a robot would need to function, because their systematic gameplay, we didn't get to see that at all.
There's no firewall in that code.
No.
Firewall?
There's no firewall in that code.
I didn't even know what firewall is.
It's funny because you can use firewall for both these teams, technically. But yeah, I mean, where was the trading? Where was the, the smart maneuvers, right? The GPS, we don't see that happening in this game. They had assassins. They had an Angela, but there was no split pushing. There was no counter jungling with the Ling, right? Taking advantage of the mobility. They were just going head-to-head against the Dragons in the early game skirmishes, and the player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and the Z Flip 5, it's your boy, Aran.
In his debut.
Aran so far away, man.
He ran so far away into the enemy jungle, into the enemy base in game number 1 on a Paquito, and now on a Uranus, it's Uranus.
Aranosaurus Rex.
Yeah, seems like the specialty of this guy is being that misdirection for Aura Fire. Every time there's an objective take, every time there's a big fight going on, he always is there on the other side of the map trying to push down all the lanes, and if he already pushed that one, he's gonna join in the team fight, even though there's not much impact as a Uranus, but in terms of like doing things on his own, he's doing everything he can.
I feel like he has a decent impact on the Uranus as well. I mean, he was just clearing waves, making sure that Sorizo can't really do anything. And in the big fights, considering that Bigetron Alpha are just going for team fights, he always matches the movements from Super Ken. So if he's in the fight, then if Super Ken is in the fight, then Aran will be around just absorbing damage, being a nuisance again and again. If Super Ken goes for a split push, then Aran's on the case, just looking to just shut him down, chase him down the lane in the Land of Dawn. And again, the aggression coming in from Aura Fire means that Supervin is always left around. And you can see that everyone is just on tip-top shape, and this is that moment, man. Kabuki. So good on this Beatrix as always. And afterwards, you can see that despite their best efforts, kiting backwards, look at that, threading the needle.
Oh, man.
If it didn't hit Supervin, I think it would have hit someone else there.
Saken, yeah.
It would have taken out Saken as well, so Supervin just put in a tough situation overall.
Luckily for Bigetron, Renner's Apathy is not AoE, because if that was a Astral Sphere, yeah, say goodbye to 2 members.
Yeah. Fate of Universe on the line. If, one of the players of Mobile Legends has to land a Renner shot, I would pick this guy, Aura Kabuki.
Really? Not Skylar?
Nah.
What? Well, that's like, bias, bro. That's bias.
Okay, recency bias is true, but Kabuki is still one of the best gold laners in Indonesia, especially micro-wise. And in this case, the build just shows you. He goes for Blade of Heptasis instead of any items there, because he knows that he's going to be in the back doing those Renner shots, and it's effective as well.
And he just waits for the right opportunity and uses his attacks on the right targets, because there's no urgency in how he was playing, man. He wasn't trying to flicker forward, trying to dodge crowd controls, because everything is being used to try and shut down Hai, Van, and Sin, and Aran, right? Everyone is so mobile, everyone needs to be locked down as well. So the I'm Offended, the Tempest of Blades, everything is used up, and Kabuki just walks up and just guns people down. If you look at his emblems, he went for the tenacity as well. Just in case in the lane he gets aggressed on, gets dove on by the Ling with the Angela hard guard benefit, outplay maneuver from Bigatron Alpha, but he was relatively untouched in that game, in the laning phase and even out of the laning phase.
I need to ask you, Arashi, because here, I think a big problem for Bigatron Alpha is the fact that they weren't really able, again, to split push, to use that global presence, but usually to enable that split push to happen from Ling, you need to give the Ling a little bit of a 1v1 advantage, right?
Right.
Usually it's a focusing mark for the Angela, but Key decided to go Impure Rage. Now this is a big blow, I would say, to the 1v1 potential, or technically 2v1, because with no focusing mark, that 1v1 it's not as prevalent.
6% damage sounds small, but let's say it takes 6% out of all the
Aran
damage.
would have died with that focusing mark on him up
Agreed.
top.
He was very
Why
close.
Impure Rage?
Because Super Key was trying to get more sustained, because again, he needs more mana, more spammability, because he is the only real source of magical damage. This was an issue we've highlighted in the beginning of the drafting phase, and the fact that there's no other source of magic damage means that Super Key tries to, salvage the situation with that emblem, but it really wasn't. They're just trying to make the best out of a bad situation instead of just having a solid plan, and that's again something that you don't see very often from Bigatron. So yeah, I agree. Having the focusing mark, 6% extra damage, on a Ling, that's a lot of damage, man. Would have made a big difference.
You can see the build too, right? Because Uranus actually didn't go for any kind of magic defense in early game. Only that tough boost just to kind of get away from that CCs. He didn't even rush the Oracle, which usually is a very, very important item for Uranus because you scale with your healing, right? But it just goes for physical damage through and through. There's no one that can kind of burst it down with that magic damage, and that's just a lot of trouble to deal with.
A bit too much trouble, because when you have a Uranus who's that tanky, and when the guy playing the Uranus is Mr. Aran himself, Arashi, keys to success, man.
It's Mr. Aran with the map control.
Mr. Aran.
Moran. Well, in the first game, it's all about Aran and his map control, map presence. It just just destroyed the macro movements from Bigatron Alpha. In game number 2, maybe a bit of that carried over, because again, the macro gameplay wasn't working. Usually, we talked about how Aura, they don't really have good macro, they don't have good planning, right? They throw a bit in the late game, but now it's the exact opposite. They were just having a solid game plan, they stick to it as well. No one overextended, no one made a mistake and got picked off. And Bigatron, they're the ones who, just didn't do what we thought they would in this situation. So credit so much to Aura and their improvements, and for Bigatron, let's hope they come back even stronger, man, because aside from Aran, Kabuki being a solid player, especially on that Beatrix, the poke damage, the sieging to take down the turrets, everything was flowing so well because they have a solid core backliner in the form of Kabuki as well.
I really don't see why that Bane was picked, but the skin was good though. As you can see, you can also get the skin on Blibli, skill on, and the skin should also be on, so you can play with more confidence. Use Blibli to purchase game vouchers and top up more efficiently with a 10% cashback. 10% is huge because 6% at that game was very, very vital.
Yep, exactly. It all builds up, right? If you go for a skin and you use the promo code again and again, 10%, 10%, 10%, it builds up to 100% one day.
Yep.
One day.
And you already flexed with your skins on Blibli. Time to flex your device with Samsung Galaxy Z Flips and Z Fold 5. Oh man, like flipping phone?
I mean, flex it literally, right? Just literally flex it.
Hey, you want to play Mobile Legends? It just looks cool. It looks so good, and guess what? It's not just a folding screen, right? It's very immersive with a 7.6-inch AMOLED dynamic 2X main screen. It's also equipped with the latest chipset, 4nm Arashi, and it's Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy.
Wow, it's smooth performance, man, for gaming, watching videos, right? Working, if you gotta edit something, you gotta sign documents.
You can have I think you can have more than 4 apps at once on the Z Fold because of how big the screen. It's basically like a phone and a tablet in one.
I was gonna say that.
One device.
Isn't it like, especially a laptop, you turn the half of the screen for keyboard and you just...
No, I think you can do that though. You're right. You can actually do that.
Oh, okay.
See, once you go with dual monitors, in PC, that's normal, right? Going dual monitors. But once you have dual monitors on your phone, dude, you'll never go back.
So can you play like 2 accounts at the same time, Mobile Legends?
Well, hang on.
That would be, I don't know if that is possible actually.
Well, this is the perfect phone for
like the
Sans.
old days, dude, split screen. Like split screen gaming. You play on the bottom screen, I play on the top screen.
No, this is for one person only, and it's perfect for Sans. Like, he played 2 accounts at the same time.
Well, like that?
Well, I mean, just like that, what are you guys waiting for? Pre-order the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5 right now, because there's a lot of promos happening right now. Plus, you can get up double storage to help out your storage needs. I know you download a lot of games on your phones. Don't worry, we got you.
Yeah, you got the skin, you got the phones. Time to go on a real challenge.
Exactly.
With PBASE/Garudaku, and for Mobile Legends players who usually play alone like me, you know? Like if you enjoy solo playing and want to participate in national level tournaments, you can actually do that now. And the prize pool is huge for a solo player. There's very, very scarce.
How huge?
How huge it is? I think it was like 3 billion rupiahs.
Wow. 3 billion.
For solo players, man. Like we just play games on our own because we don't have any friends to play with. And you finally can, you know, get something out of it.
Exactly. It's all easy. Just register
Who
now.
needs friends?
Meet your dream team at www.garudaku.com/LEN2023. And guess what? All the solo players, they get a bonus 20,000 IDR for free just for registering.
What?
Wait, what? Wait, really?
Yeah.
Dude, what are you waiting
Wait,
for?
what?
Go, register.
Okay, okay.
That's why you register with 5 accounts.
That's
I won't tell you. I'm
No,
sorry.
God.
Oh, you can't do that.
Okay. Finally, we're at the end of the game for BTR versus Aura. After this, there's more game to come. It's Dewa United versus EVOS Legends. So we're gonna transition to a break right now and see who will win. Will it be Dewa United or EVOS Legends? Take it away.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this? Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't ya?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop! Once she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minthithar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Waktunya para caster juga mengaktifkan Inspire di mana kali ini buat Indomie membuat EVOS langsung coba di sounding out. Sekarang best to rest dari Onyx sebelum dibekalti perasaan dari milik Onyx yang mengambil seperti lagi bagaimana makan Onyx belum ada yang masuk mereka tahu dan
satu asal recall dari barusan. Dengan pergerakan keyboard langsung menggila dengan cukup cepat pula barusan dan satu lagi belakang langsung dikeluarkan kamu ini langsung menggila pula. Karena untuk kali ini lejap tapi sekarang double kill berhasil dicetakkan triple kill. Looking for match yang untuk high akan mereka berhasil bisa menorehkan satu poin kill lagi ataupun satu kemenangan. Aktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang di main Jasmine. Rasinya tak dapat memori keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan satu element saja. Jika Tyron tidak connect, tapi Razi tidak mendapatkan apapun. Karena di pada berbeda, ada satu ke atas langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya mencoba untuk mundur dan juga selamat dari tersebut. Tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang pada saja connect karena beberapa player dan juga Sally Boy masih bertahan di area tersebut. WOS, Paijan lenyap, bercampur hilang, tapi Sally Boy, dan itu menjadi
Dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi, kenapa dia pick Dewa, ada late game insurance.
Yap, final sudah dikeluarkan. Suelo ada flicker tadi terlihat yang tersebut. Dan perangan kembali terjadi. Karja hilang, tempo sampai dikeluarkan, tapi Vincent masih berhasil.
Terkena satu damage, Cutthroat menuju ke berat. Objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Pulung. Dan Fluffy terperangkap di sana sendiri dari menemani. Dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum. Karena best turret dari Oding, 10.000 gold difference akan menjadi milik Oding. Tapi di depan sana mereka tidak bisa mendefense bersama dengan seorang baik. Kyrie, Tik-Tik buka bermain, Tik-Tik buka bermain, damage-nya. Kyrie langsung menghilangkan Dino. Ini bencana. Oding benar-benar memporak-porandakan. Mereka masuk, mereka tahu dari seorang Ray bisa bermain dengan kabelnya. Rian menunggu momentum, tapi nampaknya belum ada momentum yang dibuat oleh seorang Rian. Dan Kyrie pada telat, Moon menggantikan semua, menghilangkan Pet Dragon, free hit, double kill, bagaimana double kill, para-paranda, Hende Pancana!
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kok kedapet di lampu? Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main Godland setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gue akan bahas dua hal penting dari patch ini untuk para Godlander. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk Godlander, dan hero Godlander apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gue pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gue yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in game ya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok gitu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang Weapon Master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu, kayak knife nih, kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya, dengan adanya Weakness Finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1 terus di combo sama pasif Weakness Finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari, kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun. Jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Wave crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini. Jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita pakai Godland bertipe magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Bergen Hunter, terus yang terakhir Impurage. Kita udah di in game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem, terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal, Blood Wings contohnya kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di Impurage. Semisal nih kalian pakai magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, gak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Gak mungkin kan? Nah, di Impurage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di Impurage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana ya max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian, tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update Project Next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan, karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja. Karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
12-nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Menurut gua sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Hai, gua Sorizo. Selamat datang di Project Next. Experience setelah update patch bukan lagi cuma sekedar jago adu otot, karena kita juga harus memutar otak buat combination talent dengan emblem terbaiknya. Yuk tonton video ini agar lo bisa jadi explainer yang lebih hebat. Nah, sekarang kita coba kombinasi pertama nih. Dari yang gue pakai adalah Yuzong. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, yang gue pakai adalah Festival Blood. Yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Jadi yang pertama kenapa gue pilih Agility adalah buat movement speed. Menurut gue Yuzong ini sangat butuh movement speed guys, karena ketika lo mengejar musuh, kayak speed lu lebih kenceng gitu lah dibanding mereka. Yang kedua, kenapa gua pilih Festival Blood? Karena buat lifesteal. Lihat ini gua belum ada item lifesteal, tapi gua tetap bisa dapat lifesteal guys. Yang ketiga, kenapa gua pilih Killing Spree? Killing Spree ini tujuannya ketika lu bunuh musuh, lu dapat lifesteal serta movement speed. Ketika lu bunuh musuh, ya, keras banget guys. Dan kenapa gua seneng banget? Karena yang dulunya gua di Factor cuma bisa Festival Blood, sekarang udah bisa pakai Killing Spree juga guys yang di Assassin. Jadi kayak lu bisa combine gitu. Nah gitu guys. Sekarang kita coba kombinasi talent berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai adalah Joy. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Rupture. Yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Killing Spree. Nah, sekarang kita bakal coba langsung ke in-game-nya ya guys. Buat talent pertama, kenapa gue pakai Rupture? Ini sangat bagus banget guys, karena damage lu 5%, penetration lu bakal sakit buat ke musuh. Contohnya lebih sakit guys, dibanding lu nggak pakai, ini lebih sakit. Dan yang kedua, gua pakai Bargain Hunter. Fungsi dari Bargain Hunter ini adalah ketika lu harga item lu bakal jadi lebih murah guys. Dari yang harga 100% lu beli di harga 95%. Contohnya ini ya, Genius One. Ini harga aslinya adalah 2000 jadi 1900 guys. Yang ketiga, gua pakai adalah Killing Spree. Fungsi dari Killing Spree ini, ketika lu bunuh musuh, lu mendapatkan 8% max HP dari musuh dan 15% movement speed selama 3 detik. Ini bagus banget guys, ketika lu dalam team fight yang gede lu bisa survive. Ini sih OP banget sih guys. Ketika lu yang biasa cuma bisa pakai Bargain Hunter, sekarang lu bisa pakai bareng Killing Spree. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai nanti adalah hero Esmeralda. Itulah hero favorit gue juga. Yang pertama, talent yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Consusive Blast. Oke, kita langsung coba ke in-game ya guys. Yang pertama, talent Agility. Kenapa gue pakai Agility? Fungsinya tuh menambahkan 5% movement speed guys. Jadi ketika lu ngezoning atau nge-cover temen lu, itu sangat bagus guys. Lebih kenceng lah jalan lu. Dan dikomboin dengan skill 1 Esmeralda, lu lebih cepet lah buat lu kemana-mana gitu, move lu. Yang kedua, kenapa gua pakai Bargain Hunter? Esmeralda ini early-nya membutuhkan item yang lebih cepat guys. Jadi gua pakai Bargain Hunter biar lu bisa beli item lebih murah lah di awal. Yang ketiga, kenapa gua pakai Counter 11? Ini ketika lu basic attack ada kayak efek ledakan gitu yang mengandung magic damage. Jadi ketika lu clear wave jauh lebih cepat dibanding yang lain guys. Contohnya kayak gini. Nih, tuh. Lebih cepat guys jadinya. Dengan ada stats baru nih gue makin suka sih main Esmeralda. Nah, dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling cocok ke gameplay gue sih Esmeralda ya, dengan talent Agility, Bargain Hunter, dan Consusive Blast. Nah, menurut gua sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya. Karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Gimana nih para XP-laner? Udah siap main meta terbaru belum? Yuk langsung update ke Project Next dan cobain ya. Nah, buat kalian yang main role selain XP, tenang aja. Karena di next episodenya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero meta di role lainnya. Jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Sorizo, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
It's match number 2 of this beautiful Thursday in Jakarta. Grogol Petamburan in MPL Arena. This time around, it's Adewa United versus Avos Legends. With us, Mirko, Russian Chef, and the mac and cheese combo. But before we get into that, we're going to shout out our sponsors first. Powered by Munton, MPL Indonesia Season 12. presented by Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, official sponsor Head & Shoulders, official mobile internet partner Telkomsel, official gold partner UBS Gold, partner in esports Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, and YouTube, official broadcast Maxstream, Davide Sports, and Video, our supplier Indomaret and Minaski and Samsung, also supported by PPASE. A pretty interesting storyline here for EVOS versus Dewa United. Both teams is still looking for that perfect lineup, perfect composition, perfect lineup. I said it again, for the playoff to come.
I think it's great that you said it again because we've been saying this again and again for EVOS Legends. They have 2 trios now, and which one are they going to grab this time around?
Just like they grabbed that WCG Championship, MPL Indonesia Season 12 has begun and Grab promotions are ready to be enjoyed. Use the promo code MPL ID Grab and get a 50% discount on Grab food and 90% discount. 90% discount, yes, I said that again. On Grab Bike and Grab Car throughout the event. This promo is for new users only. If you want to get Diamond or MLBB Hero skins as well, stay tuned for more Grab challenges. And for more details, check out grab.grb.co/MPL.
/MPL. I have to ask you though, Shevin, what is the mac and cheese combo?
Mirko, Arashi, and Sheffin. And we're cheesing here. I don't know what's cheesing mean, but we're definitely cheesing.
Where's the mac though?
MAC.
Mirko, Arashi, and Sheffin.
Oh, mac and cheese.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't catch that. Cool.
It's okay, Arashi. It's okay because a lot of people didn't catch that EVOS Legends actually had 2 trios as well. We didn't get to see Sutsujin, Krite, and Ivan here at all in week 1, not even in week 2. After SPS, they went to WCG, and like Jeffin mentioned earlier, they were able to take the title, WCG champs.
They had their time in Korea, some natural beauty there, and also tasting some of the local cuisines in Korea, and also they actually ate some orcas there.
Some what?
Orcas.
Some orcas. Oh, yo, okay.
They ate 2 whole orcas. One of the big orca, even the smaller one, got eaten up by the tigers here. This trio, Sutsujin, Ivan, and Krite. Let's talk a little bit about them first here. What do they bring to the table, Arashi?
Well, more importantly, what are their keys to victory? Buy the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Fluffy and Brands, more adaptive with the early game play, right? They can't just rely on winning their own lane. It's more of a team-oriented game right now. And the trio mid, the mid that is rotating around so much more than the side laners, need to be paid attention to as well. And of course, prioritize on the fast farming junglers to ensure that they have the lead in the trio, and that lead can be translated to the side lanes, because that is the winning formula that a lot of teams have been experimenting with right now. If you look at the average game time, earlier it seems like Dewa United, despite the fact that they always go into that late game, they actually have a longer average game time compared to EVO, the shorter average game time compared to EVOs. So EVOs, they have a chance now to just play the patient game and outmaneuver Dewa later on. But for the deities as well, keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Beware of EVO's 3-man movements, because that is deadly right now, especially with the all-new trio coming in to the roster. And don't be focused too much on Watt. Prioritize winning the mid lane matchup as well, because Watt is great, but Onyx has shown that they can leave Watt to his own devices. He is but one man, and this is a team-based game. There is no way, if he's the only one doing well, that your team can even get anywhere with any kind of success against a team that's decent at all.
Well, if you're a DPS, especially as good as Watt, you can carry the game quite easily, but you need some setups, you need some peels coming in from your teammate, you also need some control as well. You can just be that one-man team that Dewa United expected Watt to do, and that is definitely a right keys to victory here by Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5.
Wow, zooming into the logo right now, I do believe Dewa United are your home team for today. We'll see how they'll perform here. Still with the same lineup, I presume. I don't know if it's going to be Pendragon, if it's going to be Dixon. Heck, if Lanaya and Shaco especially, might make his debut. I don't know. The lineups are very flexible for both these teams, and we still have yet to see the trio from MDL from both these teams. Shaco, Lanaya, Case, and Sutsujin, Krite, Ivan.
Imagine, man, the reunion, the rendezvous of the MDL Season 7, I believe, finals. That time around, EVOS actually wins that matchup, but Lanaya and crew, they showed some flashes, especially Lanaya with that Assassins. He's really good, especially with the synergy in Shaco mode as well. I think they can bring something into the table, but I really don't think Leo Murphy's gonna bench in this one.
Whoa!
Oh, excuse me! Whoa!
They have a new trio, the Tigers! It was the IESF trio, now it's the WCG trio all the way from Busan!
Annyeonghaseyo!
EVO's Lega!
Oh man! Oh, the energy on this guys! Oh my god! But yeah, fresh from Busan, actually the last play of Sujin was a savage to echo MDL, so this is the perfect start for EVOS. Meanwhile, Dewa United Pendragon in the XP.
They have a new dragon in town. Let's see if the Dewas can ride this dragon to victory. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dewa United Esports.
The deities descended from the sky and looking to catch the tigers on the earth.
Let's see if they can do so against the young Tigers right now. What a matchup, man. Honestly, between these two teams, even the side lanes, we're talking a lot about the mid laners, but look at the side laners, man. Fluffy up against Dixon, as well as Brands against Watt. The King going up against the legend himself. Before all that, though, these are going to be the brains behind the entire operation. Jack Lee taking on Coach Age right here in a battle of wits.
And Caleb finally getting some airtime with the MPL team after bringing that EVOS Icon team to the World Champions of WCG. I would say deserved.
Deserved? I mean, looking at his performance, you gotta give him some props here. EVO's Icon have been a dominant team. Some even thinking that it's a team that is better than their Legends team, than their MPL team. We've seen this for quite a while now. But I'm just really surprised again that Dewa United, they're able to get a movie star, a kung fu star to be their coach, Mr. Jack Lee himself. I want to see what he can bring to the table aside from those kung fu moves.
Hang on, that's a fusion character right there. Jack Lee. He's a good combination between I don't know if we can mention the names right.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. But for Dewa, that means you can expect all those flashy martial arts moves in the Land of Dawn. So expect a lot of crowd control, a lot of movement-based abilities, and then the current meta that is so good, especially if you want to try and match up to, again, the WCG trio, because they'll be looking to just lead their team in the movements. And if it all goes well, this man right here, the King himself, has a chance to assert his dominance yet again.
There's been a lot of criticism towards Brand, especially last week. After the, I would say, a bit of a subpar showing from Brand himself, in this case, he doesn't have to worry. If they actually lost this matchup, they're gonna blame it on the trio, the new trio.
Oh no. Whoa. Let's hope that doesn't happen, but let's hope that happens if you're a Dewa fan for sure. Top 3 Week 2 roamers. Number 1, Rasi. My goodness, first blood rate, 100%. But we gotta focus on Leo Murphy, the man who's gonna be playing here today for Dewa United.
50% and a 53% team fight participation. It's almost like it's showing his style right here. High risk, high reward. If he wins it, you're gonna be so impressed at the pickoffs, at the engages. But if he is doing badly in the Realm of Dawn, man, he just starts slowing down so much. And I think that is what people aren't expecting. They thought that with Leo Murphy in the mix, it would lead this young team, Dewa United, with a bit more structure, with a bit more experience and wisdom. So far, it's been pretty much one-dimensional, but that was last week. This week, it's a whole different game. Let's see if they have improved, because other teams have shown insane improvements. There's no reason why Dewa United cannot do the exact same thing.
I think the improvement will be there, but I don't know if the gameplay is gonna be changed for Coach Jack Lee, because you have Leo Murphy, you have a lot of players that's very hungry for blood, especially Leo Murphy with a lot of pick-off heroes. He's very known for it. That Chow, the flashy moves, the kung fu moves from Leo Murphy, it's gonna show in this match.
Let's talk a little bit about Caleb as well. You're talking about the kung fu moves from Leo Murphy. There's a guy here, new position in MPL Indo, making his debut. Throughout the history of MPL Indonesia, EVO's Caleb is the only official team to have the role of drafter. That's his official role. In MPL Indo, it's head coach and analyst, but throughout the entirety of MPL Indonesia, we've never seen just drafter role.
I don't know, man. I think EVO's just made it up.
Well, they can make it up, but at the same time, maybe it's because of the short notice nature of the current roster right here. If Coach Age is still in charge of drafting, there's some nuances that he might not be informed of for the trio. So I think Caleb stepping in might be a good idea. We'll have to see though, because in the first phase already, the Joy and the Heave banned away, and Coach Age is still very much in the loop. So expect outsmarting, mind games coming from this man.
Looks like the Assassin bans is the priority here for Coach Jack Lee, especially after last week. Lanaya first pick a Ling. We don't talk about that, but they clearly love the Ling or hate the Ling to play against. But Coach
don't talk about it though. What are you talking about?
Well, we don't talk about the result.
Oh, I see.
First Ling result is not the discussion that you want to have, especially if you're a Dewa United fan. You don't want to talk about that.
I think you want to avoid that conversation at all costs. A very weird draft to start it off. No, we don't even usually see that from Kyrie and, Super Ken, even Van. We don't usually see the Ling first pick. So let's see if they have learned from their past mistakes. And now it's clear that they have. The Fanny and the Ling both respecting Sutsujin, this boy wonder from EVO's Legends, and even a respect hero here, banned out towards Krite, a very volatile mid laner, I would say.
Could be towards Krite, it could be towards Van Strong as well. The flexible nature of the Kadira is still very much, a consideration point for a lot of these coaches right here. For EVOs though, what do they want to do? Because if they want to try and go for the mid lane domination, it seems like they want to take away the second chance opportunity that the Cult Altar will bring for the side of Dewa. But without Faramis, Valentina gets sniped away from Dewa United.
Interesting. 3 magical hero span coming in from Age, and also the quick response of Valentina in the first phase. Keys plays a very good Valentina, but it looks like an Angela first pick. There is no real assassin that you can combo with. Maybe they want to go for like a Pasha or like a Fredrin, and there you go, a very standard pick for Coach Age. Very flexible, but we've seen the result in the previous match. Fredrin mid lane doesn't work against, what was the team again?
Fredrin mid. You're saying Fredrin mid or Fredrin roam?
Maybe jungler.
Well, it could be in the jungle. What earlier we saw in the Bigatron match, it actually went in the hands of the roamer, so we'll see if Coach Age has a bit of a similar draft here. I have a fun fact earlier though. 2 men with the same name, Arthur from Pendragon and who was the other guy?
Sutsujin. So now you really know where Arthur got that Pendragon nickname of his, right? Ooh. The Legend of King Arthur. But for Sutsujin, I don't know where he got that. Arthur Sutsujin. Maybe it's the Japanese version of how you say Arthur. I don't know. Rashi would know. But let's talk a little bit about the draft here in Dewa United. Wow, securing a Lancelot and a Uranus. Yeah, they want to take it to the late game. They want to take it to where they thrive.
Well, in the last match, it's Lancelot and Uranus also in the second and the third pick.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Bit of a deja vu, but speaking of deja vu, let's see if Fluffy can make the same thing happen as Aran in his debut. But debut though, Caleb, how is he doing so far, Rashi?
I mean, going for the flex on the Fredrin, securing the Angela, and getting this Paquito. I mean, Dewa just let it go as well. We just saw that the Paquito is a lot more flexible compared to the Uranus. And now they opt for the Uranus instead, so I assume that there's a particular requirement that the Uranus only can fulfill right here. Because Fluffy on the Paquito, this is a notorious pick for this player. He's been a signature pick for him all the way since he was in Aura, like you were mentioning. So the EXP lane is going to be a bit volatile here, and Age will ban away that Franco, trying to limit the catch potential from Dewa United.
I think it's a very good ban, especially if you're using Paquito. You want to make that Paquito pop off, and without any control, without any suppress whatsoever, it's gonna have a good time. Like especially if it's Fluffy on this Paquito, I pretty much trust him with this hero.
It can be flexed over to the jungle as well, keep in mind. And the Angela Paquito combo. I mean, we've seen Angela Fredrin, Angela Ling, but Angela Paquito in its own way is a very ferocious opponent, man. A lot of built-in sustain and shield from the Paquito himself. With an Angela, he is nearly unkillable, especially because right now for Dewa United, you haven't really seen the bulk of their damage output. There's Valentina and Lancelot, but there's no way just these tools will be able to just one-shot the Paquito.
For Dewa United, they're still trying to nail Krite down. big threat in a lot of these pro players' eyes. Let's take a look at Pendragon's comment here. All EVO's players should be watched closely, especially the players from their MPL team, who could potentially change the gameplay and bring surprises from these new players. And I couldn't agree more for Pendragon here, who was an ex-EVO's member. He knows the inner workings of the Blue Tigers, so he should know a thing or two up against this team. Maybe that's why they've chosen Mr. Penn, Mr. Arthur Pendragon, to play up against EVOs.
Mr. Penn.
Mr. Penn, and looks like Kochaki is doubling down on that control plan. With Kaja banned out, it's go time for Fluffy, but in this case, Blood also banned, so Brands will not have this signature hero here. There's still a lot of options left on the table. Well, normally, if you want to go for a burst towards Uranus, carry is the option here, but I would say this Tradin will go to the jungle area just so EVOS Legends will have some magic damage from their mid laner, but there's still some option left on the table. It's gonna be Beatrix for Brands.
Oof, picking up a gold lane early on, it's pretty good. Considering that Dewa has banned away the Claude as well, it seems like they want to go for something a bit more clumped up compared to EVOs. Having the Beatrix, I mean, Beatrix is just so flexible. You can go for poke damage, burst damage, and you can still do a healthy amount of DPS against this Uranus.
Brody Cho would be my prediction, but it's going to be Brody Kufra that they're hovering on. Kufra, a great choice here up against the Paquito. That bouncing ball can neutralize a lot of the dive, a lot even of the catch potential coming in from this Paquito. We'll see if it gets locked in here for Leo Murphy. One of his signature picks back in Season 6. And surely enough, it does get locked in. Brody and Kufra. Oh, we can get a glimpse of the emblems. Okay, SCU, Watt, Quantum Charge, Assassin emblem. Okay.
Oh, wow. We'll see if that works out. That's a weird zoom in to the face of Van here. Ivan. Van Strong? Is it Van Strong or Ivan now?
No, it's Van Strong. He changed his name again. It's fine. It's fine. As long as his gameplay stays consistent, unlike his name changes.
All right, man. For Dewa, though, this is a very short-range situation, and they're up against a Beatrix, 2 solid crowd control heroes, and an Angela. So this is a bit like reverse Bigatron, right? They're the ones with range right here. And if they want to go for the mid lane Angela, they have the same problem. They have no output of magical damage. They will go for that Novaria. That is a very good solution. All that damage in an area will be so difficult for Dewa United to maneuver through.
Now, Angela roaming. I've never really liked Angela as a roam, especially against a pick-off tank here in Leo Murphy Kufra. It's going to be very hard for you to open maps, but I do like the Novaria here just to give out more information on the bushes on where the enemies are. So in early game, I would expect this Angela to be more of a reactive pick, reactive team fight player. But in the late game, the one who takes the charge of that bush opens and map opening is going to be Susujin with the Fredrin.
Well, how do you know it's going to be an Angela roam? It could very well be an Angela mid. Oh, it turns out it is going to be the more default situation. If you look at the battle spells, though, Sprint for Pendragon instead of the Purify, because there's not a lot of like solid crowd control lockdown tools in the hands of EVOS Legends. For EVOS, it's all Flicker, so they're not really expecting the pick of potential like you're saying, Shevin.
As we go into game number 1 for Dewa United versus EVOS Legends.
Wow. So much chaos earlier that we didn't even... I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's Lanaya here who's playing, not Ray. All right, we'll get another version of Lanaya playing. This time, they will not first pick the Ling. And taking a look at the emblems, Arashi, anything you want to note down?
Well, Lanaya is definitely going for something a bit more aggressive right here. And for everyone else, I mean, Van Strong has the focusing mark, unlike what we saw from Bigatron, so that is already a bit of a plus in our eyes, probably. Along with that, Fluffy with the Quantum Charge. He will be a lot more maneuverable the same way we've seen, but he does not go for the sprint. He opts for more surprising playmaking tools like the Flicker. We'll see if that decision pays out later down the line.
Well, speaking of surprising, Arashi, it's Susujin with Impure Rage. This is a very, very strange emblem for Fredrin. Usually you go for more of a chase build, chase emblem in that Quantum Charge, but I genuinely don't like this because as a Fredrin, I think you have just have to leave the damage dealing to your teammates, especially if you have a really good damage dealing EXP laner in Fluffy. So you just gotta trust them, man.
And for Pendragon, he also has the Impure Rage, but now Lanaya.
Whoa! Instantly bursted down. Sutsujin was able to just stop him, hold him back, and right from the back with an Astral Sphere, able to lock him down. Now Fluffy looking for some more. Onto Kaze, bringing him back with a knockout strike. A little bit of an invade going on here for EVO's Legends, but already you can see the pressure getting to Lanaya.
It's definitely a very difficult game, especially if you fall behind right here. A fighter against an assassin will always have a bit more of an advantage, so Lanaya will have to look for situations where he can get an advantage, like right now.
That's a phantom execution, no kill though. Meanwhile, Sutsujin stays objective, stays planted on the turtle, and it should be a free one unless Pendragon gets a miraculous steal. But no, it's the EVO's Arthur that has won this time.
Looks like the beauty for EVO's Legends is doing work. Fanstrong with Fancy Fit there, evading all the puncture, evading all the damage coming in from Lanaya. Meanwhile, Sutsujin with an objective take, bronze!
Bouncing ball, locking him down, now an all-in as well. Hard guard used up. Not just yet though, it's still held on by Vanstrong, as Juan is able to pop in that torn apart memory, and Vanstrong just heals Mr. Brands back up. Good Astral Sphere to poke Watt down, Sutsujin level 6, 1 level ahead of Lanaya.
Well, Brands was also able to get that gold buff after the engagement, and look at the mid lane roaming squad. It seems like EVO's, their squad is doing so much better, and that's part of their win condition. So Dewa United is definitely feeling some kind of pressure, but talent predictions by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip seems like Shevin and Mirko are feeling kind of godly right now.
Oh, I believe in the blessings of the gods. And you know what? I like the draft better for Dewa United Esports, especially that Kufra. It all depends on Leo Murphy to how to make things happen for his teammate, to make Watt and Keys pop off, and Lanaya too. And without a lot of proper crowd control from for Lanaya, I think it's gonna pop up.
Crowd control, I mean, that's always a very solid tool. But for EVO's Legends, I wonder if that's what they're trying to go for, right? There's no need to go for crowd control when you can force Dewa United into fights and force them to engage instead. With a Paquito and an Angela, they have so many tools to try and make plays macro-wise in the game. And with the Novaria, they can really deny Dewa United those pick-off potentials. They can spot out Leo Murphy later on. Look at Sutsujin and Fluffy, man. This duo, they're just relentless in the jungle of Lanaya.
Fast clearing junglers, that was the key to victory, and now for Sutsujin, it's literally what is giving him so much more space. Up, well, down in the bottom lane though, Watts able to just chunk this turret low, sieging it down with Brody. The Bruce Passion used up, Leo Murphy taking a few good shots at Sutsujin. Goes in for the taunt, instantly gets the respect he deserves. Kaze flickers out, Counter Revenge charged in by Leo Murphy, but it's not going to be used yet. I don't know if they want to go for this contest or not.
Look at the sustained difference here. Vanstrong just healing Brands up so they can stay in the fight. For Dewa, there's only one member that can match the kind of sustain. It's only Pendragon, and he is absolutely late to the party.
Well, Lanaya is here. Revenge and the Rage used up with the hard guard. Saves him for a bit. Keys now with some burst, and it is enough to take him out. Pendragon takes his former teammate out. Well, not teammate. Fluffy was on Aura Fire. You're right. So they're not teammates, but Sutsujin definitely not happy with Pendragon here. Appraiser's Wrath comes down, but it's a bit off of its sweet spot. Pendragon gets out.
So it seems like it's still a very Watt-centric game plan here for Dewa United Esports, conceding some objectives just to get Watt some gold plating in the bot lane, and also some turret damage as well. So I would say this is a plus, but Fanstrong very, very aggressive. Look at, oh man, he's just camping on that push, but he's gonna get punished instantly. It's
a bait for the Tyrant's Revenge there, and now the torn apart memory fade away takes Vanstrong down. Sutsujin locking the enemy Arthur, his clone perhaps, Pendragon, but Pendragon doesn't like it, goes back in. Leo Murphy zoning Brands away. The turret in the bottom lane might just fall here with a lot amount of pressure that they have. Sutsujin still chasing Leo Murphy, a good Tyrant's Rage to delay it, and even a Revenge used in. Sutsujin unable to take the roamer down. A stolen hard guard kept him off course, and now Watt is able to zone Sutsujin away. Dewa United slowly but surely taking control of the game.
I think for Dewa, the way to victory isn't to just go for these fights. They have to try and make it macro-centric. And early on, we saw that Fluffy was able to just out-rotate, out-pressure Pendragon in the lane. But now, with the presence of Lanaya and the rest of the team, seems like Dewa United are getting a bit more in sync. And for EVO's Legends, that's a bad situation. They need Fluffy to make those aggressive plays. And look at the items. already a Hunter Strike to ensure that he can go for these very aggressive plays later on. We'll see again. Without the sprint, he won't be nearly as slippery when he's escaping. But with the flicker, maybe he'll find a moment to just burst Watt down or burst Lanaya down. But with the Wind of Nature, that could all be nullified. So timing is of the essence here.
Another objective take for EVOS Legends here. Do they want to concede this because Leo Murphy already got a good position, spot out.
Astral Echo beautifully done there. Leo Murphy would have been able to get a good catch onto Van Strong if it wasn't for it. Wow, Fenix Rage not connecting there. And even with the tie down, Pendragon is able to just escape.
Oh,
what happened in the back? Fluffy gets a solo out of nowhere. That's an advantage for EVOS Legends, who have now a man advantage to utilize for this Retchery battle. 50-50. Oh, it's Lanaya! First turtle for Dewa United. Pendragon gets traded in, and EVOS Legends, they get an equal trade, 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Watto, he's pushed in that top lane.
Oh man, oh my goodness.
Don't talk memory! What? My goodness, Brand's now walking in. You've gone a bit too far, Watt. You've been too much than you could chew. And that's a trade back. Definitely not worth it for Watt. Roamer traded in for gold lane.
The killer instinct is there. He's trying to do the Penny, but he doesn't see that instant backup coming in from EVOS Legends. Credit to them though. 4-man immediately punishes the flicker from Watt. And without the flicker, it's going to be harder for him to deal damage in the next team fight.
Well, that's the speed coming in from EVOS Legends. Always at the right place, faster than Dewa United. While Fluffy was able to get the surprise pickup using that flicker, by the way. We were talking about it paying off. It certainly did right there. Keys gets taken out. The bottom lane was shoved in by Fluffy as well. That results now in the turret for EVOS Legends. And this is how they need to play around. They need to use Fluffy, this Paquito pick that's been so notorious, so annoying, and use that as their advantage. Now they're playing on the mid lane as well. They get the pickup on Case.
Taunt coming in. Banish Rage. Oh, the prediction from Brands! Banish Rage across the wall. He knew where Case was going to go. Watt takes a turret up top. Tier 1 falling. Sutsujin versus Lanaya. Both using Retribution. Now it's Lanaya. Still able to dodge. Oh! Phantom Execution out. Now it's a hard guard coming down. Torn apart memory. Unable to take Fluffy. Out. Krite. Astral Sphere not connecting. Both teams once again disengaging. Taking it slow.
Mr. Brands, Mr. Jobran, with an actual bombastic play predicting the moves from Keys. And that is the key for EVOS to win on this game. He has to pop off. He has to get his confidence back. And EVOS is trying their best to do that.
Oh, look at that. Astral Echo just exposing Leo Murphy. It seems like the only way for Dewa United to get a good fight is to use Leo Murphy and get a good engage off. Right now, Van Strong, though, has the Necklace of Durance, so even Pendragon needs to be a bit more careful with his positioning.
Look at Fluffy, Arashi. Look at Fluffy. Look at where he is right now. Sutsujin goes in. Watt able to flicker around. Sutsujin now caught in a bad spot, but Fluffy missed it! The hard guard comes through. Watt is still untouched right now, but Leo Murphy falls in the back. Not able to dish out enough damage. Lanaya with the Thorn Rose. Not connecting. 1-for-0. Leo Murphy down for nothing. EVOS with a big win. Ooh. Astral Sphere renders happily.
No way.
Just out of range, barely. But what is this combination? Now an Astral Echo. Try to cancel it out. Fluffy with a knockout strike. Brands is dealing some damage, but Pendragon walks up. Brands forced to flicker out. No flicker on Brands. Lanaya still has a way in this team fight. Thorn Rose coming down. But EVOS Legends, they're still utilizing this Lord Dance. 50-50 on the board. Lanaya jumping with a puncture. Sutsujin holding on. 1 level ahead. Lanaya is now. Renner's Apathy connecting to Lanaya. Now Timer's Revenge on the back with a Phantom Execution. That's 1 kill out. Dewa United have outpaced EVOS Legends. They took it slow.
That's unfortunate for Fluffy, man. A bit too aggressive right there. EVOS Legends, they had Van Strong pushing on the EXP lane. Look at that wave about to crash. If they're able to delay it longer, it would have been beneficial for them, but Fluffy went in alone, gets bursted down. There was no time for the hard guard to save his life. Right now, they're still dancing around it, and that's going to be a free turret for EVOS, I think. So overall, this macro style of EVOS is still paying dividends.
So far, Leo Murphy has been doing work, and he's doing it again!
Revenge and Rage, Phantom Execution, everything in a kitchen sink thrown at him! And Sutsujin will have to pay the price. Lanaya still has the Retribution. Bennett's Rage in the bottom lane. Leo Murphy gunned down! Lanaya picks up the Lord. Dewa United now on the run. Brands is chasing them. Not enough to take them out. Dewa United finally have taken back control of the game. They have the goal lead in their pockets.
Wow,
man.
Murphy making plays, man. It looks like EVOS want to force this. Fluffy's gonna get punished.
One hit from Lanaya! An Astral Sphere misses! What? Dewa United!
They're just barely surviving in the middle of all these fights, man. And then Fluffy. Fluffy needs to try and slow down here and be a bit more surprising. Earlier, whenever he goes in aggressively, people just get caught off guard. But now, they're just expecting him to go and make the first move again and again. He has a Bloodlust Axe, so if he just goes in and doesn't get bursted down instantly, he can actually do a healthy amount of damage as Watt is forced to flicker away from that.
Oh man, those some fast reactions from Watts, but such a Jin with the killer instinct on a Fredrin. You don't expect him to play like an assassin.
Oof. It's quite damage though. He's starting to ramp up. Lanaya gets chunked for a quarter of HP. And in theory, the longer the fight goes, the Lord Dance goes, EVOS Legends has a bit of an advantage here. So Fluffy really has no urgency to try and make these plays so early, so fast. They can just rely on Brands and Cry to slowly but surely whittle down the members of Dewa United before he goes in for a play. Presumably, preferably when Leo Murphy goes in, Fluffy just surprises the rest of the roster.
I think Fluffy has a problem that's called Angela Syndrome, but Pendragon getting delve on, still survive with a lot of resources already burned. This might be the green light for Dewa United to pull the trigger, but they're still gonna take it very, very slow.
Question, Arashi, big question. Looking at Lanaya's build here, usually we see War Axe to a Thunder Belt for utility Lancelot. For Taz, he went War Axe, Hunter Strike. A lot of damage, Lancelot's just go Hunter Strike first item, but Lanaya, he's going War Axe to Melphic Roar to Endless Battle.
He's going for a lot more of an aggressive build right here. And the Endless Battle is great against the tankier members because of the extra bit of true damage. And you can see that earlier Fluffy gets taken down by an empowered auto attack, but look at that damage!
Rage, oh what? Falls down, Appraiser's Wrath gets Sutsujin a bit more HP right now, so Lanaya is waiting for the right time to go back in. Now Brands chasing them down! It's a knock-up onto Brands, but he's still going in. Phantom Execution used up with a puncture. 3 members down, oh! A flicker forward, K's able to escape this for a bit. Brands needs one more shot, Brands Strong's diving in, a flicker from K's. And EVOS Legends take back control of the game.
Oof. What a play, and you can see, once for Dewa United, once Watt gets taken down, everyone just falls apart. So EVOS Legends, they can get that once, but can they do so again and again against all the crowd control, all the tankier members in the front? They have to position so well, but now they have control and the Lord has just spawned. They are the ones with the chance to try and go for a sneaky play, an ambush in the middle of the jungle.
Oh man. I think the fact that Lanaya is going full damage here is also contributed by the fact that he also has the hard guard from that Valentina from Keys. But the thing is, when you have also Watt to cover, which one would you go for?
I think Watt is a lot more important, but look at the waves, man. In the gold lane, EVOS Legends playing the macro game so good. It's going to be pushing down, and it's still being stalled. So the longer Dewa United delay this, the faster they have to react. Now Watt is rotating to try and clear that lane out. EVOS Legends will have this knowledge.
They sent Watts down below. Their main source of damage. Leo Murphy getting chunked low. Lanaya, Thorn Rose used up. Pendragon now gunned down. Taunted up, locked up. And Dewa United are down 1 member. A good Astral Sphere onto Lanaya. Dewa will have to concede this one. A free Lord over to EVOS Legends, and this time it's Luminous.
The Ice Queen one is too massive for Pandragon. The slow is just too much for Pendragon. Even with a sprint, the damage is still way too much from Brands. He already snowballed in this case. Already a lot of items. You see here the item from Brands already. Hunter Strike.
So,
Yodi. Okay.
Man,
and also Husk Claws and Malefic.
You talk about Brands snowballing.
Already
with the rose gold right now, by the way. So a lot more protection from Keys if you just to go for that big aggressive play. But for Brands, his Renner's Apathy is doing a lot of damage, but so is the Astral Sphere at this point. Right. If he can land one onto Watt or Keys in the middle of a huge fight, that will throw off the calculations from Dewa so much. With the Lord coming in as well right now, EVOS Legends, this is a dangerous siege that Dewa United needs to try and stave off.
The rotations here for Dewa, I feel like, have just been the bane of their gold lead. Watts going to the gold lane. Was that the right move, Arashi? Usually you would expect the XP lane to be the ones dealing with those far waves. But now, Nonetheless, it's Evo's Legends with a 4,000 gold lead and a charging Lord into their base. Base turret will most likely get taken down here. Daewoo United have delegated to go into the mid lane and bottom lane. Good shots from Lanaya, but he misses a puncture. Now punished by Fluffy. No reset. Oh! Astral Spear that could have taken his life. But he plays it well, sidesteps out of it. They will, however, lose that base turret in the mid lane, even the bottom lane, everything taken out. Leo Murphy goes in for the Tyrant's Revenge, but doesn't find anyone.
Now no control, Leo Murphy can't hide anywhere, especially with the Astral Echo. Evo's full HP bars are staying in the base. They want to try and go for an end, or at least take someone else down and get those death timers rolling yet again.
A bit one-dimensional is our thing, Daewoo United Esports right now. It all lays to the back of Leo Murphy. If he can get a good catch, they're winning. But if they don't, like, the punish is instantaneous for EVOS Legends because they don't have anything working for them. There's no control, there's no CC from Daewoo United Esports. All relies on damage. And when you have Angela on the opposing team and also Brands with the Husk Claws, you're not going to be able to win a prolonged team fight.
Ooh, look at the
Brenner's
snipes.
apathy.
What? Off half HP already. He can regenerate, so poke damage won't be nearly as effective. Oh, look at that, dude. He just came out after regenning, gets chunked by the other snipe. If they both land at the same time, that is what taken out. And the legend right here trying his best to match up to the king of marksmen, who is 6-0. And he is just outranged, outbursted. What can he do in this situation? He needs to wait for a big moment for Leo Murphy to try and find something in the middle of a Lord Dance, perhaps.
It's unfortunate. I think if this were Claude, you know, if they actually got the Claude in that draft earlier, could have been a different game. But fortunately, it's banned. And so far, the anticipation towards Leo Murphy's engage has been miles better compared to the early game. There's no catch whatsoever in the last like 4 minutes because the only one in front is Sutsujin. It's Fluffy with a lot of dashes, with a lot of tankiness. Pride, Brand Strong, and Brand just have to, you know, chill in the backline and doesn't worry about anything at all.
Wait, bottom lane gets pushed up. Lanaya is the one who they have sent down below? The jungler. And this has given EVO's Legends the green light to continue with the Lord. Now it's Fluffy versus Lanaya in the bottom lane. We don't get to see this, but there is a few recalls here. Even a Phantom Execution committed. And again, Daewoo United, they concede the Lord. It's not Pendragon who's been clearing out these waves. Vanstrong gets the Lord for EVO's Legends.
Once again, this Paquito, man, makes that macro game an absolute nightmare. And to make things worse, for Pendragon, right? His passive, his regeneration, it ramps up after every hit. And against a Novaria and a Beatrix, right? These sources of damage all comes in one huge burst. So he isn't really regenning a lot in the middle of all those big fights. So Pendragon right here is just struggling to try and stay relevant somehow. He can't even move forward and zone Brands or Cry because he's just way too squishy. With the Lord coming in, Evos make their move.
Pendragon's holding it down quite well though. Has the Consecration, pops it in the back. Fluffy gets chunked quite low. Lanaya looking for another opening to go and burst down, but he gets taunted up now with the Thorn Rose. Able to escape. Brands gets taken to half HP. Regens back up, sustains back up. And wow, Daewoo United with a brilliant defense. Bennett's Rage. Ooh, Pendragon just eats that one up. As Daewoo will be unfazed. They're still able to defend. Another wave coming down. And EVO's Legends, I don't think they're going to be able to clear and end this game.
Wow, that was a really great defense for a composition that doesn't really have, you know, a really great high ground potential, especially with Watu. He's not a wave-clearing marksman, but good point there, Rashi. Every time, even in that initial team fight, the stacks from Pendragon is just nowhere to be seen, and he has to pop the Consecration just to get some stacks, just to get some more survivability to be able to tank some damage. We can see the items here already almost full item for a lot of people. Except for the roamer.
Well, for Cry in particular, cooldown boots, Enchanted Talisman, he's going for as much poke as possible. But I personally like going for the Glowing Wand and the Genius Wand for a bit more damage output on the Astral Meteor. But he, knowing that he's up against a Uranus, up against a Kufra, right? He goes for that huge burst damage with the Clock of Destiny Lightning Truncheon combo, straight to Holy Crystal and even the Divine Glaive right now. So this Novaria is very much a late game hero, almost lands with the Astral Sphere. Daewoo United, they have to try and trap EVO's Legends, but at the same time, with all the scouting tools, all the runner apathies, and the Astral Spheres thrown into the bushes, they just have nowhere to hide. And EVO's Legends understand that. They're doing all this very much intentionally.
Now what do they want to, right? I mean, it just feels like they're turtling in their base, giving EVO's Legends a lot more space. This might be the chance to come back here. Leo Murphy needs to lock someone down. The Astral Echo. So much map control, and just like that, Sosujin knows. EVOs know what Dewa wanted to do. Lanaya is forced back, and EVO's Legends take back control 20 seconds before the Lord spawns, and this might be the final one. Pendragon gets caught, but it's Rage, and even the basic attack here from Nibiru. Not a bouncing ball to help him escape. Pendragon still able to evade for a bit, pops into Consecration. Sosujin taken low, Appraiser's Wrath coming up, and a Tournament Memory takes his immortality out. Now Leo Murphy with a Tyrant's Revenge. Pendragon in the back now. Watts dealing damage, given space. EVO's Legends have lost two. They've lost their core member in the Lord Takes. No jungler.
Oh man, sometimes people forgot that they're playing Uranus. If they don't have immortality, it doesn't matter whatsoever. He's just gonna heal up in no time. There's no point for going too aggressive with it, especially when you have a lot of punish potential in WAD. Also, Leo Murphy though, really good flicker towards the backline and the preferred target in Krite. Finally, one death for this mid laner.
I saw he had the flicker. I was waiting for it, man. I thought he was going to flicker with a Tyrant's Rage towards the back line in the middle of the jungle as well, but no. But now EVOs, they're still trying to go for it. Fluffy tries to zone the back line, and Brands makes an attempt.
Let's see, Retri has to be on point. Lanaya stays calm and collected. They were united. They have a ticket back in this game. They have a ticket to win it all.
EVO's Legends, though, they have a late game composition. They will be able to clear this Lord. It's only if they were united, knowing that there's going to be some kind of preemptive move to clear this Lord, to save as many turrets as possible, they can try and use this as an opportunity, right? Because they know EVO's Legends, they can't hide around in the bushes anymore. With the Lord pushing in, someone at least needs to show up and deal with it. And they were united, they can use that chance to try and set up an ambush yet again. Everything is on the shoulders of Leo Murphy, and he has delivered about twice in this game. He needs to find a lot more.
Fluffy goes for a BOD. A very aggressive playstyle here, but maybe Kiss will get spot out.
Oh, Fluffy spawned out though, all alone. This might be bad. Fluffy is able to flicker out, but the chase comes through. Lanaya, 1v1. Fluffy's taken low. Lord up top, evolved. Still gonna be taken by EVO's Legends. There's no one from Dewa United to help him out, to help the Lord out. The Lord is gone just like that. EVO's Fluffy. Wow. It looked like a mistake, but it was all planned. Distraction here. They keep their base untouched.
What is up with Pakito users this day, man? Arashi just really good misdirection on every team fight. He knows that he has to kind of, get one away from the initial or the main team fight. And he does that. Perfect misdirection from Fluffy.
Look at Krito, he's going for that snipe, but Watt will be backing away. And this is what they're doing, man. The macro play from EVOs is so much more calculated, including Fluffy's aggression. In the early game, he was a bit too overzealous. He keeps going in and getting picked off first. But in those situations, if you find a Pakito behind you, who has a BOD, by the way, that's dangerous. But look at Leo Murphy.
Again, Sosujin walks a bit too far. Now the Torpar Memory takes his life out. Sosujin! He's able to escape. Oh, it's an Astral Sphere from downtown. Lanaya with a good Thorn Rose. But Leo Murphy does not have that immortality. And EVO's Legends, again, are able to pace down a team fight to a point where they have won a team fight. They didn't take anyone down, but the fact that they were able to push Dewa United back with Sosujin at super low critical HP is already impressive.
It's a dangerous game that Sosujin is playing, though. If he gets taken out right there, the death timers at this point, it's going to be way too difficult. And this is the question. The longer the game goes, the more pickoffs have value. For Dewa United, they have an assassin. For EVOs, it's a fighter, but a lot of range. Leo Murphy goes in, but he doesn't land.
Gets chunked. Sosujin as well in the front. Nibiru going to be used up. Oh, with a taunt as well. Pendragon taken low. Now with a Torpar Memory. Sosujin. Astral Sphere from Krite. Pendragon regenning. Lanaya running for the hills. 9 seconds for the Lord. And EVO's Legends, they've won a resource battle.
Man, put yourself in the shoes of Leo Murphy right here. You don't get an engage, your team can get taken apart. There must be so much pressure on the shoulders right here, but this man cannot afford to make a mistake. With the Lord being contested, with Fluffy once again positioning in such an elusive manner on the other side of the map. You can see Krite even positioning so aggressively. He gets spotted though. Leo Murphy, in the face of Fluffy, will be pushed away.
everything is on EVOS' advantage. The Lord positioning, the wave clear. All of the turrets already taken down, both mid, top, and bottom. What's left for them is just to execute this properly and try to get some room for Sustrajin and zone Lanaya away, because this is Lanaya we're talking about. Lancelot user, a really good Lancelot user in fact. And he has the Thorn Rose combined with the Retribution. It's gotta be hard for him, or gotta be hard for EVOS to be able to contest that 50-50.
For Dewa, they have to try and be a bit more crafty right here. Every single fight has been a front to back, and against a team with a Beatrix and a Novaria, a side flank might be beneficial. They see Fluffy on the left right here. There's a chance that Leo Murphy goes for a conceal, goes from the side maybe. The Lord is at a quarter of HP, and I think Dewa United, if they want to make a play, this is it. This is the time. But Leo Murphy gets scouted away once again. That Astral Echo!
3-man, revealing 3 people. Van Strong just walks up, understanding there's no threat that Leo Murphy can provide. Watt gets chunked low by an Astral Sphere, and Brands is still holding on to that Venice Rage to combo it together. Lanaya zone away, Venice Rage used up, Pendragon is still full HP. Leo Murphy coming back in. They're looking for an engage now with K's. Micromanage the waves. Leo Murphy gonna be caught in the taunt right now, but Pendragon is still there. Reset. The Lord Dance continues. 27 minutes in, and K's is sent back now. EVOS Legends have a way back in onto Lord. They still decide to come in onto Pendragon. Torn apart memory going to be used up to chunk Brands. Lanaya dodges away from the Astral Sphere with a Thorn Rose. Gets the orange buff. Lord taking a half HP. Mid lane and top lane cleared out. Micromanage, Venice Rage coming down, Lanaya, oh, he goes in with a phantom execution, hard guard thrown away, Watt doesn't have the Thorn Rose, so Sustrajin stops him from going in, Fluffy's able to escape now, the Knockout Strike bringing Pendragon back, Watt able to dodge away from the Astral Sphere, and EVOS Legends and Dewa, no members have fallen.
Looking quite though, going with the Astral Sphere, he will not get a pick off, he hits on Lanaya, but once again, the sustain difference, look at that, Van Strong is just healing everyone up, and Pendragon, the lone member, allowed to try and make something happen right here, along with Keys.
Again, EVOS Legends now fully committing. K's getting taken low. Pendragon in the midst right now. Brand secures it for the team. Leo Murphy with a bouncing ball, so she's taken low. Watt still able to get one more hit right there for the immortality. Pendragon still surviving. But Dewa United, they decide to fall back. They do not want to go for the team fight. And maybe this might be it. Evolve Lord in the mid lane marching down. But wait, Dewa United, they have not given EVOS Legends an opening to slow this tempo down. They will have the advantage of clearing one wave at a time.
The discipline from EVOS Legends is off the charts, but right now Pendragon's gonna get punished!
Immortality gonna be popping the front side right now with the Meteor's Passion, and even an Astral Meteor! 4v5, torn apart memory used up, Evolve Lord in the mid lane. EVOS Legends looking for the chance to end the game. Sustrajin zoning away, K's in the back, dealing damage, trying to buy some time. Fluffy hitting on the base, and Brands follows through. The Tigers strike first. Game 1 for EVOS Legends.
The name of the game is discipline for EVOS Legends. They knew they had the advantage of the sustaining team fight, a long team fight, and they absolutely capitalized on those Lord Dances.
Wow, man, EVOS, the macro, the discipline, and again, the fact that they are just willing to let go of a situation or come back into it, depending on their risk assessment. Everything was executed so well, and despite getting taken so low, members from EVOS, they're able to barely survive from the onslaught of Dewa United. And once again, we talk about the matchup, the King and the Legend. Seems like in game number 1, the King has come out on top.
But into all the setups too from EVOS Legends though. Yes, he is the DPS, he has probably the best KDA in the whole game just now, Brands, but it all couldn't happen with the supports coming in from Van Strong, from Sustrajin, especially the control in the front line, and just the kiting as well, knowing the extent, the durability of your heroes, especially that team fight just now. I don't know which minute, but all of them, 5 of them collapsed onto Sustrajin, but he still survived somehow in some way with Impure Rage, by the way.
The tenacious world champion Sustrajin with the Impure Rage Fredrin, the debut for Impure Rage Fredrin here in MPL Indonesia, and it works out for them. How did EVOS Legends get that win ultimately in the end, Arashi?
It's all about macro, man. Whenever they go for those huge, long 5v5 team fights, they just don't come out on top without the right tools. But the longer the game goes, the more the wave control, the mobility of the Paquito, all these factors come back in. The map being opened up by the Astral Echo, the Astral Spheres as well from Krite. Evos, they just use everything at their disposal to just barely squeak out the victory. So by all means, it's still a very difficult situation. They have to try and maintain this lead and get that 2-0.
2-0 is, is an interesting result, but with this game being this, how do I say it? Very, very, what's the word there?
Bombastic?
Bombastic? No, it's very even, it's not like very, very one-sided from EVOS Legends. You can see time and time, Leo Murphy, if he gets a good engage, it just swung to Dewa United. The momentum is there, but unfortunately they cannot win on those prolonged team fight, and that's why I think Leo Murphy has to go for like more of a creative approach, maybe just a flank towards the back line, use the conceal, try to get a push in the side lanes.
Yep.
And, against a Novaria with a spotting up ult, that could be huge because EVOS thought they know where all of the members are, but when Kufra is nowhere to be seen, like, the play's gonna happen.
Yeah, whenever Kufra is not on the map, that's where Krite just opens up the map using that Novaria pick, which is so valuable. And on top of that, they weren't able to use the presence of the Assassin in the hands of Lanaya to threaten the whole backline. Every single time he goes in, he just gets caught up in the crowd control. And keep in mind, for the most part, every time they were fighting, it's always over a neutral objective. So Lanaya, they can just go in the backline and leave the Lord. So the way EVOS just positions themselves for success is just so good. And Dewa must find ways and secure tools to do the opposite, to try and make EVOS uncomfortable, to try and light a fire under their butts.
How do you do that though? When every single time there was an opening for Leo Murphy, it's always spotted out. Like you mentioned, that Astral Echo was really the aggressive tool, which sounds weird, doesn't do damage, but vision is all that matters, especially for a Kufra. If you usually don't see a Kufra, yes, you will expect that he's looking for an initiation, but you don't know where. This creates a fog of war, I would say, for every single one on your team, every single player. And everybody has to move back, has to be aware every single time, has to be very careful. But with that Astral Echo, they know where the Tyrant is, and then they can push forward, they can zone, they can take control of the map, and I think that's what happened.
And keep in mind, Krite is the guy that was such an annoyance for Watt. Because Watt definitely wants to be present in these fights, output the damage, but every single time, you can see that Krite has his name on that Astral Sphere, man. Again and again. There was one moment at the Lord fight, you might see in the highlights, where Watt gets chunked below half HP. He lifesteals in the jungle, right? He comes back, gets chunked again. How is he supposed to output damage, man?
So the impact is not really like those kills, right?
Man.
It happened before the team fight even begins, and that is why the beauty of Novaria pick, it's always shown in this kind of pre-team fight. And when you have brands with that Renner's Apathy as well, the synergy is not there in terms of like the, it buffs your hitbox, the opponent's hitbox, but it doesn't really show the Renner's Apathy synergizing with that. But in terms of spotting up people, I think Krite does his job perfectly in that game.
I think so too. I think he deserves player of the game for game number 1. There was a lot of doubts for Krite because of his playstyle in the MDL, even in SPS, WCG, heck even. He's always been very volatile as a mid laner, right? He goes in, and sometimes he doesn't feel calculated. He loses his life, he goes in for random trades, but none of that was seen in this game. It doesn't even feel like it was Krite. Maybe it's not Krite, Arashi, maybe it's Kerwanti.
Kerwanti? That sounds like a whole different name, by the way. Just saying, but maybe he's onto something. Maybe he's solved issues, something has just clicked in his gameplay, or maybe it's just a Novaria pick. It just allows you to be a lot more secure. We'll have to see, right? This is the first time we've seen the Annyeonghaseyo trio from EVOS. Please,
do not even try to name them that.
From Busan to Jakarta, right? So you're right, Arashi. Annyeonghaseyo is what Susujin, Krite, and Ivan, technically Doma and Veldora, are saying. Hey, even Coach Caleb, right?
Coach Caleb's here as well, yeah.
Yeah, this is also his debut. Like, I think he did a solid job in terms of drafting, but the execution is really good for this trio.
Well, looking at the highlights early on, it's all about that pressure, and whenever Fluffy is able to get a good flank, that seems to be the win condition for EVOS in the early game. but he got a bit too aggressive and he keeps getting picked off before the deciding moments. After that adjustment was made, it all became about execution. Watt still highlighting his experience, his knowledge, but you can see that the speed difference coming in from a Fredrian, from a Paquito, it just made it very difficult for Dewa United to try and match that kind of aggression. And again, Leo Murphy just isn't tanky enough to be that one sole frontline and engage at the same time. So whenever the Lord is in contention, Evos just by default have so much of an advantage. Because we saw that even with a one-man pickoff, Dewa United were unable to secure like an easy Lord. It was still very much contested by the members of Evos.
This was the mistake here. The big one. Watt was taken out, and that just sealed the deal. The silence there represents the torment that the Dewa fans here suffered right after Watt died there, because it really just gave over the games to Evo's Legends. Now, even though there were some glimpses of brilliance here and there from Dewa United, this beautiful play from Leo Murphy, Tower's Revenge and the Flicker, something we usually see from Keyboy. But man, again, it just feels like even with those plays happening, even with those team fights going to Dewa, Evos had the control. They had more turrets, they had map control, they had everything in their arsenal to neutralize the threat from Dewa.
They definitely got W, but I think in those Lord fights there's some weaknesses that's shown by Evos. I believe they are a bit too over-disciplined. They don't want to take the risk when they have already, you know, the advantage is there, the wave clear is there, the lane is always pushing, the bot lane, top lane, they also have the Lord position towards their side. They never pulled the trigger on that team fight. I don't know, like, what's the procedure there? What's the checklist to go through before you actually pull the trigger to the Lord? But I think there's some moments where just Dewa United is not there and you can't burst the Lord quite easily.
I think it's all about, you know, when they do it, right? With a poke composition like that, they don't have to force anything. And, you know, because they are in control, because they're always alert, bro. They're always aware of what's going on. And if you want to be that alert, Shevin, what can you recommend for our audiences right here, bro?
It's caffeine, but it's not just normal caffeine.
What do you say it like caffeine?
Is it not, how do you say it?
Caffeine?
Is it caffeine? Oh, I'm sorry.
Caffeine, ladies and gentlemen.
English casters, by the way. Caffeine from Point Coffee, the best coffee in Indonesia. As you see, Mirko is enjoying it right now. I don't want to drink this right now because I have to enjoy it in my home.
What? Why?
Well, like, I just want some me time, man.
Don't you want to join the fun, Kevin, and join the Point Coffee experience?
You know what? Where's mine? Because this isn't there.
You have to ask Mr. Point Coffee Barista for your coffee.
Barista. A professional barista. License internationally with also a national standard brewing machine. So it's definitely, it's not a coffee. Wow.
It's tea. Hey,
well,
tea gang.
You know what? The lychee tea, as you said, Rashi, it's really good, right?
Yeah, we over here in the English, we love spilling tea, bro. Like, tea is just what we live for.
And also, there's also special discount on the collaboration menu from Point Coffee with MPL ID Season 12 with the code MauCoffeePC. MauCoffeePC. PC stands for Point Coffee on your Indomart PointCo app and get a 30% discount on matcha latte, caramel macchiato, and lemon tea.
All right, 30%. That adds up, bro. We were talking about 6%. 30% is definitely a value deal. So download and use the Indomart PointCo app and make sure you be legendary.
Ooh, be legendary. There's a lot of
2 out of 10.
2 out of 10.
It'll get there. It'll, you know,
we
you gotta
need Eterna, bro.
progression.
Where's Eterna?
Be legendary. Is that how it is?
Who the heck is that?
If there was a negative stat, I would give it that. But it's all right. It's all right because sometimes you just need Indomart PointCo actually to get your reward system, my guy. You don't need to be legendary. You can just be normal.
You can also avoid Indomaret Retri, as the Indonesian would say. That's what happened if you don't have any Indomaret PointCo. But what's next, Miracle?
Well, what's next is we're going to be taking a break, unfortunately, here. But don't worry, it's going to be quick.
Gotta be quick because Game 2 is coming up for Dewa versus EVOS Legends. So stay tuned in the stream. Wait.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi.
When we say we're gonna take a short break, we really mean it because
It
we
was
couldn't
really
contain the excitement for game number 2 of EVOS versus Dewa United. The trio, the deputy of EVOS Legends, is doing work, and they're looking to replicate it in game number 2.
It's almost like I had to run back and forth, Arashi.
It's almost like you had to do it.
That's how fast it was.
Almost solo cast there.
I mean, you bet that Coach Caleb was running back and forth as well. Like, yeah, we're doing it. And so was Evos in the Land of Dawn, right? The distance management. They just can't let Dewa United get close.
Even when Dewa United tried to tackle and grapple, EVOS Legends always knew how to defend the takedown. And that's exactly how they were able to stop Dewa United from taking them down.
Well, all of them are mostly credit to the kiting game from all the EVOS Legends member, right? Especially the threat, the global threat of Van Strong with the Angela is very evident in that match. A lot of, very hesitated engagement from Dewa United as well, because they knew that the Angela is something they have to watch out for. The hard guard is there, and if you're trying to burst Sutsujin, it's not gonna work because you have a lot of HP, you have a lot of healing as well. So what's there left on the table? You have to go into the front, backline right away. They did it like a couple of times, but it's not very sustainable. It's very hard for you to make that constant, perfect engage.
Exactly. I mean, they have a engage tool in the Kufra and they have a Lancelot as well. In theory, they should be able to, but they have to start playing on a higher level, right? It's not only about the matchup. You have to try and outsmart Krite and his spells. If they're at the Lord, right? Maybe hide somewhere further off to the side so that the Astro Echo doesn't hit you. And then now, with that adjustment, you have given Evos a false sense of security. That is something that Dewa United can try and do, but we'll have to see. It all begins with the draft. And the match history for week 2 here in season 12.
Nah, this is wrong.
Wait, hang on.
This is wrong?
Wait a minute.
No, like it's Pikachu and Onyx. Come on. Like you're kinda supposed to lose against 2 of the best teams in Indonesia. I don't know about Bigatron now though.
I agree, Bigatron definitely no top 2 in Indonesia. Yeah, that's why they lost. I mean, this was still Bigatron at their top 2 form, not the form that they're on right now in week 3. Don't know what happened, but stick to the point here. It's Dewa United, right? See, it looks like a 2-0, it looks like a stomp, but it wasn't actually pure stomps, right? Game 1 in both of these games, I think, was pure stomps, but Game 2 in both these games, Dewa has a way of downloading their opponents and finding these brawl situations in the second game. So they have to download. They need to read out their opponent. Again, when you're a brawler, right? Like Dewa United here, you need to grasp the range.
Right. The range, the combos, the tendencies of your opponents. And against, well, what is essentially a new roster, it makes sense that they won't really be adapted just yet. But we'll see. In game number 2, there's a lot of things they can do, right? Get more engage tools. They can get someone with a more solid late game in the hands of Watt as well. On the Brody, he was doing pretty okay, but it's what, man. Usually you expect him to do a lot more, especially in the late game, with a very high carry, you know, like a hyper carry kind of, you know, attack speed carry. They can shred through the frontliners for Evos as well. So maybe they're gonna put something else in the hands of Watt, or maybe the adjustment will be made in the mid lane.
Attack speed, huh? It's interesting, right? Because so far, the only two marksmen that's in the meta that really relies on attack speed is technically only carry. Claude, it kind of works differently, you know, but yes, Dewa United needs to rely on Watt and needs to have him get that hero that can carry them the game. The previous game, I think you're right, Arashi, he did really good, but the rest of them, I don't know. When you don't have a lot of setups for Watt, like, you're bound to lose. As the keys of victory mentioned earlier, don't make Watt the only solution for all of your problems.
Well, exactly. I mean, in that game, it was... See, the thing is, right, they tried to make Watt a bit more of a supporting tool. That's great. But then it became Leo Murphy. If Leo Murphy does well in the fight, then they do well in the fight. So they have to just be a bit more multi-dimensional so that teams, especially teams that are used to just going against aggression, like Evos, they can just simply make small adjustments and come out on top. They need to make Evos be in a situation where they have to adjust and also read a bit more into the gameplay of Dewa United.
That's a good route to take if you're Dewa United, but I think it might be a bit too sudden. Too much of a sudden change, right? Because it really feels like, sure, in the best world for Dewa, you want to have everyone who can carry. You want to have Dewa United be kind of like Onyx. But right now, what they have in their first season is this man that you see on your screen. This guy is a secret weapon that's no longer a secret. What? Usually say, what is that? That is what?
You know, you were hyping him up so much, but then you look at his face, he's like,
That's always what, you know?
Yeah, he's
like,
so chill. In game number 2, where they potentially can get defeated in a clean sweep, but already a very fast, very quick drafting phase. Dewa securing the Valentina, but Brands getting that Beatrix yet again.
Well, yes, you get that hero that you want to play for Brands. You also strip that hero from Watt. I think that's the play here for Coach Age. They actually banned out the Uranus, which coincidentally also one of the reasons why Dewa United was able to make some kind of engage, to make a room for Leo Murphy to be creative with that flicker. So I think it's a good route to take for Coach Age. Meanwhile, still very standard for EVOS with that Fredred.
Well, for Evos, banning away the Eve as well as the Uranus, it seems like they really don't like dealing with this like regen machine, but they have to be careful now not to give any ultimates that are too game-changing to the hands of Dewa United. With the Valentina secured here, if they go for a strong jungler, go for something good, something aggressive in the hands of Leo Murphy, they can secure the 3-man roam yet again. They have a Terizla right now. That is team fight prowess personified.
Wow. They said, you know what? Game number 1, we were looking for team fights, but we couldn't gap close. What's the answer? Let's get some gap closure. Let's get someone who can pin people down. But for Evos, wow, they pick up a Forza, a hero that might be a bit more vulnerable than the Novaria, I would say.
Yeah, the Forza pick is kind of weird, I'd say here. In terms of like lane matchup against Valentina, it does okay, but I think they just want to punish their backliner, the possible gold laner from Dewa United, considering I would say they're going to ban that Claude for Dewa United as well, because they don't have any gold laners just yet, and Claude does well against Beatrix. And if you're going to go for like a full dive composition, what's better hero than Claude?
I wonder if, with all the eyes on the gold laner, especially for Watts right here, what was that? Right here, we'll have to see if he goes for something a bit more surprising. Because we were talking about Watt and his potential to use magic gold laners. This could be one of those games where that option could be explored. I mean, against a Beatrix, against a Farsa, there's a lot of heroes that are vulnerable to burst damage. And looking at the second phase right here, Kaja banned away from Evos, but the Paquito denied by Dewa United.
Wait, I didn't notice that Paquito hasn't been picked or banned before this.
Yeah.
It has been very prio this MPL season, very, very versatile in terms of drafting and playstyle as well. You can be a misdirection, you can be the assassin, like a playstyle of, oh god, which player was it? I forgot which player, but I want to reference a certain play, but it's not on my mind.
Stuck out of your mind?
No worries. While you think about that, let's take a look at the draft for EVO's Legends here. Their final ban. They banned out Kanja and Franco. They can completely just do the same right here. Kanja and Franco, the two heroes, they can get through the Force's Purify if Cry even wants to go for the Purify. But nonetheless, it's to take out a single target suppress away from Dewa United. They want to go for something big here in the next two picks that they have. A bit more mobility, I would say, in the XP lane. Let's take a look at Banstrong, though.
Wow.
EVO's Legends. He was a mid laner who transitioned to a gold laner and then to a roamer. He was an Aura Fire. And Arashi, since you have worked with the man before, you should take this.
Well, his record is clear enough. He has a lot of experience at this point, and he is an absolute workhorse, man. He does not know the meaning of tired. He doesn't get exhausted, so I think the longer the game goes, the better it is for EVOs. This guy, by the way, was able to...
Wow.
He was pulling all-nighters, playing ranked, just to catch up to his seniors when he was just a new player. So this guy, I mean, I'm gonna give him some love right here from the English desk, but he has the right mindset for a pro player.
Also, like, transitioning to a roamer after you're a DPS main, a
Mid
backliner
gold.
main, it also helps you, right? Because you know the extent of a certain hero, of a certain carry, so you know how much damage you can take. You also know like which position makes you uncomfortable in terms of like the backliner. But here it is. Roamer has not been picked for EVO's Legends, and also...
Oh, it's gonna be an Edith. That means...
Still flex, still flex.
It's flex, but
Could
it
be
also
wrong.
means crowd control, fast crowd control with the onward. It really doesn't have a lot of animation before it hits you. And in the late game, that is an extra source of DPS. So EVO's is once again banking on the team fights.
This is so good for EVO's Legends, man. They know that Dewa United want to hit them, want to go in for dive, right? What's best against dive? The Edith. Roamer, sustainability,
Also
pickoffs
goes
as
damage.
well.
Crowd
Yeah, and the
control.
damage. That damage is what is ridiculous. You can build full tank, and even you can see from Watt, he's confused. He doesn't know what to go for next. But the Beatrix already picked up. The Claude is still open, but do you want to go Claude against an Edith, Farsa, and a Fredrin who can lock you down if you dive in?
I've been waiting for
See the answer? It's going to be a carry
Nah.
for Dewa United.
I don't know, man. Watt is definitely an experienced gold laner. He knows the potential of a carry, but when you have a carry, your range is very, very limited, and you're susceptible to a lot of punish. All of these guys has range. Even Fredrin can CC you quite easily. Edith can CC you quite easily.
We'll have to
What's
see
the
how
play
it,
here?
We have to see how it plays
Oh!
out, man. And now, speaking of range, speaking of crowd control, having the X-Borg as well, it's going to be very difficult for Dewa to get a pick-off. It's going to be very difficult for them to try and escape from all the crowd control as well. Man, on paper at least, this is going to be a very tough test for Dewa unless they have some kind of maneuver, some kind of early game strat to try and swing the balance in their favor.
It really is, though. It really is. I've experienced the agony when you're playing Taritzla against an X-Borg. Once that X-Borg has the Ice Queen 1, it's just over, man. Like, you're not going to be able to deal damage to the X-Borg. You lose all the traits that you have, all the traits you want to make. And it's always annoying when you're trying to start a team fight. You have to stay in the backline. It's a Taritzla. You have to wait for the flicker.
Well, a saving grace right here for Dewa United is the fact that there's not a lot of really devastating crowd control, right? The Fredrin with a bit of a taunt, the Edith with maybe the Earth Shatter can knock you up for a bit, but there's no suppress, no huge stun like the Tyrant's Revenge combo, so maybe Watt can make something happen.
As we go into game number 2 of EVO's Legends, the White Tigers versus Dewa United, the Apostles of Gods.
Let's take a look at it. I think, Arashi, you mentioned there's no big moment, like no Tyrant Revenge, no Tyrant Rage. They have, well, in that point you're right. They do not have a setup, technically, but they have an instant one now, an instant CC tool. Grok, Wild Charge, Flicker, a bit more instant now, and look at EVO's Legends, 0 Purify. Dewa United can take this just like that, utilizing the 0 Purify, utilizing a full all-in.
As long as Dewa United can avoid getting picked off too much in the early game, look at all the tenacities, man. They're trying to make sure that they don't fall victim to the fast rotating squad. Because Krite, the player of the game for game number 1. He's on that Farsa, and you can bet that he's trying to look for chances to just impact the game using that wings by wings. And Keys and Leo Murphy, they're trying their best to make sure that they that Krite doesn't get to do so.
I'm not a fan of the rupture here for Pendragon. Trisla already a very slow hero. You need the extra movement speed boost. Leo Murphy.
Onward flicker. Leo Murphy taken low, able to flicker out. Krite chasing him down with wings by wings under the turret. Gets one more shot in, but Leo Murphy gets out. Flicker for flicker from both the roamers.
That was dangerous, but Dewa were able to avoid giving up a kill. And looking at the emblems, Leo Murphy is still once again going for the focusing mark. So 6% more damage. In the right circumstances, it's definitely going to be impactful. But in the grand scheme of things, it means less tankiness, less sustain in a long drawn-out fight as well. Aside for EVO's Legends, they don't really have a lot of the same harassment tools like the Novaria. They still have the B-Tricks, but so maybe Dewa United, they might be able to use Leo Murphy in a more reliable manner.
Well, I said the export is very good against Trisla though, but good news for EVO's Legends is, in terms of like total setup, Trisla definitely has it all the way, especially with that flicker as well, penalty zone. You have a very, very high potential in terms of team fight, but it looks like it's going to be non-existent and it's going to get bursted down.
What? He goes back in, but it's all calculated. Kaze now with the Primal Wrath, immobilizing Krite, basing attack. Wow, Kaze! Double kill for Dewa United. Now Leo Murphy in the midst of it all, wild charge getting out of the Appraiser's Wrath. And that might be the resource that they need to go for this. Phantom Execution used up. Dewa United, they will take the 2-for-1 and they will back out of it. EVO's Legends will be able to equalize here 2-for-2 technically with a turtle taken for free.
Suitsujin once again showing the value of a tanky, high regen fighter in the jungle. Even though they lost members, Dewa United, they used their ultimates. They lost a lot of HP, and that will be Case flickering away defensively because of the follow-up threat from Van Strong. Talent prediction by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5 though, it's going to be Mirko against the world.
Explain? Elaborate, please.
We'll see what happens first, okay? Game 1, predicted Dewa lost. Game 2, if they win, then I can't control my powers.
It's very convenient for Mirko.
Well, you know, the stronger the power, the harder it is to control. So you gotta give Mirko a bit of a chance right here. But for EVOs, back again, they are always roaming around, and you can see that Leo Murphy, he's trying to find information, but he's always one step behind, and now he gets jumped on yet again.
Menace Rage, onward, Earth Shatter. Oh my goodness! They're playing ping pong with Leo Murphy!
I'll just AFK right there because just, like, what am I supposed to do, man? Like, I want to press the power nurture, but I don't have any chance to do so.
Yeah, anti-CC. Say what you...
wow.
Kaze. Good sidestep. Steals away the Primal Wrath while it's at it as well. Pops it in, getting the shield. Oh, now onto Krite, immobilizing him. What? Able to dish out some damage. Kaze sustaining back up. Renner's Apathy connecting. But Kaze is a beefy boy as that Edith. Lanaya's here. Suitsujin with a taunt. Some damage as well. Leo Murphy has finally rejoined the team. But EVO's Legends have walked out with a victory. A W trade, as the kids would say.
Well, it's also a 2v4 for the turret, and Dewa United were able to stave off that aggression and at least survive. So in a way, it's also a bit of a small win. But looking at the gold difference here, 800 gold for Brands. He's definitely getting the better of what in this lane, unless in the mid game, Dewa United will direct some effort, some attention towards the gold lane.
I said earlier, Xborg is rushing the Ice Queen 1 to be able to be more of a use in a team fight. But interesting thought though, Case actually used the Primal Wrath a lot more and better than Fan Strong as an Edith in this match. Just the fact.
Menace Rage though used up. Leo Murphy, burst it down. Pendragon in the back, finding a good penalty zone to lock right now. The last insanity from Fluffy as Lanaya picks up the turtle. It's a double kill for Van Strong, 2-for-2. Dewa trade an extra kill in for a turtle.
Oh, Pendragon going in back there, doing a lot of good damage, but unfortunately, what? He was just a bit too threatened by all the damage potential from EVO's Legends, so he can't really follow up. Even though if he did, there was a chance of him getting a bit more rewards, and he still had to Purify. I feel like that was a reasonable risk to be taking, but in the mid side, you can see the emphasis for Dewa is that mid lane turret.
Oof. So much damage from Lanaya, who's now feeling it. First game, his performance was pretty good, but it felt like he was gun shy. Now he's going in.
Krite already dying 2 times on kind of the same hero, but Leo Murphy again.
Oh, what? Ooh.
Insane CC'd, but able to get away with that wall charge. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Lanaya capitalized on that resources.
What would the kids say, Jeffin? Remember?
W trade.
W trade for
W
Dewa
trade.
United. And they have a... You can't spell Dewa United without a W right now. Last Insanity defensively. That's an LID. Audience prediction by Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5. Hey, 29% for Dewa.
It's not bad, all things considered, but in the jungle, I feel like Lanaya has chances to make plays here, and if there's any time to actually go ham and actually showcase your skills, this is it, man. There's no other second chance after this match. If he can pull away a lot of the attention, a lot of the crowd control from Watt as well as Keys, there's potential for them to actually go really aggressive here, because Keys has been moving forward more often than backwards in the middle of these fights, and you can see that Krite really wasn't expecting a lot of that, getting taken out twice in this game.
Another thing for Lanaya though, this time around, hard guard is nowhere to be seen. There's no copy of the hard guard from the IMU from Keys. So I think it's better to humble himself, quote unquote humble himself with a utility build in this match, because you're up against brands, you're up against damage that you can't really sustain in a team fight. So you have to be more of a utility hero.
Whoa, what is that damage? Oh, onward flicker, say goodbye to Kaze! Deleted, Pendragon with a penalty zone and the flicker. Fluffy locked down, Pendragon versus everyone. Leo Murphy, what? Wild charge to his death! And 3 members from Dewa just fall. Lanaya gets Chung low, Van Strong with an onward once again, but Dewa United here have lost everything. They're gonna lose a tier 1 and even a turtle at this point.
Alright, Brands picks up the tower finally. But in that fight, Leo Murphy, man, he went for the last-ditch effort to try and have impact in the fight, but that wild charge did not connect on anyone. And that's just really unfortunate. And back again, the same problem still persists. In the middle of a huge team fight, Watt rotates, he doesn't keep farming. He rotates to join the fight, but he does not have the chance, the window, to go in and do damage.
Oh. Forcing wings by wings out. Hand cam, let's take a look at it. Suchijin on the other side of the map, on the Fredrin, yes.
Mechanical hero.
And a feather airstrike used up. Let's take a look at these taps, these lovely taps on the very mechanical hero. Oh, look at him. Look at him.
What's the APM on this, Mirko?
Well, right now it's just spamming skill 1, skill 2. So 2?
2 actions per minute?
That's pretty fast.
For a Fredrin user, as you said, Mirko, this is a very
mechanical hero.
I don't want to say low, but in the hands of Sutsujin so far, he has been doing work 006 with an Impure Rage, which might get copied by a lot of pro players after this, after the success from these 2 games.
I feel like EVOS Legends have been getting the advantage by being a bit faster, like we saw in game number 1. But the longer the game goes, the more there's a chance for Pendragon to actually go... Well, he can't be bursted down, first of all, because of the passive. It's a bit harder to burst him down. And if, like earlier, someone gets jumped on, there's more of a chance for Pendragon to get a proper counter engage with everyone just ready to follow up as the game goes on.
Oh, Fluffy, he's gotten walled. But look at Van Strong in the back, looking for an onward. Oh no! It's Pendragon who gets caught! The wall! You're not stuck here with me. Well, wait, I forgot the quote, but you know what I mean.
I'm not stuck in here with you. It's you guys stuck in here with me.
That's
that
what Fluffy
Firaga armor from Fluffy, man. That is such a nuisance. You thought it was going to be a pickoff. Turns out it's a bait. And look at this snipe being queued up by Brands. Oh, see? Be decisive, bro. He keeps trying to select who's going to go for. Turns out he doesn't land the hit, but the turret will fall.
Doesn't need to. It was a zoning ult.
You're right.
Brands takes out the tier 2 down below. Good siege.
W trade.
Well, yeah, like, Arashi, you said that everyone thought it's going to be a pickoff, but I actually think no one thought of that. It's an export. Like, what was the plan there? You got walled. Yes, you get a very good wall. You trap someone, but it's export. You have the Firaga armor. You can get away. You can just step over the wall once the Firaga armor is gone. Like, what was the plan? The initial engage was very weird. Like, what was the shot call there?
Well, Dewa is a team that does a lot of weirder engages, and sometimes they do work, so don't count them out just yet. Now with the conceal though.
Wow! Pendragon ulting the Natalia there. Van Strong with an Earth Shatter flicker! K's knocked up, taken out. Last Insanity now onto everyone. A desperate wild charge out, and it's Brands who picks up a double kill. EVOS Legends. Wow, they stopped the Lord for that. Crisp, clean calculations.
Well, you don't interrupt your enemy as they're making a mistake in that fight. What happened to Pendragon, man? Dang, that ulti was so important to the win condition of the team, and it did not have the desired effect, to say the least. Now with the one base turret missing, EVO's Legends, they have a chance to play out the macro game as well, but look at Fluffy.
Oh, Lanaya. Oh, still able to dodge away from the onward now. For the airstrike comes down. Pendragon not going to commit this time around. No flicker to combo it in. And it's a reset. EVO's Legends now look for the Lord. That is free. Brands takes it.
Well, the good thing for Dewa United Esports is what has not died yet. But is it a really good thing though? The fact that he hasn't killed anyone, he hasn't given an assist in this game, means that he's not enabled by your team. Like, this composition is just very, very bad for a carry user. You cannot deal damage when you have... Okay, so Sustin just popped the Abraser's Wrath there, very interesting, but you don't have any windows whatsoever to deal damage because Fanstar is going to be in your face. The damage is going to come through from Krite as well. That Feather Airstrike, the kill zone is there. Sutsujin can also just CC you up in no time.
So it's Dewa United trying to maintain distance, but at the same time not having distance or range, rather, themselves. As for EVO's Legends now with the Lord coming in, they have more siege, more long-range ultimates, and Van Strong is just waiting, stalking the members of Dewa United Esports, looking for someone who's out of position, especially with the towers being contested here. You can bet that Van Strong is looking for a chance, but with the Lord coming in right now, it seems like EVO's, all they can do is try and harass with the Lord because the waves are not at their favor.
Well, they're still doing a good job at micromanaging it for now. That's a conceal from Van Strong. K's chunked very low. Van Strong looking for an onward, now gets melted down. A wild charge to lock him out. But the last insanity goes in. Pendragon with a good penalty zone flicker combo onto the back there. But it's still a primal wrath. Immobilizing Pendragon, a flicker forward from Van Strong. My goodness, it's a double kill from Van Strong.
See what I told you? What is non-existent in that team fight, but Brass looking to burst the pace. Can he do it?
It should be it now. EVO's Legends make quick work out of Dewa United. 2-0, clean sweep.
Clean as it gets. Caleb, Sutsujin, Krite, and Van Strong having the perfect debut in MPL Indonesia Season 12, and also a very good re-debut for Sutsujin as well. Even though he's not really seen as the main threat of EVO's Legends with that Fredrin, he's doing work with that CCs, man.
The CC, crowd control just seems to be the way to go, and for Dewa, it's so limited, so timing intensive, right? You miss it and you just get punished so much compared to EVOs, who once again and again were caught out in weird situations, but somehow, some way managed to turn it around over.
Oh man, would you say this is a missed draft or like a draft loss for Dewa?
I would say so, yes. I think there was a big gap there, especially when the X-Borg was picked up. Just a big rock thrown at Dewa United, and they weren't. Oh, wow! Doma is in the building.
Oh. Are you Doma's secret fan right now, Mirko? You're a Bigatron.
Well, you know,
I'm a Bigatron fan, but I am a Doma fan.
In SPS, there was this thing we were all talking about in the Indonesian desk. We said Sahabat Doma, which translates loosely to Doma and friends. Because whenever this man's in the game, right, everyone has to play around him. Opponents will try and focus him down. His team will try and cover for him. So it looks like a 10-man party. So this is the effect that guy has. And I don't know, man. There's a lot of expectations for Doma in this season.
Wow. Look at that big book held by Coach Caleb. He has a whole...
Look at Taz.
Taz, Age, Taxum, and Caleb. This combo together. Oh, hey, so was... Galar, that would have been too much fun.
We miss you, man. We miss you, man. Please come back. Please. Uranus is in the meta right now. You can play. You can play.
We'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. Well, match highlight though, by head and shoulders, is that the WCG 2023 trio continued the winning streak for EVO's Legends, man. Annyeonghaseyo!
Annyeonghaseyo! Gonna say it with more, you know. We're gonna have an interview with Monica after this.
Mana tepuk tangannya untuk EVO's Legend? Woo! Sang juara dunia, pemenang WCG di sini kita udah lihat ada
Sutsujin, Clyde, ada Vanstrong. Gimana rasanya bermain dan memenangkan match perdana kalian di MPL Indonesia Season 12 kali ini? Gimana Sutsujin? Gimana rasanya menang untuk pertama kali di MPL Indonesia Season 12 kali ini?
Ya karena ini match pertama jadi seneng lah bisa menang.
Oh seneng ya, tapi Clyde pressure-nya tinggian mana sih? Dari WCG atau MPL?
MPL kayaknya.
Kenapa?
Lebih rame aja penontonnya.
Oh karena rame penontonnya dong Ivospe, mana tepuk tangannya? Kalau Van, menurut Van gimana? Saya tadi kayaknya senyum-senyum.
Ya dari gua bersyukur sama seneng lah karena kan latihan kita juga dikit kan. Jadi ya untuk sekarang gua seneng lah sama tim gua bisa menang.
Senang banget dan kali ini Fluffy dan juga Brans, kalian gimana rasanya bermain dengan trio yang memenangkan WCG? Brans gimana rasanya?
Ya pastinya senang lah, apalagi mereka kan lagi kuat-kuatnya juga. Tapi kita juga butuh adaptasi dan latihannya sedikit dan alhamdulillah hasilnya maksimal untuk hari ini.
Adaptasinya berhasil maksimal. Fluffy gimana?
Apa?
Rasanya main dengan trio WCG ini?
Oh, digendong.
Digendong.
Iya, kuat banget.
Tapi kalian main begitu baik. Tapi tadi ya kalau kita lihat in game-nya, di game yang pertama kayaknya sulit tarik ulur. Berbeda dengan game yang kedua. Kenapa? Ada apa dengan game pertama?
Kalau dari gua sih kita soalnya masih adaptasi. Kita sekarang lagi berusaha untuk one page lah sama anak-anak yang sekarang. Jadi ya agak ada kendala dikit, cuma kita bakal atasin sebaik mungkin lah.
Tapi kalian ketemu lagi di Land of Dawn dengan Lanaya dan juga Case. Itu flashback gak sih ke MPL Season 7 di Grand Final? Ketemu lagi gitu, sekarang ketemu lagi di MPL. Agak flashback gak?
Kalau dari gue sih agak flashback sih, soalnya kita sering ketemu di setiap turnamen sama Dewa. Mungkin kita jodoh kali ya, ketemu terus.
Jodoh, tapi gimana rasanya ketemu lagi sekarang? Apakah ada perbedaan gak? Clyde. Perbedaan, kan sering nih ketemu sama Dewa, sama Lanaya, sama Case. Hari ini juga ketemu. Ada perbedaan gak sih yang dulu dan yang sekarang?
Perbedaannya adalah mereka lebih improve juga pasti.
Oke, tapi Brans, apakah Coach Caleb sebagai drafter juga memberikan impact yang begitu besar atas kemenangan kalian kali ini?
Ya mungkin dari segi draft sekarang dipegang Coach Caleb, tapi di luar itu semua kayak analisa kayak yang dan lain-lain, Coach Age sama Coach Retam tetap ada perannya masing-masing lah.
Semua berperan masing-masing untuk kemenangan dari EVOS Legend. Dan langsung saja kita akan lihat siapakah player of the match kali ini. Kita lihat bersama player of the match kali ini adalah Vanstrong. Gimana Vanstrong menjadi player of the match di match perdana kamu di MPL Indonesia Season 12?
Dari gue sih senang karena gue juga digendong lah sama teman-teman sama coaching staff EVOS juga.
Aduh, kerjasamanya memang ya untuk EVOS Legend ini yang membuahkan hasil kemenangan mereka. Dan yang terakhir, sebelum kita masuk ke ulasan-ulasan dari match, Monica mau nanyain Fluffy dan juga Vanstrong. Nanti hari Minggu kalian bakalan ketemu sama tim mantan kalian, Aura Fire. Mungkin Fluffy yang masih fresh nih ya. Ada pesan-pesan khusus kah sebelum ketemu tim mantan?
Nggak tahu sih. Kelas saya udah nggak tahu ketemu tim mantan.
Nggak tahu ya rasanya ketemu mantan gimana ya. Tapi ada persiapan khusus nggak?
Persiapan khusus ya yang pasti udah matang.
Udah mateng. Jadi nanti kita lihat bagaimana nanti di hari Minggu ya. Vanstrong ada tambahan?
Dari gua nanti kita kasih pertunjukan yang seru aja.
Gak sabar untuk hari Minggu. Tapi sebelum kita nanti lihat matching antara EVOS Legend dan juga Aura Fire di hari Minggu, kita mau tanya-tanya dulu kepada para caster bagaimana ulasan kemenangan EVOS Legend atas kemenangannya hari ini. Langsung saja kita tanyakan kepada para caster dan sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk EVOS Legend.
convincing debuts for two teams this day. And that, interestingly enough, begs another question, begs another problem even for EVOS Legends. Which lineup is the best? Who do you want to play in the playoffs?
You want to use Taz, Hijime, Dreams, the IESF trio, or do you want to use the WCG trio? So Jin, Kerwanti, and Mr. Ivan/Van Strong.
I know. Just kidding.
or maybe you want to mix it up. You know, there's no set like this is the trio that we're gonna play in the playoffs. Like you can just still mix it up, especially with Doma hasn't been called up to MPL Indonesia Season 12. I know that it's a bit wrong for me to bring up Doma in this case because he's not even in the roster, but he's proven that he's MPL worthy right now.
MPL worthy. I mean, a lot of casters have been saying that is the case. Some players even are mentioning like, oh, this guy is legit. I mean, he has the mechanics. He has the mechanics to back it up, and he has that kind of split-second decision making that's so important in the current meta, man. Before you know it, something crazy will happen, and you lost the game. And that, I think, this is a story for game number 2 right there. Van Strong, before you know it, it just goes in, flickers forward aggressively, gets engages, gets damage, output out, player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5.
5-0-7.
5 kills too.
578 GPM.
92% kill participation. Look at his emblems, man. He got that Brave Smite. He's got that firmness and tenacity. If you're trying to mitigate his damage, right, shut him down when he's just outputting that damage with the
Primal Wrath.
The Primal Wrath. Thanks, Mirko.
It's okay.
It's so difficult. How are you going to shut him down? He's so tanky, especially below 50% HP.
And he does damage too, right? What do you do against an Edith when you have a dive comp? See, that's why when Edith was picked, it was just over, in my opinion. The X-Work was just the cherry on top of the cake, you know? It's just the decoration, because to be completely honest with you, X-Work is great, but I didn't see the X-Work's impact in most of these team fights. It's mainly the man you see on screen. Van, not weak, Van strong.
Ooh, Van strong indeed, and strong showing this game. Perfect KDA and also perfect gameplay for this game. And as you said, Mirko, the X-Work is not there because he hasn't had his chance yet, because the team fight is not prolonged enough to make the X-Work more annoying than it is right now. When you have already Van Strong just bursting down everyone with that Primal Wrath, like what are you going to do with it as an X-Work? You just got to clean up.
Well, I mean, not just clean up. You can be aggressive forward, right? And even if they do pick you off, it's the Firaga armor, dude. Simple, free get out of jail free card, and I think that's something that a lot of players have been just completely abusing. And since the beginning though, that was Keys with a very respectable outplay right here. 1v2 essentially, getting the double kill.
Technically, Cry didn't die there because he died out of the Land of Dawn.
True, doesn't count. Well, the longer the game goes though, you can see that Pendragon, he can do a lot of damage in the back, but who is supposed to be out there with him, right? EVOS Legends. I feel like Devil United needs to try and get it through their mindset, right? When your frontliner is getting beat up, you need to be in there and sharing the aggro, essentially, right? Because if everyone is hitting on Pendragon, he can't survive. But if the damage is spread between 3 people, maybe Pendragon could have a bit more of an impact. Unlike right here, where he just gets completely destroyed. And in this moment where the penalty zone, unfortunately, just doesn't land the way
it hit Natalia.
Okay.
From which team? From which team?
I think it's way better if it were Harith, because it also synergizes well with the penalty zone. You can tank up a little bit of damage, and also still be that main DPS that your team needs. In this case, though, the carry was very much non-existent. Only 1 kill participation, and that is to the opponent side. 0-10. Yeah, 0-0-1-0. For Watt, who is known to be one of the best gold laner in his time, hasn't shown his potential yet with that pick.
It's a different time for sure. But honestly, man, I don't know how they intended to play this out, because again and again, the carry on Watt, it seems like it's his go-to pick, but it's just way too vulnerable. And the same thing can be said for Lanaya on the Lancelot. In that last fight, all the attention was on Pendragon and Watt and Keys, and yet he was unable to have the same kind of impact that the other notable assassin players have had. Not even a single person. The guy he was going for was Krite, and Krite wasn't even chunked below half HP. So Lanaya, man, if he wants to keep showing up here, he needs to try and make a statement, because for this game, he was completely shut down, I feel like.
Well, as I said earlier, Rashi, I think it should have been better if it goes from a humble route. doing that durability build or utility jungle build because ain't no way you're tanking all this damage, tanking all these CCs from EVOS Legends. Pendragon though, 0-5-3, even though he's only building Fear Hammer without any kind of attack item whatsoever, full tank, he still hasn't showed that durability. When you have a lot of slows coming in from Xborg as well, the punish is quite easy. As you can see in the last team fight there, the setup was great. No one is there though, unfortunately.
I mean, there's not much you can do with the composition that you have at hand, right? I think Dewa, the best thing I can say for them is they did the best they could with the tools they were given, right? Because again, in game number 2, this has happened to Dewa a few times, multiple times. I think against Bigatron as well. Game number 2, they get out-drafted. When they have downloaded the schematics, when they have finally understood the distance between them and the opposing team, the draft gets in the way and they're not able to do what they want to do.
It's definitely tough when you're so limited in engaged tools as well as pickoffs. For Dewa United, it seems like it's all about the close range, like skirmish, the close range fist fights, because that is where Pendragon carry, well, Terizla carry and Valentina, right? When it comes to this close range, short fight engagements, they really have a bit of an edge, and we saw that in the early game. But the longer the game goes, the more synergized, more diverse approach from EVOS Legends just keeps showing itself. And I think that is something that a lot of teams need to try and pick up on.
Well, I think it's very evident that Caleb got the better of Dewa United. It's Dewa United's drafter in these 2 games. More so in the second game, we're going to see the stats here. Teamfight participation all over the place for EVOS Legends. Very good spread, especially Brands and Fanstrong. 92%. You can see here Rich Guy, Brands, the carry. Still, Brands very, very solid. I think people are just a bit too hard on him, you know. This is the phase where he's trying to go back to the prime form that he has in the previous time. And I think he's doing a great job in this game.
About Brands?
Yeah.
I mean, he was up against the legend and he has reasserted his dominance as the king of the marksman yet again.
92-0.
92-0. 92-0?
Yeah. Skill participation, 92% to 0% here. I mean, again, though, I feel like it's a bit unfair to Watt there, but you gotta give props to Brands, right? This matchup that he was given, it shows you that even though there's so many memes, so much hate thrown at this man right here, you give him the right tools, the right environment, and if you facilitate him, he can still be the Brands that we all remember in MDL Season 6.
The nostalgic Brands that people just like keep thinking of when they say he's the king of the marksman. But the success here, of course, is Van Strong with such an insane aggression. I think there was a lot of criticism for Van Strong back then in the MPL, saying that he's a bit too passive, he doesn't really make the plays happen. That is no longer the case anymore, ladies and gentlemen. The presence of his healing in game number 1, so there's good poke, but also good sustain, so that the whole roster for EVOS can just stay for the Lord Dance, stay for the contest. And in game number 2, it's the opposite. It's not sustain, it's engage, it's crowd control, it is damage. And if he can show that he can do both these things, I think a lot of teams are going to be a bit concerned here with the presence of Van Strong.
I think after this masterclass showing of Edith plays from Van Strong, I think Edith has moved a tier for me in terms of priority because you have everything, man. You have the CCs, and also you have the damage as a roamer. And it's not just like a
with
small...
a tank build.
Yeah, with a tank build, small damage is big damage, you know? And I think if you want to cheese it out in the XP lane, you could also do that. Even use the Inspire, I don't care. As long as you win the lane, it's still okay for you.
Shout out Lemon, I guess. EXP lane Edith, that's something we haven't seen in a long time. The Edith roam we saw in the hands of Rect, I believe, before. Is that the only
and
time?
Audi TZ, don't
Audi
forget.
TZ, my man.
Boots on the XP.
And
Boots on the XP.
when was that?
When was that?
It was quite recent, isn't it?
All right, I completely forgot. The one, yes, they were able to utilize the Edith in the XP. So yeah, it has been used once, but again, it's Onyx.
it's like that's always the excuse.
they made Fredrin
So unfair,
XP
dude.
work, right? If they can make Fredrin XP work, they can make Edith XP work. Heck, maybe Layla XP in the future for Onyx as well. We never know.
It's so unfortunate for Onyx, right? Whenever someone says, yo, Onyx is able to do this, I was
it's
like, yeah,
Onyx.
but it's Onyx.
They're like, no, we're talking about these teams. Not that one. The team above the sky. We'll see, though, if they can stay above the sky, because they've been experimenting themselves.
Experimenting a lot, especially with that lineup. Albert in the mix, Trion in the mix too. Like, we can really rule it out that Albert's going to be showed in the playoffs. Maybe replacing CW. Maybe
CW or Albert? Who's better?
Right now, CW for sure, because he has the time with Onyx. He has the synergy already built. But Albert might have an edge in terms of like the micro plays, the macro plays that he has. But synergy is always over everything in my opinion.
Synergy, I mean, it's a team game.
Do you agree?
Do I concur, as Goni likes to put it? I think for now, that is absolutely the case. For Albert, I think he excels in the killer instinct, right? The aggression.
You got the dog in him.
Right now, in the gold lane, sometimes it's a bit too dangerous to even be that aggressive. So it might be something that even works against him. So we'll have to see, man. We have to see what kind of value Oni can get out of him.
Speaking of value, though, Telkomsel has a lot of value for you. Like, if you watch your team play, you must be like wanting to play too, right? You want to be the Albert of the team. You want to be the Onyx, the Kyrie of the team. Make sure you all look cool using your favorite heroes and skin, and don't forget to check your data quota before playing, so you don't run out of it in the middle of the game, because that would be very, very bad for you. And also, if you're in luck, we have a promo for you. Dunia Games has a promo for you. Every purchase of MLBP vouchers or items using Telkomsel will give you an extra savings and additional 3 gigs. 3? That's more than 2. Wow.
And 1.
3 gigs of quota. 3 gigs of data quota. Hurry up and buy it at
Isn't that per purchase?
duniagames.co.id, I believe so.
Per purchase. 3 gigs per purchase, by the way.
So you can choose it out. You can choose it out.
All you need to do is download the Dunia Games app if you don't want to, go on the website, just to get you a little bit more of that deep dive into Dunia Games. But, usually when you buy quota, when you buy anything in Indonesia, the easiest way to do it is with OVO.
Yeah,
100%.
OVO, if you want to have variety of heroes and also get skins too, just like Dunia Games and Telkomsel, to show off when playing with friends, whatever your needs are. Don't forget that you can buy MLBP diamonds using OVO. The best way to do it, simply connect your OVO account to Google Play and make in-game transactions. In MLBP, choose OVO as your payment method, and then make the payment. It is that easy, Rashi.
That's simple, bro.
Yeah, for new users as well, enjoy 90% cashback up to IDR 10,000 in the form of OVO points after a successful transaction. So what are you doing? If you want to buy diamonds, use OVO.
Use the link earlier, pay OVO, all right? Go ahead and use it, payovo.co/dataOVO.
Or scan the QR code in your screen there.
It's easier to scan the QR code.
Over here.
I mean, here, this is another one, payovo.co/MPL.
OVO.
Simple.
Oh, wow. Is this a Lemon collab?
Oh!
Is it a Lemon collab?
It is!
Okay.
Rashi, it's your legend.
Lemon. Yo,
This is your time, Rashi. This is your time to shine.
Where's my phone?
Here, we're displaying it, remember?
Oh.
Right.
That's a code, by the way. Thank you for the phones. Anyways, watching pro players play together makes you want to join as well, doesn't it, right? Luckily for you, if you want to play like a pro alongside MLB pro players, you totally can. It's very easy, isn't it?
It's easy. Just buy MLBP items on Google Play using OVO, as I said just now. You get the chance to play with Iksan Lemon, the lemonade. If life gives you lemon, you play with it.
All right.
RQ definitely did.
Looking at the regular season, the standings right here, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. The guy on top seems to still be RRQ. That's a great story for me, but unfortunately for Big Kitchen Alpha,
the start of the
Onyx
downfall.
and Evo's Legends, they have moved. Don't say that, Shevin. We don't know that yet.
Okay. Dewa United and Big Kitchen Alpha has not had the best week so far, but still, there's still 5 weeks. Can you believe we're almost at this half of the season?
Oh, you're right. 3 more days until
Time
we
flies.
complete week 3, and then we get to the half point of the season. But you're right, Big Kitchen Alpha, a tough pill to swallow as they get placed down to 4. And it's still RQ, Onyx, Evo's Legends who are at the top. The 3 teams who have been able to achieve championship status.
We also have the schedule for tomorrow's matches. Dewa United versus Geekfam, the part of the family, and also Aura Fire. Aran has another chance to showcase his abilities.
Ooh.
This time around, though,
This
the
time
matchup-
around? This time around?
Around.
This time around.
Oh, this time around.
Wow. Okay, Shevin.
That's accidental. I didn't mean that.
This time around, he's going to be facing off against Onyx.
I should have played that out.
But he has a chance to show off against the guys up there.
The defending champions.
The defending.
Oh man, tomorrow's match. I don't know though. I don't think it's gonna be the full lineup of Onyx. If it is, then you expect.
Prepare for the worst.
Oh, for the worst. Are you sure?
Well, that has been the case.
What if Samo plays against Onyx? Remember, Samo was ex-Onyx. Maybe he knows the inner workings of the kings of the sky.
Like,
interesting.
What's the use for knowing that, man?
What?
Man.
It's Onyx. It's still info, but what are you gonna do with it? If you don't play it perfectly, then Onyx is gonna be the better team.
Well, but the info helps. And shout out to Eterna, by the way, because Aura is starting a winning trend. But good luck for tomorrow, man.
Good luck for tomorrow. Okay.
You know, best wishes from us on the desk from Mac and Cheese.
Mac and Cheese. Oh, I forgot about that. Thank you for bringing that
you
up
made it. You made it.
Okay. It's an eventful day, full of surprises and also full of great debuts. But tomorrow we also have another action in our hand. The schedule is already there for you to check out, and the Mac and Cheese combo is about to sign out. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for tomorrow.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan